a delightful lapse in being, and the source of gentleness in itself. Familiarity is an accomplishment, an energy of separation. With it separation is constituted as dwelling and inhabitation. To exist henceforth means to dwell. To dwell is not the simple fact of the anonymous reality of a being cast into existence as a stone one casts behind oneself, it is a recollection, a coming to oneself, a retreat home with oneself as in a land of refuge, which answers to a hospitality, an expectancy, a human welcome. In human welcome the language that keeps silence remains an essential possibility. Those silent comings and goings of the feminine being whose footsteps reverberate the secret depths of being are not the turbid mystery of the animal and feline presence whose strange ambiguity Baudelaire likes to evoke. The separation that is concretized through the intimacy of the dwelling outlines new relations with the elements. 3. The home and possession. The home does not implant the separated being in a ground to leave it in vegetable communication with the elements. It is set back from the anonymity of the earth, the air, the light, the forest, the road, the sea, the river. It has a street front, but also its secrecy. With the dwelling the separated being breaks with natural existence, steeped in a medium where its enjoyment, without security, on edge, was being inverted into care. Circulating between visibility and invisibility, one is always bound for the interior of which one's home, one's corner, one's tent, or one's cave is the vestibule. The primordial function of the home does not consist in orienting being by the architecture of the building and in discovering a site, but in breaking the plenum of the element, in opening in it the utopia in which the I recollects itself in dwelling at home with itself. But separation does not isolate me, as though I were simply extracted from these elements. It makes labor and property possible. The ecstatic and immediate enjoyment to which, aspired as it were by the uncertain abyss of the element, the I was able to give itself over, is adjourned and delayed in the home. But this suspension does not reduce to nothing the relationship of the I with the elements. The dwelling remains in its own way open upon the element from which it separates. The ambiguity of distance, both removal and connection, is lifted by the window that makes possible a look that dominates, a look of him who escapes looks, the look that contemplates. The elements remain at the disposal of the I to take or to leave. Labor will henceforth draw things from the elements and thus discover the world. This primordial grasp, this emprise of labor, which arouses things and transforms nature into a world, presupposes, just as does the contemplation of the gaze, the recollection of the I in its dwelling. The movement by which a being builds its home, opens and ensures interiority to itself, is constituted in a movement by which the separated being recollects itself. With the dwelling the latent birth of the world is produced. The postponement of enjoyment makes accessible a world being lying is cheat, but at the disposal of whoever will take possession of it. There is here no causality. The world does not result from this postponement decided in an abstract thought. The postponement of enjoyment has no other concrete signification than this putting at one's disposal which accomplishes it, which is its energy. A new conjuncture in being accomplished by the sojourn in a dwelling and not by an abstract thought is necessary for the deployment of this energy. This sojourn in a dwelling, inhabitation, before imposing itself as an empirical fact, conditions every empiricism and the very structure of the fact imposed on contemplation. And conversely presence at home with oneself exceeds the apparent simplicity the abstract analysis of the for itself finds in it. We shall describe in the pages that follow the relation that the home establishes with a world to be possessed, to be acquired, to be rendered interior. The first movement of economy is in fact egoist. It is not transcendence, it is not expression. The labor that draws the things from the elements in which I am steeped discovers durable substances, but forthwith suspends the independence of their durable being by acquiring them as movable goods, transportable, put in reserve, deposited in the home. The home that founds possession is not a possession in the same sense as the movable goods it can collect and keep. It is possessed because it already and henceforth is hospitable for its proprietor. This refers us to its essential interiority, and to the inhabitant that inhabits it before every inhabitant, the welcoming one par excellence, welcome in itself the feminine being. Need one add that there is no question here of defying ridicule by maintaining the empirical truth or counter-truth that every home in fact presupposes a woman. The feminine has been encountered in this analysis as one of the cardinal points of the horizon in which the inner life takes place, and the empirical absence of the human being of feminine sex in a dwelling no wise affects the dimension of femininity which remains open there, as the very welcome of the dwelling. 4. Possession and labor. The access to the world is produced in a movement that starts from the utopia of the dwelling and traverses a space to effect a primordial grasp, to seize and to take away. The uncertain future of the element is suspended. The element is fixed between the four walls of the home, is calmed in possession. It appears there as a thing, which can, perhaps, be defined by tranquility as in a still life. This grasp operated on the elemental is labor. The possession of things proceeding from the home, produced by labor, is to be distinguished from the immediate relation with the non-I in enjoyment, the possession without acquisition enjoyed by the sensibility steeped in the element, which possesses without taking. In enjoyment the I assumes nothing, from the first it lives from. Possession by enjoyment is one with enjoyment, no activity precedes sensibility. But to possess by enjoying is also to be possessed and to be delivered to the fathomless depth, the disquieting future of the element. Possession proceeding from the dwelling is to be distinguished from the content possessed and the enjoyment of that content. In the element, which exalts but also transports the enjoying I, labor in its possessive grasp suspends the independence of the element, its being. The thing evinces this hold or this comprehension, this ontology. Possession neutralizes this being, as property the thing is an existent that has lost its being. But in this suspension possession comprehends the being of the existent, and only thus does the thing arise. Ontology is a relation with things which manifests things. The ontology that grasps the being of the existent is a spontaneous and pre-theoretical work of every inhabitant of the earth. Possession masters, suspends, postpones the unforeseeable future of the element, its independence, its being. Unforeseeable future, not because it exceeds the reach of vision, but because, faceless and losing itself in nothingness, it is inscribed in the fathomless depth of the element, coming from an opaque density without origin, the bad infinite or the indefinite, the apeiron. It has no origin because it has no substance, does not cling to a something, quality that qualifies nothing, without 0 point through which any axis of coordinates would pass, prime matter absolutely undetermined. To suspend this independence of being, this materiality of the elemental non-I, by possession does not amount to thinking this suspension or obtaining it by the effect of a formula. The way of access to the fathomless obscurity of matter is not an idea of infinity, but labor. Possession is accomplished in taking possession or labor, the destiny of the hand. The hand is the organ of grasping and taking, the first and blind grasping in the teeming mass. It relates to me, to my egoist ends, things drawn from the element, which, beginningless and endless, bathes and inundates the separated being. But the hand relating the elemental to the finality of needs constitutes things only by separating its take from immediate enjoyment, depositing it in the dwelling, conferring on it the status of a possession. Labor is the very energy of acquisition. It would be impossible in a being that had no dwelling. The hand accomplishes its proper function prior to every execution of a plan, every projection of a project, every finality that would lead out of being at home with oneself. The hand's rigorously economic movement of seizure and acquisition is dissimulated by the traces, wastes, and works. This movement of acquisition, returning to the interiority of the home, leaves in its wake. These works, as city, field, garden, landscape, recommence their elemental existence. Labor in its primary intention is this acquisition, this movement toward oneself. It is not a transcendence. Labor conforms with the elements from which it draws the things. It grasps matter as raw material. In this primordial grasp, matter at the same time announces its anonymity and renounces it. It announces it, for labor, the hold on matter, is not a vision or thought in which matter already determined would be defined by relation to infinity. Within the grasp, matter precisely remains fundamentally indefinite and, in the intellectual sense of the term, incomprehensible. But it renounces its anonymity, since the primordial hold of labor introduces it into a world of the identifiable, masters it, and puts it at the disposal of a being recollecting and identifying itself prior to every civil status, every quality, proceeding only from itself. Labor's hold on the indefinite does not resemble the idea of infinity. Labor defines matter without recourse to the idea of infinity. The primordial technique does not put into practice an antecedent knowledge, but has immediately a hold on matter. The power of the hand that grasps or tears up or crushes or kneads relates the element, not to an infinity by relation to which the thing would be defined, but to an end in the sense of a goal, to the goal of need. A fathomless depth divined by enjoyment in the element yields to labor, which masters the future and stills the anonymous rustling of the there is, the uncontrollable stirring of the elemental, disquieting even within enjoyment itself. This fathomless obscurity of matter is presented to labor as resistance and not as the face-to-face. Not as an idea of resistance, not as a resistance announced in an idea, or, as a face, announcing itself to be absolute but already in contact with the hand that breaks it, and virtually overcome. The laborer will subjugate it, it does not oppose frontally, but as already abdicating to the hand which seeks its vulnerable point, which, already ruse and industry, reaches for it obliquely. Labor grapples with the fallacious resistance of nameless matter, the infinity of its nothingness. Thus in the last analysis labor cannot be called violence, it is applied to what is faceless, to the resistance of nothingness. It acts in the phenomenon. It attacks only the facelessness of the pagan gods whose nothingness is henceforth exposed. Prometheus stealing the fire of the heavens symbolizes industrious labor in its impiety. Labor masters or suspends sine die the indeterminate future of the element. By taking hold of things, by treating being as a furnishing, transportable into a home, it disposes of the unforeseeable future in which being's ascendancy over us was portended, it reserves this future for itself. Possession removes being from change. In essence durable, it does not only endure as a state of mind, it affirms its power over time, over what belongs to nobody, over the future. Possession posits the product of labor as what remains permanent in time, a substance. Things present themselves as solids with contours clearly delimited. Along with tables, chairs, envelopes, notebooks, pens, fabricated things, stones, grains of salt, clumps of earth, icicles, apples are things. The form which separates the object, which delineates sides for it, seems to constitute it. One thing is distinct from another because an interval separates them. But a part of a thing is in its turn a thing, the back, the leg of the chair, for example. But also any fragment of the leg is a thing, even if it does not constitute one of its articulations. Everything one can detach and remove from it. The contour of the thing marks the possibility of detaching it, moving it without the others, taking it away. A thing is a movable, a fumishing mobile. It keeps a certain proportion relative to the human body. This proportion subjects it to the hand, and not only to enjoyment. The hand both brings the elemental qualities to enjoyment, and takes and keeps them for future enjoyment. The hand delineates a world by drawing what it grasps from the element, delineating definite beings having forms, that is, solids. The informing of the formless is solidification, emergence of the graspable, the existent, support of qualities. Substantiality thus does not reside in the sensible nature of things, since sensibility coincides with enjoyment. Enjoying an adjective without substantive, a pure quality, a quality without support. Abstraction, which would promote the sensible to a concept, would not confer upon it the substantiality the sensible content lacks unless we stress, not the content of the concept, but the latent birth of the concept in the primordial hold effected by labor. The intelligibility of the concept would then designate its reference to the seizure by labor by which possession is produced. The substantiality of a thing lies in its solidity, offering itself to the hand which takes and takes away. The hand is thus not only the point at which we communicate a certain quantity of force to matter. It traverses the intermination of the element, suspends its unforeseeable surprises, postpones the enjoyment in which they already threaten. The hand takes and comprehends, it recognizes the being of the existent, seizing upon the substance and not the shadow, and at the same time it suspends that being, since being is its possession. And yet this suspended, tamed being is maintained, is not worn away in the enjoyment that consumes and uses up. For a time, it is posited as durable, as substance. To some extent things are the non-edible, the tool, the object of everyday use, the instrument of labor, a good. The hand comprehends the thing not because it touches it on all sides at the same time, it does not touch it throughout, but because it is no longer a sense organ, pure enjoyment, pure sensibility, but is mastery, domination, disposition which do not belong to the order of sensibility. An organ for taking, for acquisition, it gathers the fruit but holds it far from the lips, keeps it, puts it in reserve, possesses it in a home. The dwelling conditions labor. The hand that acquires is burdened by what it takes, it does not found possession by itself. Moreover, the very project of acquisition presupposes the recollection of the dwelling. Bautru says somewhere that possession prolongs our body. But the body as naked body is not the first possession, it is still outside of having and not having. We dispose of our body inasmuch as we have already suspended the being of the element that bathes us, by inhabiting. The body is my possession according as my being maintains itself in a home at the limit of interiority and exteriority. The extraterritoriality of a home conditions the very possession of my body. Substance refers to the dwelling, that is, in the etymological sense of the term, to economy. Possession grasps being in the object, but it grasps it, that is, forthwith contests it. In placing it in my home as a possession, it confers upon it a being of pure appearance, a phenomenal being. The thing that is mine or another's is not in itself. Possession alone touches substance, the other relations with the thing only affect attributes. The function of being implement, as the value the things bear, imposes itself to spontaneous consciousness not as substance, but as one of the attributes of these beings. The access to values, usage, manipulation and manufacture rest on possession, on the hand that takes, that acquires, that brings back home. The substantiality of a thing, correlative of possession, does not consist in the thing presenting itself absolutely. In their presentation things are acquired, are given. Because it is not in itself, a thing can be exchanged and accordingly be compared, be quantified, and consequently already lose its very identity, be reflected in money. The identity of a thing is thus not its primordial structure. It disappears as soon as the thing is approached as matter. Property alone institutes permanence in the pure quality of enjoyment, but this permanence disappears forthwith in the phenomenality reflected in money. As property, merchandise, bought and sold, a thing is revealed in the market as susceptible of belonging, being exchanged, and accordingly as convertible into money, susceptible of dispersing in the anonymity of money. But possession itself refers to more profound metaphysical relations. A thing does not resist acquisition, the other possessors, those whom one cannot possess, contest and therefore can sanction possession itself. Thus the possession of things issues in a discourse. The action that is beyond labor, presupposing the absolute resistance of the face of another being, is command and word or the violence of murder. 5. Labor, the body, consciousness. The doctrine that interprets the world as a horizon from which things are presented as implements, the equipment of an existence concerned for its being, fails to recognize the being established at the threshold of an interiority the dwelling makes possible. Every manipulation of a system of tools and implements, every labor, presupposes a primordial hold on the things, possession, whose latent birth is marked by the home, at the frontier of interiority. The world is a possible possession, and every transformation of the world by industry is a variation of the regime of property. Proceeding from the dwelling, possession, accomplished by the quasi-miraculous grasp of a thing in the night, in the apeiron of prime matter, discovers a world. The grasp of a thing illuminates the very night of the apeiron, it is not the world that makes things possible. On the other hand, the intellectualist conception of a world as a spectacle given to impassive contemplation likewise fails to recognize the recollection of the dwelling, without which the incessant buzzing of the element cannot present itself to the hand that grasps, for without the recollection of the dwelling the hand qua hand cannot arise in the body immersed in the element. Contemplation is not the suspension of the activity of man, it comes after the suspension of the chaotic and thus independent being of the element, and after the encounter of the other who calls in question possession itself. Contemplation in any case presupposes the very mobilization of the thing, grasped by the hand. In the preceding considerations the body appeared not as an object among other objects, but as the very regime in which separation holds sway, as the how of this separation and so to speak as an adverb rather than as a substantive. It is as though in the vibration of separated existing there would by essence be produced a node where a movement of interiorization meets a movement of labor and acquisition directed toward the fathomless depth of the elements whereby the separated being is placed between two voids, in the somewhere in which it posits itself precisely as separate. This situation must be deduced and described more closely. In the paradisal enjoyment, timeless and carefree, the distinction between activity and passivity is undone in agreeableness agreement. Enjoyment is wholly nourished by the outside it inhabits, but its agreeableness manifests its sovereignty, a sovereignty as foreign to the freedom of a kausasui, which nothing outside could affect, as to the Heideggerian Dwarfenheit, which, caught up in the other that limits it and negates it, suffers from this alterity as much as would an idealist freedom. The separated being is separated or content in its joy of breathing, seeing, and feeling. The other in which it jubilates the elements is initially neither for nor against it. No assumption marks the primary relation of enjoyment, which is neither suppression of nor reconciliation with the other. But what is distinctive about the sovereignty of the I that vibrates in enjoyment is that it is steeped in a medium and consequently undergoes influences. The originality of influence lies in that the autonomous being of enjoyment can be discovered, in this very enjoyment to which it cleaves, to be determined by what it is not, but without enjoyment being broken up, without violence being produced. It appears as the product of the medium in which, however, it bathes, self-sufficient. Autochthony is at the same time an attribute of sovereignty and of submission, they are simultaneous. What has influence over life seeps into it like a sweet poison. It is alienated, but even in suffering the alienation comes to it from within. This ever-possible inversion of life cannot be stated in terms of limited or finite freedom. Freedom is presented here as one of the possibilities of the primordial equivocation that plays in the autochthonous life. The existence of this equivocation is the body. The sovereignty of enjoyment nourishes its independence with a dependence on the other. The sovereignty of enjoyment runs the risk of a betrayal, the alterity from which it lives already expels it from paradise. Life is a body, not only lived body cor propria, where its self-sufficiency emerges, but a crossroads of physical forces, body effect. In its deep-seated fear life attests this ever-possible inversion of the body master into body slave, of health into sickness. To be a body is on the one hand to stand se tenere, to be master of oneself, and, on the other hand, to stand on the earth, to be in the other, and thus to be encumbered by one's body. But we repeat, this encumberment is not produced as a pure dependence, it forms the happiness of him who enjoys it. What is necessary to my existence in order to subsist interests my existence. I pass from this dependence to this joyous independence, and in my very suffering I derive my existence from within. To be at home with oneself in something other than oneself, to be oneself while living from something other than oneself, to live from, is concretized in corporeal existence. Incarnate thought is not initially produced as a thought that acts on the world, but as a separated existence which affirms its independence in the happy dependence of need. It is not that this equivocation amounts to two successive points of view on separation, their simultaneity constitutes the body. To neither of the aspects which reveal themselves in turn does the last word belong. The dwelling suspends or postpones this betrayal by making acquisition and labor possible. The dwelling, overcoming the insecurity of life, is a perpetual postponement of the expiration in which life risks foundering. The consciousness of death is the consciousness of the perpetual postponement of death, in the essential ignorance of its date. Enjoyment as the body that labors maintains itself in this primary postponement, that which opens the very dimension of time. The suffering of the recollected being, which is patience in the primary sense, pure passivity, is at the same time openness upon duration, postponement, within this suffering. In patience the imminence of defeat, but also a distance in its regard, coincide. The ambiguity of the body is consciousness. There therefore exists no duality lived body and physical body which would have to be reconciled. The dwelling which lodges and prolongs life, the world life acquires and utilizes by labor, is also the physical world where labor is interpreted as a play of anonymous forces. For the forces of the exterior world the dwelling is only a postponement. The domiciled being stands out from the things only because it accords itself a delay, because it delays the effect, because it labors. We have not contested the spontaneity of life. We have, on the contrary, reduced the problem of the interaction of the body and the world to inhabitation, to living from, where the schema of a freedom causa sui incomprehensibly limited is no longer to be found. Freedom as a relation of life with an other that lodges it, and by which life is at home with itself, is not a finite freedom, it is virtually a null freedom. Freedom is as it were the byproduct of life. Its adhesion to the world in which it risks being lost is precisely, and at the same time, that by which it defends itself and is at home with itself. This body, a sector of an elemental reality, is also what permits taking hold of the world, laboring. To be free is to build a world in which one could be free. Labor comes from a being that is a thing among things and in contact with things, but, within this contact, coming from its being at home with itself. Consciousness does not fall into a body, is not incarnated, it is a disincarnation or, more exactly, a postponing of the corporeity of the body. This is not produced in the ether of abstraction but as all the concreteness of dwelling and labor. To be conscious is to be in relation with what is, but as though the present of what is were not yet entirely accomplished and only constituted the future of a recollected being. To be conscious is precisely to have time not to exceed the present time in the project that anticipates the future, but to have a distance with regard to the present itself, to be related to the element in which one is settled as to what is not yet there. All the freedom of inhabitation depends on the time that, for the inhabitant, still always remains. The incommensurable, that is, the incomprehensible format of the surrounding medium leaves time. The distance with regard to the element to which the eye is given over menaces it in its dwelling only in the future. For the moment the present is only consciousness of danger, fear, which is feeling par excellence. The intermination of the element, its future, becomes consciousness, the possibility of making use of time. Labor characterizes not a freedom that has detached itself from being, but a will, a being that is threatened, but has time at its disposal to ward off the threat. The will marks, in the general economy of being, the point where the definitiveness of an event is produced as non-definitive. The strength of the will does not proceed as a force more powerful than the obstacle. It does not approach the obstacle head-on, but consists in always giving oneself a distance with regard to it, catching sight of an interval between oneself and the imminence of the obstacle. To will is to forestall danger. To conceive the future is to forestall. To labor is to delay its expiration. But labor is possible only in a being that has the structure of the body, a being grasping beings, that is, recollected at home with itself and only in relation with the non-I. But time, which manifests itself in the recollection of dwelling, presupposes, as we will explain further, the relation with an other that is not given to labor, the relationship with the other, with infinity, metaphysics. This ambiguity of the body, by which the I is engaged in the other but comes always from the hither side, is produced in labor. Labor does not consist in being first cause in a continuous chain of causes such as an already illuminated thought apperceives it, being the cause that would be operative the moment thought, proceeding backward from the end, would stop upon the cause closest to us because coinciding with us. The different causes closely linked form a mechanism whose essence is expressed in the machine. The wheels of machinery are perfectly adjusted to one another and form an unbroken continuity. In the case of a machine, one can just as well say that the result is the final cause, or the effect, of the first movement. But the movement of the body that releases the machine's action, the hand that bears itself toward the hammer or the nail that is to be driven in, is not simply the efficient cause of this end, while the end would be the final cause of the movement. For in the movement of the hand it is always to some measure a matter of seeking and catching hold of the goal, with all the contingencies this involves. This distance hollowed out and traversed by the body toward the machine or the mechanism it sets into motion may be greater or less, its margin can be much restricted in habitual gestures. But even when the gesture is habitual, skill and practice are needed to guide the habit. In other words, the action of the body, which after the event will be statable in terms of causality, unfolds at the time under the dominion of a cause which is, in the true sense of the term, final. The intermediaries that will enable this distance to be filled in, so as to release one another automatically, are not yet found. The hand ventures forth and catches hold of its goal with an inevitable share of chance or of mischance, since it can miss its try. The hand is by essence groping and emprise. Groping is not a technically imperfect action, but the condition for all technique. The end is not caught sight of as an end in a disincarnate aspiration, whose destiny it would fix as the cause fixes the destiny of the effect. If the determinism of an end cannot be converted into a determinism of a cause, this is because the conception of an end is inseparable from its realization. An end does not attract, is not in some measure inevitable, but is caught hold of, and thus presupposes the body qua hand. Only a being endowed with organs can conceive a technical finality, a relation between the end and the tool. The end is a term the hand searches for in the risk of missing it. The body as possibility of a hand and its whole corporeity can be substituted for the hand exists in the virtuality of this movement betaking itself toward the tool. Groping, the work of the hand par excellence, and the work adequate to the apeiron of the element, makes possible the whole originality of the final cause. It is said that if the attraction that an end exercises is not entirely reducible to a continuous series of shocks, a continuous propulsion, this is because the idea of the end governs the release of these shocks. But this idea of the end would be an epiphenomenon were it not manifested in the way the first shock is given, a thrust in the void, at random. In reality, the representation of the end and the movement of the hand that plunges toward it through an unexplored distance, preceded by no searchlight, constitute but one and the same event, and define a being that, while being in the midst of a world in which it is implanted, yet comes to this world from the hither side of this world, from a dimension of interiority, a being that inhabits the world, that is at home with itself in it. Groping reveals the position of the body which at the same time is integrated into being and remains in its interstices, always invited to traverse a distance at random, and maintains itself in this position all by itself. Such is the position of a separated being. 6. The freedom of representation and gift. To be separated is to dwell somewhere. Separation is produced positively in localization. The body does not happen as an accident to the soul. Shall we say that it is the insertion of a soul in extension? This metaphor solves nothing. There would remain the problem of understanding the insertion of the soul in the extension of the body. Appearing to representation as a thing among things, the body is in fact the mode in which a being, neither spatial nor foreign to geometrical or physical extension, exists separately. It is the regime of separation. The somewhere of dwelling is produced as a primordial event relative to which the event of the unfolding of physico-geometrical extension must be understood and not the reverse. And yet representational thought which nourishes itself and lives from the very being it represents to itself refers to an exceptional possibility of this separated existence. It is not that to an intention called theoretical, basis of the I, would be added volitions, desires, and sentiments, so as to transform thought into life. The strictly intellectualist thesis subordinates life to representation. It maintains that in order to will it is first necessary to represent to oneself what one wills, in order to desire, represent one's goal to oneself, in order to feel, represent to oneself the object of the sentiment, and in order to act, represent to oneself what one will do. But how would the tension and care of a life arise from impassive representation? The converse thesis presents no fewer difficulties. Does representation, as the limit case of an engagement in reality, the residue of an act suspended and hesitant, representation as the misfire of action, exhaust the essence of theory? If it is not possible to draw from an impassive contemplation of an object the finality necessary for action, is it easier to derive from commitment, from action, from care, the freedom of contemplation representation evinces? Moreover, the philosophical meaning of representation does not become evident from the simple opposition of representation to action. Does impassiveness opposed to commitment sufficiently characterize representation? Is the freedom with which it is linked an absence of relation, an outcome of history in which nothing remains other, and consequently a sovereignty in the void? Representation is conditioned. Its transcendental pretension is constantly belied by the life that is already implanted in the being representation claims to constitute. But representation claims to substitute itself after the event for this life in reality, so as to constitute this very reality. Separation has to be able to account for this constitutive conditioning accomplished by representation, though representation be produced after the event. The theoretical, being after the event, being essentially memory, is to be sure not creative, but its critical essence, its retrogressive movement, is no wise a possibility of enjoyment and labor. It evinces a new energy, oriented upstream, counter-current, which the impassiveness of contemplation expresses only superficially. That representation is conditioned by life, but that this conditioning could be reversed after the event, that idealism is an eternal temptation, results from the very event of separation, which must not at any moment be interpreted as an abstract cleavage in space. The fact of the after the event does show that the possibility of constitutive representation does not restore to abstract eternity or to the instant the privilege of measuring all things. It shows, on the contrary, that the production of separation is bound to time, and even that the articulation of separation in time is produced thus in itself and not only secondarily, for us. The possibility of a representation that is constitutive but already rests on the enjoyment of a real completely constituted indicates the radical character of the uprootedness of him who is recollected in a home, where the I, while steeped in the elements, takes up its position before a nature. The elements in and from which I live are also that to which I am opposed. The feat of having limited a part of this world and having closed it off, having access to the elements I enjoy by way of the door and the window, realizes extraterritoriality and the sovereignty of thought, anterior to the world to which it is posterior. Posteriorly, separation is not thus known, it is thus produced. Memory is precisely the accomplishment of this ontological structure. A marsh wave that returns to wash the strand beneath the line it left, a spasm of time conditions remembrance. Thus only do I see without being seen, like Gyges, am no longer invaded by nature, no longer immersed in a tone or an atmosphere. Thus only does the equivocal essence of the home hollow out interstices in the continuity of the earth. The Heideggerian analyses of the world have accustomed us to think that the in view of oneself that characterizes Dasein, care in situation, in the last analysis conditions every human product. In being and time the home does not appear apart from the system of implements. But can the in view of oneself characteristic of care be brought about without a disengagement from the situation, without a recollection and without extraterritoriality, without being at home with oneself? Instinct remains inserted in its situation, the hand that gropes traverses a void at random. Whence does this transcendental energy come to me, this postponement which is time itself, this future in which memory will lay hold of a past that was before the past, the deep past, never past enough, an energy already presupposed by recollection in a home? We have defined representation as a determination of the other by the same, without the same being determined by the other. This definition excluded representation from reciprocal relations, whose terms meet and limit one another. To represent to oneself that from which I live would be equivalent to remaining exterior to the elements in which I am steeped. But if I cannot quit the space in which I am steeped, with a dwelling I can but approach these elements, possess things. I can indeed recollect myself in the midst of my life, which is life from. However, the negative moment of this dwelling which determines possession, the recollection which draws me out of submergence, is not a simple echo of possession. We may not see in it the counterpart of presence to things, as though the possession of things, as a presence to them, dialectically contain the withdrawal from them. This withdrawal implies a new event. I must have been in relation with something I do not live from. This event is the relation with the other who welcomes me in the home, the discrete presence of the feminine. But in order that I be able to free myself from the very possession that the welcome of the home establishes, in order that I be able to see things in themselves, that is, represent them to myself, refuse both enjoyment and possession, I must know how to give what I possess. Only thus could I situate myself absolutely above my engagement in the non-I. But for this I must encounter the indiscrete face of the other that calls me into question. The other, the absolutely other, paralyzes possession, which he contests by his epiphany in the face. He can contest my possession only because he approaches me not from the outside but from above. The same cannot lay hold of this other without suppressing him. But the untraversable infinity of the negation of murder is announced by this dimension of height, where the other comes to me concretely in the ethical impossibility of committing this murder. I welcome the other who presents himself in my home by opening my home to him. The calling in question of the I, coextensive with the manifestation of the other in the face, we call language. The height from which language comes we designate with the term teaching. Socratic maieutic prevailed over a pedagogy that introduced ideas into a mind by violating or seducing, which amounts to the same thing, that mind. It does not preclude the openness of the very dimension of infinity, which is height, in the face of the master. This voice coming from another shore teaches transcendence itself. Teaching signifies the whole infinity of exteriority. And the whole infinity of exteriority is not first produced, to then teach. Teaching is its very production. The first teaching teaches this very height, tantamount to its exteriority, the ethical. In this commerce with the infinity of exteriority or of height, the naivete of the direct impulse, the naivete of the being exercising itself as a force on the move, is ashamed of its naivete. It discovers itself as a violence, but thereby enters into a new dimension. Commerce with the alterity of infinity does not offend like an opinion, it does not limit a mind in a way inadmissible to a philosopher. Limitation is produced only within a totality, whereas the relation with the other breaks the ceiling of the totality. It is fundamentally pacific. The other is not opposed to me as a freedom other than, but similar to my own, and consequently hostile to my own. The other is not another freedom as arbitrary as my own, in which case it would traverse the infinity that separates me from him and enter under the same concept. His alterity is manifested in a mastery that does not conquer, but teaches. Teaching is not a species of a genus called domination, a hegemony at work within a totality, but is the presence of infinity breaking the closed circle of totality. Representation derives its freedom with regard to the world that nourishes it from the relation essentially moral, that with the other. Morality is not added to the preoccupations of the I, so as to order them or have them judged. It calls in question, and puts at a distance from itself, the I itself. Representation began not in the presence of a thing exposed to my violence but empirically escaping my powers, but in my possibility of calling this violence into question, in a possibility produced by the commerce with infinity, by society. The positive deployment of the specific relation with the other, without frontier or any negativity, is produced in language. Language does not belong among the relations that could appear through the structures of formal logic, it is contact across a distance, relation with the non-touchable, across a void. It takes place in the dimension of absolute desire, by which the same is in relation with an other that was not simply lost by the same. We are not required to take contact or vision to be the archetypal gestures of straightforwardness. The other is neither initially nor ultimately what we grasp or what we thematize. For truth is neither in seeing nor in grasping, which are modes of enjoyment, sensibility, and possession. It is in transcendence, in which absolute exteriority presents itself in expressing itself, in a movement at each instant recovering and deciphering the very signs it emits. But the transcendence of the face is not enacted outside of the world, as though the economy by which separation is produced remained beneath a sort of beatific contemplation of the other, which would thereby turn into the idolatry that brews in all contemplation. The vision of the face as face is a certain mode of sojourning in a home, or to speak in a less singular fashion, a certain form of economic life. No human or interhuman relationship can be enacted outside of economy, no face can be approached with empty hands and closed home. Recollection in a home open to the other, hospitality, is the concrete and initial fact of human recollection and separation. It coincides with the desire for the other, absolutely transcendent. The chosen home is the very opposite of a route. It indicates a disengagement, a wandering errance which has made it possible, which is not a less with respect to installation, but the surplus of the relationship with the other, metaphysics. But the separated being can close itself up in its egoism, that is, in the very accomplishment of its isolation. And this possibility of forgetting the transcendence of the other, of banishing with impunity all hospitality, that is, all language, from one's home, banishing the transcendental relation that alone permits the I to shut itself up in itself, evinces the absolute truth, the radicalism, of separation. Separation is not only dialectically correlative with transcendence, as its reverse, it is accomplished as a positive event. The relation with infinity remains as another possibility of the being recollected in its dwelling. The possibility for the home to open to the other is as essential to the essence of the home as closed doors and windows. Separation would not be radical if the possibility of shutting oneself up at home with oneself could not be produced without internal contradiction as an event in itself, as atheism itself is produced if it should only be an empirical, psychological fact, an illusion. Gyges' ring symbolizes separation. Gyges plays a double game, a presence to the others and an absence, speaking to others and evading speech. Gyges is the very condition of man, the possibility of injustice and radical egoism, the possibility of accepting the rules of the game, but cheating. Our work in all its developments strives to free itself from the conception that seeks to unite events of existence affected with opposite signs in an ambivalent condition which alone would have ontological dignity, while the events themselves proceeding in one direction or in another would remain empirical, articulating nothing ontologically new. The method practiced here does indeed consist in seeking the condition of empirical situations, but it leaves to the developments called empirical, in which the conditioning possibility is accomplished, it leaves to the concretization an ontological role that specifies the meaning of the fundamental possibility, a meaning invisible in that condition. The relationship with the other is not produced outside of the world, but puts in question the world possessed. The relationship with the other, transcendence, consists in speaking the world to the other. But language accomplishes the primordial putting in common which refers to possession and presupposes economy. The universality a thing receives from the word that extracts it from the hic et nunc loses its mystery in the ethical perspective in which language is situated. The hic et nunc itself issues from possession, in which the thing is grasped, and language, which designates it to the other, is a primordial dispossession, a first donation. The generality of the word institutes a common world. The ethical event at the basis of generalization is the underlying intention of language. The relation with the other does not only stimulate, provoke generalization, does not only supply it with the pretext and the occasion, this no one has ever contested, but is this generalization itself. Generalization is a universalization, but universalization is not the entry of a sensible thing into a no man's land of the ideal, is not purely negative like a sterile renunciation, but is the offering of the world to the other. Transcendence is not a vision of the other, but a primordial donation. L'Algage does not exteriorize a representation pre-existing in me, it puts in common a world hitherto mine. Language effectuates the entry of things into a new ether in which they receive a name and become concepts. It is a first action over and above labor, an action without action, even though speech involves the effort of labor, even though, as incarnate thought, it inserts us into the world, with the risks and hazards of all action. At each instant it exceeds this labor by the generosity of the offer it forthwith makes of this very labor. The analyses of language that tend to present it as one meaningful action among others fail to recognize this offering of the world, this offering of contents which answers to the face of the other or which questions him, and first opens the perspective of the meaningful. E. The world of phenomena and expression. E Levinas. One separation is an economy. In affirming separation we are not transposing into an abstract formula the empirical image of a spatial interval which joins its extremities by the very space that separates them. Separation must take form outside of this formalism, as an event that is not equivalent to its contrary as soon as it is produced. To separate oneself, to not remain bound up with the totality, is positively to be somewhere, in the home, to be economically. The somewhere and the home render egoism, the primordial mode of being in which separation is produced, explicit. Egoism is an ontological event, an effective rending, and not a dream running along the surface of being, negligible as a shadow. The rending of a totality can be produced only by the throbbing of an egoism that is neither illusory nor subordinated in any way whatever to the totality it rends. Egoism is life, life from or enjoyment. Enjoyment, given over to the elements which content it but lead it off into the nowhere and menace it, withdraws into a dwelling. So many opposed movements the submergence in the elements which begins to open up interiority, the sojourn, happy and needy, on the earth, time, and the consciousness which loosens the vice of being and ensures the mastery of a world are united in the corporeal being of man nakedness and indigence, exposed to the anonymous exteriority of heat and cold but recollecting in the interiority of being at home with oneself, and hence labor and possession. In laboring possession reduces to the same what at first presented itself as other. Despite the infinite extension of needs it makes possible economic existence remains within the same, just as animal existence. Its movement is centripetal. But is not this interiority manifested on the outside by works? Do not works succeed in breaking through the crust of separation? Do not actions, gestures, manners, objects utilized and fabricated recount their author? To be sure, but only if they have been clothed with the signification of language, which is instituted above and beyond works. Through works alone the I does not come outside, it withdraws from them or congeals in them as though it did not appeal to the other and did not respond to him, but in its activity sought comfort, privacy, and sleep. The lines of meaning traced in matter by activity are immediately charged with equivocations, as though action, in pursuing its design, were without regard for exteriority, without attention. In undertaking what I willed I realized so many things I did not will, the work rises in the midst of the wastes of labor. The worker does not hold in his hands all the threads of his own action. He is exteriorized by acts that are already in a sense abortive. If his works deliver signs, they have to be deciphered without his assistance. If he participates in this deciphering, he speaks. Thus the product of labor is not an inalienable possession, and it can be usurped by the other. Works have a destiny independent of the I, are integrated in an ensemble of works, they can be exchanged, that is, be maintained in the anonymity of money. Integration in an economic world does not commit the interiority from which works proceed. This inner life does not die away like a straw fire, but it does not recognize itself in the existence attributed to it within economy. This is attested in the consciousness the person has of the tyranny of the state. The state awakens the person to a freedom it immediately violates. The state which realizes its essence in work slips toward tyranny and thus attests my absence from those works, which across the economic necessities return to me as alien. From the work I am only deduced and am already ill understood, betrayed rather than expressed. But neither do I break through the crust of separation by approaching the other in his works, which, like my own, are delivered over to the anonymous field of the economic life, in which I maintain myself egoist and separated, identifying in the diverse my own identity as the same, through labor and possession. The other signals himself but does not present himself. The works symbolize him. The symbolism of life and labor symbolizes in that very particular sense Freud discovered in all our conscious manifestations and in our dreams, and which is the essence of every sign, its primordial definition, it reveals only in concealing. In this sense the signs constitute and protect my privacy. To be expressed by one's life, by one's works, is precisely to decline expression. Labor remains economic, it comes from the home and returns to it, a movement of odyssey where the adventure pursued in the world is but the accident of a return. Absolutely speaking, the interpretation of the symbol can assuredly lead to an intention divined, but we penetrate into this interior world as by burglary and without conjuring the absence. The word alone but disengaged from its density as a linguistic product can put an end to this absence. 2. Works and expression. Things manifest themselves as answering to a question relative to which they have a meaning, the question quid. This question calls for a substantive and an adjective inseparably. To this quest corresponds a content, sensible or intellectual, a comprehension by concept. The author of the work, approached from the work, will be present only as a content. This content cannot be detached from the context, from the system in which the works themselves are integrated, and it answers to the question by its place in the system. To ask what is to ask as what, it is not to take the manifestation for itself. But the question that asks about the quid deity is put to someone. He who is to respond has long already presented himself, responding thus to a question prior to every question in search of quid thetes. In fact, the who is it, is not a question and is not satisfied by a knowing. He to whom the question is put has already presented himself, without being a content. He has presented himself as a face. The face is not a modality of quid deity, an answer to a question, but the correlative of what is prior to every question. What is prior to every question is not in its turn a question nor a knowledge possessed a priori, but is desire. The who correlative of desire, the who to whom the question is put, is, in metaphysics, a notion as fundamental and as universal as quid deity and being and the existent and the categories. To be sure, most of the time the who is a what. We ask who is Mr. X, and we answer, he is the president of the state council, or he is Mr. So-and-so. The answer presents itself as a quid deity, it refers to a system of relations. To the question who answers the non-qualifiable presence of an existent who presents himself without reference to anything, and yet distinguishes himself from every other existent. The question who envisages a face. The notion of the face differs from every represented content. If the question who does not question in the same sense as the question what, it is that here what one asks and he whom one questions coincide. To aim at a face is to put the question who to the very face that is the answer to this question, the answerer and the answered coincide. The face, preeminently expression, formulates the first word, the signifier arising at the thrust of his sign, as eyes that look at you. The who involved in activity is not expressed in the activity, is not present, does not attend his own manifestation, but is simply signified in it by a sign in a system of signs, that is, as a being who is manifested precisely as absent from his manifestation, a manifestation in the absence of being a phenomenon. When we understand man on the basis of his works, he is more surprised than understood. His life and his labor mask him. As symbols they call for interpretation. Here phenomenality does not simply designate a relativity of knowledge, but a mode of being where nothing is ultimate, where everything is a sign, a present absenting itself from its presence and in this sense a dream. With the exteriority that is not that of things, symbolism disappears and the order of being begins, and a day dawns from whose depths no new day is to dawn. What inward existence lacks is not a being in the superlative, prolonging and amplifying the equivocations of interiority and of its symbolism, but an order where all the symbolisms are deciphered by beings that present themselves absolutely, that express themselves. The same is not the absolute, its reality expressed in its work is absent from its work. In its economic existence its reality is not total. It is only in approaching the other that I attend to myself. This does not mean that my existence is constituted in the thought of the others. An existence called objective, such as is reflected in the thought of the others, and by which I count in universality, in the state, in history, in the totality, does not express me, but precisely dissimulates me. The face I welcome makes me pass from phenomenon to being in another sense. In discourse I expose myself to the questioning of the other, and this urgency of the response acuteness of the present engenders me for responsibility. As responsible I am brought to my final reality. This extreme attention does not actualize what was in potency, for it is not conceivable without the other. Being attentive signifies a surplus of consciousness, and presupposes the call of the other. To be attentive is to recognize the mastery of the other, to receive his command, or, more exactly, to receive from him the command to command. When I seek my final reality, I find that my existence as a thing in itself begins with the presence in me of the idea of infinity. But this relation already consists in serving the other. Death is not this master. Always future and unknown, it gives rise to fear or flight from responsibilities. Courage exists in spite of it. It has its ideal elsewhere, it commits me to life. Death, source of all myths, is present only in the other, and only in him does it summon me urgently to my final essence, to my responsibility. For the totality of contentment to reveal its phenomenality and its inadequateness to the absolute, it does not suffice that a discontent be substituted for contentment. Discontent still remains within the horizons of a totality, as an indigence which, in need, anticipates its satisfaction. Such is a lower proletariat that would covet but the comfort of the bourgeois interior and its fleshpot horizons. The totality of contentment betrays its own phenomenality when an exteriority that does not slip into the void of needs gratified or frustrated supervenes. The totality of contentment reveals its phenomenality when this exteriority, incommensurable with needs, breaks interiority by this very incommensurability. Interiority then discovers itself to be insufficient, but this insufficiency does not designate any limitation imposed by this exteriority. The insufficiency of interiority is not immediately convertible into needs presaging their satisfaction or suffering from their penury. The broken interiority is not mended in the horizons outlined by needs. Such an exteriority reveals an insufficiency of the separated being that is without possible satisfaction, not only unsatisfied in fact, but outside of every perspective of satisfaction or unsatisfaction. The exteriority foreign to needs would then reveal an insufficiency full of this very insufficiency and not of hopes, a distance more precious than contact, a non-possession more precious than possession, a hunger that nourishes itself not with bread but with hunger itself. This is not some romantic dream, but what from the beginning of this research imposed itself as desire. Desire does not coincide with an unsatisfied need, it is situated beyond satisfaction and non-satisfaction. The relationship with the other, or the idea of infinity, accomplishes it. Each can live it in the strange desire of the other that no voluptuosity comes to fulfill, nor close, nor put to sleep. By virtue of this relationship man, withdrawn from the element, recollected in a home, represents a world to himself. Because of it, because of presence before the face of the other, man does not permit himself to be deceived by his glorious triumph as a living being, and unlike the animal can know the difference between being and phenomenon, can recognize his phenomenality, the penury of his plenitude, a penury inconvertible into needs which, being beyond plenitude and void, cannot be gratified. 3. Phenomenon and being. The epiphany of exteriority, which exposes the deficiency of the sovereign interiority of the separated being, does not situate interiority, as one part limited by another, in a totality. We here enter the order of desire and the order of relations irreducible to those governing totality. The contradiction between the free interiority and the exteriority that should limit it is reconciled in the man open to teaching. Teaching is a discourse in which the master can bring to the student what the student does not yet know. It does not operate as maieutic, but continues the placing in me of the idea of infinity. The idea of infinity implies a soul capable of containing more than it can draw from itself. It designates an interior being that is capable of a relation with the exterior, and does not take its own interiority for the totality of being. This whole work seeks only to present the spiritual according to this Cartesian order, prior to the Socratic order. For the Socratic dialogue already presupposes beings who have decided for discourse, who consequently have accepted its rules, whereas teaching leads to the logical discourse without rhetoric, without flattery or seduction, and hence without violence, and maintaining the interiority of him who welcomes. The man of enjoyment who remains in interiority, who ensures his separation, can be unaware of his phenomenality. This possibility of ignorance does not denote an inferior degree of consciousness, but is the very price of separation. Separation as a break with participation was deduced from the idea of infinity. It is therefore also a relation extending over the irremediable abyss of this separation. If separation had to be described in terms of enjoyment and economy, this is because the sovereignty of man was nowise a simple reverse of the relation with the other. Separation not being reducible to a simple counterpart of relation, the relationship with the other does not have the same status as the relations given to objectifying thought, where the distinction of terms also reflects their union. The relationship between me and the other does not have the structure formal logic finds in all relations. The terms remain absolute despite the relation in which they find themselves. The relation with the other is the only relation where such an overturning of formal logic can occur. But we then understand that the idea of infinity, which requires separation, requires it unto atheism, so profoundly that the idea of infinity could be forgotten. The forgetting of transcendence is not produced as an accident in a separated being, the possibility of this forgetting is necessary for separation. The distance and interiority remain intact in the resumption of the relationship, and when the soul opens, in the marvel of teaching, the transitivity of teaching is neither less nor more authentic than the freedom of the master and the student, though the separated being thereby leaves the plane of economy and labor. We have said that this moment when the separated being is discovered without expressing itself, when it appears but absents itself from its apparition, corresponds rather exactly to the meaning of phenomenon. The phenomenon is the being that appears, but remains absent. It is not an appearance, but a reality that lacks reality, still infinitely removed from its being. In the work someone's intention has been divined, but he has been judged in absentia. Being has not come to the assistance of itself, as Plato says about written discourse, the interlocutor has not attended his own revelation. One has penetrated into his interior, but in his absence. He has been understood like a prehistoric man who has left hatchets and drawings but no words. Everything comes to pass as though the word that lies and dissimulates, were absolutely indispensable for the trial, to clarify the items of a dossier and the objects constituting evidence, as though the word alone could assist the judges and render the accused present, as though by the word alone the multiple concurrent possibilities of the symbol, which symbolizes in silence and in twilight, could be sorted out and give birth to the truth. Being is a world in which one speaks and of which one speaks. Society is the presence of being. Being, the thing in itself, is not, with respect to the phenomenon, the hidden. Its presence presents itself in its word. To posit the thing in itself as hidden would be to suppose that it is with respect to the phenomenon what the phenomenon is to the appearance. The truth of disclosure is at most the truth of the phenomenon hidden under the appearances, the truth of the thing in itself is not disclosed. The thing in itself expresses itself. Expression manifests the presence of being, but not by simply drawing aside the veil of the phenomenon. It is of itself presence of a face, and hence appeal and teaching, entry into relation with me, the ethical relation. and expression does not manifest the presence of being by referring from the sign to the signified, it presents the signifier. The signifier, he who gives a sign, is not signified. It is necessary to have already been in the society of signifiers for the sign to be able to appear as a sign. Hence the signifier must present himself before every sign, by himself present a face. Speech is an incomparable manifestation, it does not accomplish the movement from the sign to the signifier and the signified, it unlocks what every sign closes up at the very moment it opens the passage that leads to the signified, by making the signifier attend this manifestation of the signified. This attendance measures the surplus of spoken language over written language, which has again become signs. Signs are a mute language, a language impeded. Language does not group symbols into systems, but deciphers the symbols. But when this primordial manifestation of the other has already taken place, when an existent has presented himself and come to the assistance of himself, not only verbal signs but all signs can serve as language. But speech itself does not always find the welcome that ought to be reserved to speech. For it involves non-speech, and can express in the sense that implements, clothing, and gestures express. In its mode of articulation, in its style, speech signifies as an activity and as a product. It is to pure speech what writing for graphologists is to the written expression for the reader. Speech taken as an activity signifies as due furnishings or implements. It does not have the total transparence of the gaze directed upon the gaze, the absolute frankness of the face-to-face proffered at the bottom of all speech. From my speech activity I absent myself, as I am missing from all my products. But I am the unfailing source of ever-renewed deciphering. And this renewal is precisely presence, or my attendance to myself. As long as the existence of man remains interiority, it remains phenomenal. The language by which a being exists for another is his unique possibility to exist with an existence that is more than his interior existence. The surplus that language involves with respect to all the works and labors that manifest a man measures the distance between the living man and the dead who, however, is alone recognized by history, which approaches him objectively in his work or his heritage. Between the subjectivity shut up in its interiority and the subjectivity poorly heard in history there is the attendance of the subjectivity that speaks. The return to univocal being from the world of signs and symbols proper to phenomenal existence does not consist in being integrated into a whole such as understanding conceives and politics establishes it. There the independence of the separated being is lost, unrecognized, and oppressed. To return to exterior being, to being in the univocal sense, the sense that hides no other sense, is to enter into the straightforwardness of the face-to-face. This is not a play of mirrors but my responsibility, that is, an existence already obligated. It places the center of gravitation of a being outside of that being. The surpassing of phenomenal or inward existence does not consist in receiving the recognition of the other, but in offering him one's being. To be in oneself is to express oneself, that is, already to serve the other. The ground of expression is goodness. To be kappa alpha theta alpha tau is to be good. A. Sensibility and the face. E Levinas. Is not the face given to vision? How does the epiphany as a face determine a relationship different from that which characterizes all our sensible experience? The idea of intentionality has compromised the idea of sensation by removing the character of being a concrete datum from this allegedly purely qualitative and subjective state, foreign to all objectification. Already the classical analysis had shown, from a psychological point of view, its constructed character. The sensation graspable by introspection is already a perception. It was said that we always find ourselves among things, color is always extended and objective, the color of a dress, a lawn, a wall, sound is a noise of a passing car, or a voice of someone speaking. In fact, nothing psychological would correspond to the simplicity of the physiological definition of sensation. Sensation as a simple quality floating in the air or in our soul represents an abstraction because, without the object to which it refers, quality can have the signification of being a quality only in a relative sense, By turning over a painting we can see the colors of the objects painted as colors in themselves but in fact already as colors of the canvas that bears them. Unless their purely aesthetic effect would consist in this detachment from the object. But then sensation would result from a long thought process. This critique of sensation failed to recognize the plane on which the sensible life is lived as enjoyment. This mode of life is not to be interpreted in function of objectification. Sensibility is not a fumbling objectification. Enjoyment, by essence satisfied, characterizes all sensations whose representational content dissolves into their affective content. The very distinction between representational and affective content is tantamount to a recognition that enjoyment is endowed with a dynamism other than that of perception. But we can speak of enjoyment or of sensation even in the domain of vision and audition, when one has seen or heard much, and the object revealed by the experiences is steeped in the enjoyment or suffering of pure sensation, in which one has bathed and lived as in qualities without support. The notion of sensation is thus somewhat rehabilitated. In other words, sensation recovers a reality when we see in it not the subjective counterpart of objective qualities, but an enjoyment anterior to the crystallization of consciousness, I and non-I, into subject and object. This crystallization occurs not as the ultimate finality of enjoyment but as a moment of its becoming, to be interpreted in terms of enjoyment. Rather than taking sensations to be contents destined to fill a priori forms of objectivity, a transcendental function sui generis must be recognized in them, and for each qualitative specificity in its own mode, a priori formal structures of the non-I are not necessarily structures of objectivity. The specificity of each sensation reduced precisely to that quality without support or extension the sensualist sought in it designates a structure not necessarily reducible to the schema of an object endowed with qualities. The senses have a meaning that is not predetermined as objectification. It is for having neglected in the sensibility this function of pure sensibility in the Kantian sense of the term and a whole transcendental aesthetics of contents of experience that we are led to posit the non-I in a univocal sense, as the objectivity of the object. In fact we reserve a transcendental function for visual and tactile qualities, and leave to qualities coming from other senses only the role of adjectives clinging to the visible and touched object which is inseparable from labor and the home. The object disclosed, discovered, appearing, a phenomenon, is the visible or touched object. Its objectivity is interpreted without the other sensations taking part in it. The ever self-identical objectivity would be found in the perspectives of vision or the movements of the hand that palpates. As Heidegger, after St. Augustine, pointed out, we use the term vision indifferently for every experience, even when it involves other senses than sight. And we also use the grasp in this privileged sense. Idea and concept cover with the whole of experience. This interpretation of experience on the basis of vision and touch is not due to chance and can accordingly expand into a civilization. It is incontestable that objectification operates in the gaze in a privileged way. It is not certain that its tendency to inform every experience is inscribed, and unequivocably so, in being. A phenomenology of sensation as enjoyment, a study of what we could call its transcendental function, which does not necessarily issue in the object nor in the qualitative specification of an object, as such simply seen, would be required. The critique of pure reason, in discovering the transcendental activity of the mind, has made familiar the idea of a spiritual activity that does not issue in an object, even though this revolutionary idea was in Kantian philosophy attenuated in that the activity in question constituted the condition for the object. A transcendental phenomenology of sensation would justify the return to the term sensation to characterize the transcendental function of the quality corresponding to it. For the ancient conception of sensation, in which the affecting of a subject by an object did enter, would evoke this function better than the naively realist language of the moderns. We have maintained that enjoyment which does not fit in the schema of objectification and vision does not exhaust its meaning in qualifying the visible object. All our analyses of the preceding section were guided by this conviction. They were also guided by the idea that representation is not a work of the look by itself, but of language. But in order to distinguish look and language, that is, the look and the welcome of the face which language presupposes, we must analyze more closely the privilege of vision. As Plato noted, besides the eye and the thing, vision presupposes the light. The eye does not see the light, but the object in the light. Vision is therefore a relation with a something established within a relation with what is not a something. We are in the light inasmuch as we encounter the thing in nothingness. The light makes the thing appear by driving out the shadows, it empties space. It makes space arise specifically as a void. Inasmuch as the movement of the hand that touches traverses the nothing of space, touch resembles vision. Nevertheless, vision has over the touch the privilege of maintaining the object in this void and receiving it always from this nothingness as from an origin, whereas in touch nothingness is manifested to the free movement of palpation. Thus for vision and for touch a being comes as though from nothingness, and in this precisely resides their traditional philosophical prestige. This coming forth from void is thus their coming from their origin. This openness of experience or this experience of openness explains the privilege of objectivity and its claim to coincide with the very being of existence. We find this schema of vision from Aristotle to Heidegger. In the light of generality which does not exist is established the relation with the individual. For Heidegger, an openness upon being, which is not a being, which is not a something, is necessary in order that, in general, a something manifest itself. In the rather formal fact that an existent is, in its work or its exercise of being in its very independence resides its intelligibility. Thus appear the structures of vision, where the relation of the subject with the object is subordinated to the relation of the object with the void of openness, which is not an object. The comprehension of an existent consists in precisely going beyond the existent, into the open. To comprehend the particular being is to apprehend it out of an illuminated sight it does not fill. But is not this spatial void a something the form of all experience, the object of geometry, something seen in its turn? In fact, it is necessary to make a stroke in order to see a line. Whatever be the significance of the passage to the limit, the notions of intuitive geometry will impose themselves upon us from the things seen. The line is the limit of a thing, the plane the surface of an object. It is on the basis of a something that geometrical notions impose themselves. They are experimental notions not because they would be contrary to reason, but because they become objects of view only on the basis of things. They are limits of things. But illuminated space involves the attenuation of these limits unto nothingness, their vanishing. Considered in itself, illuminated space, emptied by light of the obscurity that filled it, is nothing. To be sure, this void is not equivalent to absolute nothingness, to traverse it is not equivalent to transcending. But if empty space differs from nothingness, and if the distance it opens does not justify a claim to transcendence in the movement that traverses it, yet its plenitude nowise returns it to the status of an object. This plenitude is of another order. If the void that light produces in the space from which it drives out darkness is not equivalent to nothingness, even in the absence of any particular object, there is this void itself. It does not exist by virtue of a play on words. The negation of every qualifiable thing allows the impersonal there is to arise again, returning intact behind every negation, whatever be the degree of negation. The silence of infinite spaces is terrifying. The invasion of this there is does not correspond to any representation. We have described elsewhere its vertigo. And the elemental essence of the element, with the mythical facelessness from which it comes, participates in the same vertigo. In driving out darkness the light does not arrest the incessant play of the there is. The void the light produces remains an indeterminate density which has no meaning of itself prior to discourse, and does not yet triumph over the return of mythical gods. But vision in the light is precisely the possibility of forgetting the horror of this interminable return, this apeiron, maintaining oneself before the semblance of nothingness which is the void, and approaching objects as though at their origin, out of nothingness. This deliverance from the horror of the there is evinced in the contentment of enjoyment. The void of space is not the absolute interval from which the absolutely exterior being can arise. It is a modality of enjoyment and separation. Illuminated space is not the absolute interval. The connection between vision and touch, between representation and labor, remains essential. Vision moves into grasp. Vision opens upon a perspective, upon a horizon, and describes a traversable distance, invites the hand to movement and to contact, and ensures them. Socrates made fun of Glaucon, who wished to take the vision of the starlit sky for an experience of height. The forms of objects call for the hand and the grasp. By the hand the object is in the end comprehended, touched, taken, borne, and referred to other objects, clothed with a signification, by reference to other objects. Empty space is the condition for this relationship, it is not a breach of the horizon. Vision is not a transcendence. It ascribes a signification by the relation it makes possible. It opens nothing that, beyond the same, would be absolutely other, that is, in itself. Light conditions the relations between data, it makes possible the signification of objects that border one another. It does not enable one to approach them face to face. Intuition, taken in this very general sense, is not opposed to the thought of relations. It is already relationship, since it is vision, it catches sight of the space across which things are transported toward one another. Space, instead of transporting beyond, simply ensures the condition for the lateral signification of things within the same. To see is hence always to see on the horizon. The vision that apprehends on the horizon does not encounter a being out of what is beyond all being. Vision is a forgetting of the there is because of the essential satisfaction, the agreeableness agreement of sensibility, enjoyment, contentment with the finite without concern for the infinite. In fleeing itself in vision, consciousness returns to itself. But is not light in another sense origin of itself as the source of light, in which its being and its appearing coincide, as fire and as sun? Here, to be sure, is the figure of every relation with the absolute. But it is only a figure. The light as sun is an object. If in the diurnal vision light makes seen and is not seen, the nocturnal light is seen as source of light. In the vision of brilliancy the juncture of light with object takes place. The sensible light qua visual datum does not differ from other data, and itself remains relative to an elemental and obscure ground. A relation with what in another sense comes absolutely from itself is needed to make possible the consciousness of radical exteriority. A light is needed to see the light. Does not science make possible the transcending of the subjective condition of sensibility? Even if we distinguish from qualitative science that which the work of Leon Brunswick extolled, we can still ask whether mathematical thought itself breaks with sensation? The phenomenological message essentially answers in the negative. The realities physico-mathematical science reach derive their meaning from procedures that proceed from the sensible. Totality, in which a being does not refer to enjoyment and presents itself out of itself, does not shine forth in the form by which things are given to us, for beneath form things conceal themselves. The surface can be transformed into an interior, one can melt the metal of things to make new objects of them, utilize the wood of a box to make a table out of it by chopping, sawing, planing, the hidden becomes open and the open becomes hidden. This consideration may seem naive, as though the interiority or the essence of the thing which the form hides would have to be taken in the spatial sense. But in fact the depth of the thing can have no other meaning than that of its matter, and the revelation of matter is essentially superficial. It would seem that between the different surfaces there exists a more profound difference, that of the obverse and the reverse. One surface is offered to the gaze, and one can turn over the garment, as one remints a coin. But does not the distinction between the obverse and the reverse bring us beyond these superficial considerations? Does it not indicate to us another plane than that with which our last remarks were intentionally concerned? The obverse would be the essence of the thing whose servitudes are supported by the reverse, where the threads are invisible. Yet Proust admired the reverse of the sleeves of a lady's gown, like those dark corners of cathedrals, nonetheless worked with the same art as the facade. It is art that endows things with something like a facade, that by which objects are not only seen, but are as objects on exhibition. The darkness of matter would denote the state of a being that precisely has no facade. The notion of facade borrowed from building suggests to us that architecture is perhaps the first of the fine arts. But in it is constituted the beautiful, whose essence is indifference, cold splendor, and silence. By the facade the thing which keeps its secret is exposed enclosed in its monumental essence and in its myth, in which it gleams like a splendor but does not deliver itself. It captivates by its grace as by magic, but does not reveal itself. If the transcendent cuts across sensibility, if it is openness preeminently, if its vision is the vision of the very openness of being, it cuts across the vision of forms and can be stated neither in terms of contemplation nor in terms of practice. It is the face, its revelation is speech. The relation with the other alone introduces a dimension of transcendence, and leads us to a relation totally different from experience in the sensible sense of the term, relative and egoist. B. Ethics and the Face. Emmanuel Levinas. 1. Infinity and the Face. Inasmuch as the access to beings concerns vision, it dominates those beings, exercises a power over them. A thing is given, offers itself to me. In gaining access to it I maintain myself within the same. The face is present in its refusal to be contained. In this sense it cannot be comprehended, that is, encompassed. It is neither seen nor touched, for in visual or tactile sensation the identity of the eye envelopes the alterity of the object, which becomes precisely a content. The other is not other with the relative alterity as are, in a comparison, even ultimate species, which mutually exclude one another but still have their place within the community of a genus, excluding one another by their definition, but calling for one another by this exclusion, across the community of their genus. The alterity of the other does not depend on any quality that would distinguish him from me, for a distinction of this nature would precisely imply between us that community of genus which already nullifies alterity. And yet the other does not purely and simply negate the I. Total negation, of which murder is the temptation and the attempt, refers to an antecedent relation. The relation between the other and me, which dawns forth in his expression, issues neither in number nor in concept. The other remains infinitely transcendent, infinitely foreign. His face in which his epiphany is produced and which appeals to me breaks with the world that can be common to us, whose virtualities are inscribed in our nature and developed by our existence. Speech proceeds from absolute difference. Or, more exactly, an absolute difference is not produced in a process of specification descending from genus to species, in which the order of logical relations runs up against the given, which is not reducible to relations. The difference thus encountered remains bound up with the logical hierarchy it contrasts with, and appears against the ground of the common genus. Absolute difference, inconceivable in terms of formal logic, is established only by language. Language accomplishes a relation between terms that breaks up the unity of a genus. The terms, the interlocutors, absolve themselves from the relation, or remain absolute within relationship. Language is perhaps to be defined as the very power to break the continuity of being or of history. The incomprehensible nature of the presence of the other, which we spoke of above, is not to be described negatively. Better than comprehension, discourse relates with what remains essentially transcendent. For the moment we must attend to the formal work of language, which consists in presenting the transcendent. A more profound signification will emerge shortly. Language is a relation between separated terms. To the one the other can indeed present himself as a theme, but his presence is not reabsorbed in his status as a theme. The word that bears on the other as a theme seems to contain the other. But already it is said to the other who, as interlocutor, has quit the theme that encompassed him, and upsurges inevitably behind the said. Words are said, be it only by the silence kept, whose weight acknowledges this evasion of the other. The knowledge that absorbs the other is forthwith situated within the discourse I address to him. Speaking, rather than letting be, solicits the other. Speech cuts across vision. In knowledge or vision the object seen can indeed determine an act, but it is an act that in some way appropriates the seen to itself, integrates it into a world by endowing it with a signification, and, in the last analysis, constitutes it. In discourse, the divergence that inevitably opens between the other as my theme and the other as my interlocutor, emancipated from the theme that seemed a moment to hold him, forthwith contests the meaning I ascribe to my interlocutor. The formal structure of language thereby announces the ethical inviolability of the other and, without any odor of the numinous, his holiness. The fact that the face maintains a relation with me by discourse does not range him in the same, he remains absolute within the relation. The solipsist dialectic of consciousness, always suspicious of being in captivity in the same, breaks off. For the ethical relationship which subtends discourse is not a species of consciousness whose ray emanates from the I, it puts the I in question. This putting in question emanates from the other. The presence of a being not entering into, but overflowing, the sphere of the same determines its status as infinite. This overflowing is to be distinguished from the image of liquid overflowing a vessel, because this overflowing presence is effectuated as a position in face of the same. The facing position, opposition par excellence, can be only as a moral summons. This movement proceeds from the other. The idea of infinity, the infinitely more contained in the less, is concretely produced in the form of a relation with the face. And the idea of infinity alone maintains the exteriority of the other with respect to the same, despite this relation. Thus a structure analogous to the ontological argument is here produced. The exteriority of a being is inscribed in its essence. But what is produced here is not a reasoning, but the epiphany that occurs as a face. The metaphysical desire for the absolutely other which animates intellectualism, or the radical empiricism that confides in the teaching of exteriority, deploys its energy in the vision of the face, vision du visage, or in the idea of infinity. The idea of infinity exceeds my powers, not quantitatively, but, we will see later, by calling them into question, it does not come from our a priori depths, it is consequently experience par excellence. The Kantian notion of infinity figures as an ideal of reason, the projection of its exigencies in a beyond, the ideal completion of what is given incomplete, but without the incomplete being confronted with a privileged experience of infinity, without it drawing the limits of its finitude from such a confrontation. The finite is here no longer conceived by relation to the infinite, quite the contrary, the infinite presupposes the finite, which it amplifies infinitely, although this passage to the limit or this projection implicates in an unacknowledged form the idea of infinity, with all the consequences Descartes drew from it, and which are presupposed in this idea of projection. The Kantian finitude is described positively by sensibility, as the Heideggerian finitude by the being for death. This infinity referring to the finite marks the most anti-Cartesian point of Kantian philosophy as, later, of Heideggerian philosophy. Hegel returns to Descartes in maintaining the positivity of the infinite, but excluding all multiplicity from it. He posits the infinite as the exclusion of every other that might maintain a relation with the infinite and thereby limit it. The infinite can only encompass all relations. Like the God of Aristotle, it refers only to itself, though now at the term of a history. The relation of a particular with infinity would be equivalent to the entry of this particular into the sovereignty of a state. It becomes infinite in negating its own finitude. But this outcome does not succeed in smothering the protestation of the private individual, the apology of the separated being, though it be called empirical and animal, of the individual who experiences as a tyranny the state willed by his reason, but in whose impersonal destiny he no longer recognizes his reason. We recognize in the finitude to which the Hegelian infinite is opposed, and which it encompasses, the finitude of man before the elements, the finitude of man invaded by the there is, at each instant traversed by faceless gods against whom labor is pursued in order to realize the security in which the other of the elements would be revealed as the same. But the other absolutely other, the other does not limit the freedom of the same, calling it to responsibility, it founds it and justifies it. The relation with the other as face heals allergy. It is desire, teaching received, and the pacific opposition of discourse. In returning to the Cartesian notion of infinity, the idea of infinity put in the separated being by the infinite, we retain its positivity, its anteriority to every finite thought and every thought of the finite, its exteriority with regard to the finite, here there was the possibility of separated being. The idea of infinity, the overflowing of finite thought by its content, effectuates the relation of thought with what exceeds its capacity, with what at each moment it learns without suffering shock. This is the situation we call welcome of the face. The idea of infinity is produced in the opposition of conversation, in sociality. The relation with the face, with the other absolutely other which I cannot contain, the other in this sense infinite, is nonetheless my idea, a commerce. But the relation is maintained without violence, in peace with this absolute alterity. The resistance of the other does not do violence to me, does not act negatively, it has a positive structure, ethical. The first revelation of the other, presupposed in all the other relations with him, does not consist in grasping him in his negative resistance and in circumventing him by ruse. I do not struggle with a faceless God, but I respond to his expression, to his revelation. 2. Ethics and the face. The face resists possession, resists my powers. In its epiphany, in expression, the sensible, still graspable, turns into total resistance to the grasp. This mutation can occur only by the opening of a new dimension. For the resistance to the grasp is not produced as an insurmountable resistance, like the hardness of the rock against which the effort of the hand comes to naught, like the remoteness of a star in the immensity of space. The expression the face introduces into the world does not defy the feebleness of my powers, but my ability for power * the face, still a thing among things, breaks through the form that nevertheless delimits it. This means concretely, the face speaks to me and thereby invites me to a relation incommensurate with a power exercised, be it enjoyment or knowledge. And yet this new dimension opens in the sensible appearance of the face. The permanent openness of the contours of its form in expression imprisons this openness which breaks up form in a caricature. The face at the limit of holiness and caricature is thus still in a sense exposed to powers. In a sense only, the depth that opens in this sensibility modifies the very nature of power, which henceforth can no longer take, but can kill. Murder still aims at a sensible datum, and yet it finds itself before a datum whose being cannot be suspended by an appropriation. It finds itself before a datum absolutely non-neutralizable. The negation effected by appropriation and usage remained always partial. The grasp that contests the independence of the thing preserves it for me. Neither the destruction of things, nor the hunt, nor the extermination of living beings aims at the face, which is not of the world. They still belong to labor, have a finality, and answer to a need. Murder alone lays claim to total negation. Negation by labor and usage, like negation by representation, effect a grasp or a comprehension, rest on or aim at affirmation, they can. To kill is not to dominate but to annihilate, it is to renounce comprehension absolutely. Murder exercises a power over what escapes power. It is still a power, for the face expresses itself in the sensible, but already impotency, because the face rends the sensible. The alterity that is expressed in the face provides the unique matter possible for total negation. I can wish to kill only an existent absolutely independent, which exceeds my powers infinitely, and therefore does not oppose them but paralyzes the very power of power. The other is the sole being I can wish to kill. But how does this disproportion between infinity and my powers differ from that which separates a very great obstacle from a force applied to it? It would be pointless to insist on the banality of murder, which reveals the quasi-null resistance of the obstacle. This most banal incident of human history corresponds to an exceptional possibility since it claims the total negation of a being. It does not concern the force that this being may possess as a part of the world. The other who can sovereignly say no to me is exposed to the point of the sword or the revolver's bullet, and the whole unshakable firmness of his for itself with that intransigent no he opposes is obliterated because the sword or the bullet has touched the ventricles or auricles of his heart. In the contexture of the world he is a quasi-nothing. But he can oppose to me a struggle, that is, oppose to the force that strikes him not a force of resistance, but the very unforeseeableness of his reaction. He thus opposes to me not a greater force, an energy accessible and consequently presenting itself as though it were part of a whole, but the very transcendence of his being by relation to that whole, not some superlative of power, but precisely the infinity of his transcendence. This infinity, stronger than murder, already resists us in his face, is the primordial expression, is the first word, you shall not commit murder. The infinite paralyses power by its infinite resistance to murder, which, firm and insurmountable, gleams in the face of the other, in the total nudity of his defenseless eyes, in the nudity of the absolute openness of the transcendent. There is here a relation not with a very great resistance, but with something absolutely other, the resistance of what has no resistance, the ethical resistance. The epiphany of the face brings forth the possibility of gauging the infinity of the temptation to murder, not only as a temptation to total destruction, but also as the purely ethical impossibility of this temptation and attempt. If the resistance to murder were not ethical but real, we would have a perception of it, with all that reverts to the subjective in perception. We would remain within the idealism of a consciousness of struggle, and not in relationship with the other, a relationship that can turn into struggle, but already overflows the consciousness of struggle. The epiphany of the face is ethical. The struggle this face can threaten presupposes the transcendence of expression. The face threatens the eventuality of a struggle, but this threat does not exhaust the epiphany of infinity, does not formulate its first word. War presupposes peace, the antecedent and non-allergic presence of the other, it does not represent the first event of the encounter. The impossibility of killing does not have a simply negative and formal signification, the relation with infinity, the idea of infinity in us, conditions it positively. Infinity presents itself as a face in the ethical resistance that paralyses my powers, and from the depths of defenseless eyes rises firm and absolute in its nudity and destitution. The comprehension of this destitution and this hunger establishes the very proximity of the other. But thus the epiphany of infinity is expression and discourse. The primordial essence of expression and discourse does not reside in the information they would supply concerning an interior and hidden world. In expression a being presents itself, the being that manifests itself attends its manifestation and consequently appeals to me. This attendance is not the neutrality neuter of an image, but a solicitation that concerns me by its destitution and its height. To speak to me is at each moment to surmount what is necessarily plastic in manifestation. To manifest oneself as a face is to impose onself above and beyond the manifested and purely phenomenal form, to present oneself in a mode irreducible to manifestation, the very straightforwardness of the face-to-face, without the intermediary of any image, in one's nudity, that is, in one's destitution and hunger. In desire are conjoined the movements unto the height and unto the humility of the other. Expression does not radiate as a splendor that spreads unbeknown to the radiating being, which is perhaps the definition of beauty. To manifest oneself in attending one's own manifestation is to invoke the interlocutor and expose oneself to his response and his questioning. Expression does not impose itself as a true representation or as an action. The being offered in true representation remains a possibility of appearance. The world which invades me when I engage myself in it is powerless against the free thought that suspends that engagement, or even refuses it interiorly, being capable of living hidden. The being that expresses itself imposes itself, but does so precisely by appealing to me with its destitution and nudity, its hunger, without my being able to be deaf to that appeal. Thus in expression the being that imposes itself does not limit but promotes my freedom, by arousing my goodness. The order of responsibility, where the gravity of ineluctable being freezes all laughter, is also the order where freedom is ineluctably invoked. It is thus the irremissible weight of being that gives rise to my freedom. The ineluctable has no longer the inhumanity of the fateful, but the severe seriousness of goodness. This bond between expression and responsibility, this ethical condition or essence of language, this function of language prior to all disclosure of being and its cold splendor, permits us to extract language from subjection to a pre-existent thought, where it would have but the servile function of translating that pre-existent thought on the outside, or of universalizing its interior movements. The presentation of the face is not true, for the true refers to the non-true, its eternal contemporary, and ineluctably meets with the smile and silence of the skeptic. The presentation of being in the face does not leave any logical place for its contradictory. Thus I cannot evade by silence the discourse which the epiphany that occurs as a face opens, as Thrasymachus, irritated, tries to do, in the first book of the Republic, moreover without succeeding. To leave men without food is a fault that no circumstance attenuates. The distinction between the voluntary and the involuntary does not apply here, says Rabbi Yochanan. 1 Before the hunger of men responsibility is measured only objectively, it is irrecusable. The face opens the primordial discourse whose first word is obligation, which no interiority permits avoiding. It is that discourse that obliges the entering into discourse, the commencement of discourse rationalism prays for, a force that convinces even the people who do not wish to listen to and thus founds the true universality of reason. Pre-existing the disclosure of being in general taken as basis of knowledge and as meaning of being is the relation with the existent that expresses himself. Pre-existing the plane of ontology is the ethical plane. 3. Reason and the face. Expression is not produced as the manifestation of an intelligible form that would connect terms to one another so as to establish, across distance, the assemblage of parts in a totality, in which the terms joined up already derive their meaning from the situation created by their community, which, in its turn, owes its meaning to the terms combined. This circle of understanding is not the primordial event of the logic of being. Expression precedes these coordinating effects visible to a third party. The event proper to expression consists in bearing witness to oneself, and guaranteeing this witness. This attestation of oneself is possible only as a face, that is, as speech. It produces the commencement of intelligibility, initiality itself, principality, royal sovereignty, which commands unconditionally. The principle is possible only as command. A search for the influence that expression would have undergone or an unconscious source from which it would emanate would presuppose an inquiry that would refer to new testimonies, and consequently to an original sincerity of an expression. Language as an exchange of ideas about the world, with the mental reservations it involves, across the vicissitudes of sincerity and deceit it delineates, presupposes the originality of the face without which, reduced to an action among actions whose meaning would require an infinite psychoanalysis or sociology, it could not commence. If at the bottom of speech there did not subsist this originality of expression, this break with every influence, this dominant position of the speaker foreign to all compromise and all contamination, this straightforwardness of the face-to-face, speech would not surpass the plane of activity, of which it is evidently not a species even though language can be integrated into a system of acts and serve as an instrument. But language is possible only when speaking precisely renounces this function of being action and returns to its essence of being expression. Expression does not consist in giving us the other's interiority. The other who expresses himself precisely does not give himself, and accordingly retains the freedom to lie. But deceit and veracity already presuppose the absolute authenticity of the face, the privileged case of a presentation of being foreign to the alternative of truth and non-truth, circumventing the ambiguity of the true and the false, which every truth risks an ambiguity, moreover, in which all values move. The presentation of being in the face does not have the status of a value. What we call the face is precisely this exceptional presentation of self by self, incommensurable with the presentation of realities simply given, always suspect of some swindle, always possibly dreamt up. To seek truth I have already established a relationship with a face which can guarantee itself, whose epiphany itself is somehow a word of honor. Every language as an exchange of verbal signs refers already to this primordial word of honor. The verbal sign is placed where someone signifies something to someone else. It therefore already presupposes an authentication of the signifier. The ethical relation, the face-to-face, also cuts across every relation one could call mystical, where events other than that of the presentation of the original being come to overwhelm or sublimate the pure sincerity of this presentation, where intoxicating equivocations come to enrich the primordial univocity of expression, where discourse becomes incantation as prayer becomes rite and liturgy, where the interlocutors find themselves playing a role in a drama that has begun outside of them. Here resides the rational character of the ethical relation and of language. No fear, no trembling could alter the straightforwardness of this relationship, which preserves the discontinuity of relationship, resists fusion, and where the response does not evade the question. To poetic activity where influences arise unbeknown to us out of this nonetheless conscious activity, to envelop it and beguile it as a rhythm, and where action is borne along by the very work it has given rise to, where in a Dionysiac mode the artist, according to Nietzsche's expression, becomes a work of art is opposed the language that at each instant dispels the charm of rhythm and prevents the initiative from becoming a role. Discourse is rupture and commencement, breaking of rhythm which enraptures and transports the interlocutor's prose. The face in which the absolutely other presents himself does not negate the same, does not do violence to it as do opinion or authority or the thaumaturgic supernatural. It remains commensurate with him who welcomes, it remains terrestrial. This presentation is preeminently nonviolence, for instead of offending my freedom it calls it to responsibility and founds it. As nonviolence it nonetheless maintains the plurality of the same and the other. It is peace. The relation with the absolutely other who has no frontier with the same is not exposed to the allergy that afflicts the same in a totality, upon which the Hegelian dialectic rests. The other is not for reason a scandal which launches it into dialectical movement, but the first rational teaching, the condition for all teaching. The alleged scandal of Altierite presupposes the tranquil identity of the same, a freedom sure of itself which is exercised without scruples, and to whom the foreigner brings only constraint and limitation. This flawless identity freed from all participation, independent in the I, can nonetheless lose its tranquility if the other, rather than countering it by upsurging on the same plane as it, speaks to it, that is, shows himself in expression, in the face, and comes from on high. Freedom then is inhibited, not as countered by a resistance, but as arbitrary, guilty, and timid, but in its guilt it rises to responsibility. Contingency, that is, the irrational, appears to it not outside of itself in the other, but within itself. It is not limitation by the other that constitutes contingency, but egoism, as unjustified of itself. The relation with the other as a relation with his transcendence, the relation with the other who puts into question the brutal spontaneity of one's immanent destiny, introduces into me what was not in me. But this action upon my freedom precisely puts an end to violence and contingency, and, in this sense also, founds reason. To affirm that the passage of a content from one mind to the other is produced without violence only if the truth taught by the master is from all eternity in the student is to extrapolate maieutic beyond its legitimate usage. The idea of infinity in me, implying a content overflowing the container, breaks with the prejudice of maieutic without breaking with rationalism, since the idea of infinity, far from violating the mind, conditions nonviolence itself, that is, establishes ethics. The other is not for reason a scandal that puts it in dialectical movement, but the first teaching. A being receiving the idea of infinity, receiving since it cannot derive it from itself, is a being taught in a non-maieutic fashion, a being whose very existing consists in this incessant reception of teaching, in this incessant overflowing of self, which is time. To think is to have the idea of infinity, or to be taught. Rational thought refers to this teaching. Even if we confine ourselves to the formal structure of logical thought, which starts from a definition, infinity, relative to which concepts are delimited, cannot be defined in its turn. It accordingly refers to a knowledge of a new structure. We seek to fix it as a relation with the face and to show the ethical essence of this relation. The face is the evidence that makes evidence possible, like the divine veracity that sustains Cartesian rationalism. For discourse founds signification. Language thus conditions the functioning of rational thought, it gives it a commencement in being, a primary identity of signification in the face of him who speaks, that is, who presents himself by ceaselessly undoing the equivocation of his own image, his verbal signs. Language conditions thought, not language in its physical materiality, but language as an attitude of the same with regard to the other, irreducible to the representation of the other, irreducible to an intention of thought, irreducible to a consciousness of. Since relating to what no consciousness can contain, relating to the infinity of the other. Language is not enacted within a consciousness, it comes to me from the other and reverberates in consciousness by putting it in question. This event is irreducible to consciousness, where everything comes about from within, even the strangeness of suffering. To regard language as an attitude of the mind does not amount to disincarnating it, but is precisely to account for its incarnate essence, its difference from the constitutive, egological nature of the transcendental thought of idealism. The originality of discourse with respect to constitutive intentionality, to pure consciousness, destroys the concept of immanence. The idea of infinity in consciousness is an overflowing of a consciousness whose incarnation offers new powers to a soul, no long paralytic powers of welcome, of gift, of full hands, of hospitality. But to take incarnation as a primary fact of language, without indicating the ontological structure it accomplishes, would be to assimilate language to activity, to that prolongation of thought incorpority, the I think in the I can, which has indeed served as a prototype for the category of the lived body cor propria or incarnate thought, which dominates one part of contemporary philosophy. The thesis we present here separates radically language and activity, expression, and labor, in spite of all the practical side of language, whose importance we may not underestimate. Until very recently, the fundamental function of discourse in the upsurge of reason was not recognized. The function of words was understood in their dependence on reason. Words reflected thought. Nominalism was the first to seek in words another function, that of an instrument of reason. A symbolic function of the word symbolizing the non-thinkable rather than signifying thought contents. This symbolism amounted to association with a certain number of conscious, intuitive data, an association that would be self-sufficient and would not require thought. The theory had no other purpose than to explain a divergence between thought, incapable of aiming at a general object, and language, which does seem to refer to general objects. Husserl's critique, completely subordinating words to reason, showed this divergency to be only apparent. The word is a window, if it forms a screen it must be rejected. With Heidegger, Husserl's Esperantist words take on the color and weight of a historical reality. But they remain bound to the process of comprehension. The mistrust of verbalism leads to the incontestable primacy of rational thought over all the operations of expression that insert a thought into a particular language as into a system of signs, or bind it to a system of language presiding over the choice of these signs. Modern investigations in the philosophy of language have made familiar the idea of an underlying solidarity of thought with speech. Merleau-Ponty, among others, and better than others, showed that disincarnate thought, thinking speech before speaking it, thought constituting the world of speech, adding a world of speech to the world antecedently constituted out of significations in an always transcendental operation, was a myth. Already thought consists in foraging in the system of signs, in the particular tongue of a people or civilization, and receiving signification from this very operation. It ventures forth at random, inasmuch as it does not start with an antecedent representation, or with those significations, or with phrases to be articulated. Hence one might say thought operates in the icon of the body. It operates in it before representing this body to itself or constituting it. Signification surprises the very thought that thought it. But why is language, the recourse to the system of signs, necessary for thought? Why does the object, and even the perceived object, need a name in order to become a signification? What is it to have a meaning? Signification, though received from this incarnate language, nonetheless remains, without this conception, an intentional object. The structure of constitutive consciousness recovers all its rights after the mediation of the body that speaks or writes. Does not the surplus of signification over representation consist in a new mode of being presented, new with respect to constitutive intentionality, whose secret the analysis of body intentionality does not exhaust? Does the mediation of the sign constitute the signification because it would introduce into an objective and static representation the movement of symbolic relation? But then language would again be suspected of taking us away from the thing themselves. It is the contrary that must be affirmed. It is not the mediation of the sign that forms signification, but signification, whose primordial event is the face-to-face, that makes the sign function possible. The primordial essence of language is to be sought not in the corporeal operation that discloses it to me and to others and, in the recourse to language, builds up a thought, but in the presentation of meaning. This does not bring us back to a transcendental consciousness constituting objects, against which the theory of language we have just evoked protests with such just rigor. For significations do not present themselves to theory, that is, to the constitutive freedom of a transcendental consciousness. The being of signification consists in putting into question in an ethical relation constitutive freedom itself. Meaning is the face of the other, and all recourse to words takes place already within the primordial face-to-face of language. Every recourse to words presupposes the comprehension of the primary signification, but this comprehension, before being interpreted as a consciousness of, is society and obligation. Signification is the infinite, but infinity does not present itself to a transcendental thought, nor even to meaningful activity, but presents itself in the other faces me and puts me in question and obliges me by his essence qua infinity. That something we call signification arises in being with language because the essence of language is the relation with the other. This relation is not added to the interior monologue, be it Merleau-Ponty's corporeal intentionality, like an address added to the fabricated object one puts in the mailbox, the welcoming of the being that appears in the face, the ethical event of sociality, already commands inward discourse. And the epiphany that is produced as a face is not constituted as are all other beings, precisely because it reveals infinity. Signification is infinity, that is, the other. The intelligible is not a concept, but an intelligence. Signification precedes Sinjbung, and rather than justifying idealism, marks its limit. In a sense, signification is to perception what the symbol is to the object symbolized. The symbol marks the inadequateness of what is given in consciousness with regard to the being it symbolizes, a consciousness needy and hungry for the being it lacks, for the being announced in the very precision with which its absence is lived, a potency that evinces the act. Signification resembles it, as an overflowing of the intention that envisages by the being envisaged. But here the inexhaustible surplus of infinity overflows the actuality of consciousness. The shimmer of infinity, the face, can no longer be stated in terms of consciousness, in metaphors referring to light and the sensible. It is the ethical exigency of the face, which puts into question the consciousness that welcomes it. The consciousness of obligation is no longer a consciousness, since it tears consciousness up from its center, submitting it to the other. If the face-to-face founds language, if the face brings the first signification, establishes signification itself in being, then language does not only serve reason, but is reason. Reason in the sense of an impersonal legality does not permit us to account for discourse, for it absorbs the plurality of the interlocutors. Reason, being unique, cannot speak to another reason. A reason immanent in an individual consciousness is, to be sure, conceivable, in the way of naturalism, as a system of laws that regulate the nature of this consciousness, individuated like all natural beings but in addition individuated also as oneself. The concordance between consciousnesses would then be explained by the resemblance of beings constituted in the same fashion. Language would be reduced to a system of signs awakening, from one consciousness to the other, like thoughts. In that case one must disregard the intentionality of rational thought, which opens upon a universal order, and run all the risks of naturalist psychologism, against which the arguments of the first volume of the Logisk unter Suchingen are ever valid. Retreating from these consequences, and in order to conform oneself more to the phenomenon, one can call reason the internal coherence of an ideal order realized in being in the measure that the individual consciousness, in which it is learned or set up, would renounce its particularity as an individual and an ipseity, and either withdraw onto a noumenal sphere, from which it would exercise intemporally its role as absolute subject in the I think, or be reabsorbed in the universal order of the state, which at first it seemed to foresee or constitute. In both cases the role of language would be to dissolve the ipseity of individual consciousness, fundamentally antagonistic to reason, either to transform it into an I think which no longer speaks, or to make it disappear into its own discourse, whereupon, having entered into the state, it could only undergo the judgment of history, rather than remain me, that is, judge that history. In such a rationalism there is no longer any society, that is, no longer any relation whose terms absolve themselves from the relation. The Hegelians may attribute to human animality the consciousness of tyranny the individual feels before impersonal law, but they have yet to make understandable how a rational animal is possible, how the particularity of oneself can be affected by the simple universality of an idea, how an egoism can abdicate. If, on the contrary, reason lives in language, if the first rationality gleams forth in the opposition of the face-to-face, if the first intelligible, the first signification, is the infinity of the intelligence that presents itself, that is, speaks to me, in the face, if reason is defined by signification rather than signification being defined by the impersonal structures of reason, if society precedes the apparition of these impersonal structures, if universality reigns as the presence of humanity in the eyes that look at me, if, finally, we recall that this look appeals to my responsibility and consecrates my freedom as responsibility and gift of self, then the pluralism of society could not disappear in the elevation to reason, but would be its condition. It is not the impersonal in me that reason would establish, but an I myself capable of society, an I that has arisen in enjoyment as separated, but whose separation would itself be necessary for infinity to be, for its infinitude is accomplished as the facing. 5. Language and objectivity. A meaningful world is a world in which there is the other, through whom the world of my enjoyment becomes a theme having a signification. Things acquire a rational signification, and not only one of simple usage, because an other is associated with my relations with them. In designating a thing I designate it to the other. The act of designating modifies my relation of enjoyment and possession with things, places the things in the perspective of the other. Utilizing a sign is therefore not limited to substituting an indirect relation for the direct relation with the thing, but permits me to render the things offerable, detach them from my own usage, alienate them, render them exterior. The word that designates things attests their apportionment between me and the others. The objectivity of the object does not follow from a suspension of usage and enjoyment, in which I possess things without assuming them. Objectivity results from language, which permits the putting into question of possession. This disengagement has a positive meaning, the entry of the thing into the sphere of the other. The thing becomes a theme. To the matis is to offer the world to the other in speech. Distance with regard to the object thus exceeds its spatial signification. This objectivity is correlative not of some trait in an isolated subject, but of his relation with the other. Objectification is produced in the very work of language, where the subject is detached from the things possessed as though it hovered over its own existence, as though it were detached from it, as though the existence it exists had not yet completely reached it. This distance is more radical than every distance in the world. The subject must find itself at a distance from its own being, even with regard to that taking distance that is inherent in the home, by which it is still in being. For negation remains within the totality, even when it bears upon the totality of the world. In order that objective distance be hollowed out, it is necessary that while in being the subject be not yet in being, that in a certain sense it be not yet born, that it not be in nature. If the subject capable of objectivity is not yet completely, this not yet, this state of potency relative to act, does not denote a less than being, but denotes time. Consciousness of the object thematization rests on distance with regard to oneself, which can only be time, or, if one prefers, it rests on self-consciousness, if we recognize the distance from self to self in self-consciousness to be time. However, Time can designate a not yet that nevertheless would not be a lesser being. It can remain distant both from being and from death only as the inexhaustible future of infinity, that is, as what is produced in the very relationship of language. In designating what it possesses to the other, in speaking, the subject hovers over its own existence. But it is from the welcoming of the infinity of the other that it receives the freedom with regard to itself that this dispossession requires. It detains it finally from the desire which does not arise from a lack or a limitation but from a surplus, from the idea of infinity. Language makes possible the objectivity of objects and their thematization. Already Husserl affirmed that the objectivity of thought consists in being valid for everyone. To know objectively would therefore be to constitute my thought in such a way that it already contained a reference to the thought of the others. What I communicate therefore is already constituted in function of others. In speaking I do not transmit to the other what is objective for me, the objective becomes objective only through communication. But in Husserl the other who makes this communication possible is first constituted for a monadic thought. The basis of objectivity is constituted in a purely subjective process. In positing the relation with the other as ethical, one surmounts a difficulty that would be inevitable if, contrary to Descartes, philosophy started from a cogito that would posit itself absolutely independently of the other. For the Cartesian cogito is discovered, at the end of the third meditation, to be supported on the certitude of the divine existence qua infinite, by relation to which the finitude of the cogito, or the doubt, is posited and conceivable. This finitude could not be determined without recourse to the infinite, as is the case in the moderns, for whom finitude is, for example, determined on the basis of the mortality of the subject. The Cartesian subject is given a point of view exterior to itself from which it can apprehend itself. If, in a first movement, Descartes takes a consciousness to be indubitable of itself by itself, in a second movement the reflection on reflection he recognizes conditions for this certitude. This certitude is due to the clarity and distinctness of the cogito, but certitude itself is sought because of the presence of infinity in this finite thought, which without this presence would be ignorant of its own finitude. Manifest intelligo plus realitatis esse in substantia infinita quam infinita, ac pro inda priorum quodammodo in me esse perceptionem infiniti quam finiti, hoc est dei quam me ipsius. Qua enim rationi intelligerum me dubiter me cupera, hoc est alicid me id esse, et me non esse omino perfectum esse nulla idea in disperfect iones in me esset, ex cujus comparatione defectus meos conoscerum. 3. Is the position of thought in the midst of the infinite that created it and has given it the idea of infinity discovered by a reasoning or an intuition that can posit only themes. The infinite cannot be thematized, and the distinction between reasoning and intuition does not apply to the access to infinity. Is not the relation with infinity, in the twofold structure of infinity present to the finite, but present outside of the finite, foreign to theory? We have seen in it the ethical relation. If Husserl sees in the cogito a subjectivity without any support outside of itself, this cogito constitutes the idea of infinity itself and gives it to itself as an object. The non-constitution of infinity in Descartes leaves a door open. The reference of the finite cogito to the infinity of God does not consist in a simple thernetization of God. I of myself account for every object, I contain them. The idea of infinity is not for me an object. The ontological argument lies in the mutation of this object into being, into independence with regard to me. God is the other. If to think consists in referring to an object, we must suppose that the thought of infinity is not a thought. What is it positively? Descartes does not raise the question. It is in any case evident that the intuition of infinity retains a rationalist meaning, and will not become any sort of invasion of God across an inward emotion. Descartes, better than an idealist or a realist, discovers a relation with a totality irreducible to interiority, which nevertheless does not do violence to interiority or receptivity without passivity, a relation between freedoms. The last paragraph of the third meditation brings us to a relation with infinity in thought which overflows thought and becomes a personal relation. Contemplation turns into admiration, adoration, and joy. It is a question no longer of an infinite object still known and thematized, but of a majesty. Placet hic aliquam Deo in ipsius dei contemplatione immorari, eius attributa apud me expendere et immensi huius luminis pulchritudinem quantum caligantis ingenii meaces fair poterit, interi, admirari, adorare. Utnm in hac sola divini majestatis contemplatione summan altierius vitae felicitatem consistera fide credimus, ita entium jam ex idem licet multum minus perfecta, maximum cujus in hac vita capax semus voluptatem percipi posse experimer colon. To us this paragraph appears to be not a stylistic ornament or a prudent homage to religion, but the expression of this transformation of the idea of infinity conveyed by knowledge into majesty approached as a face. 6. The other and the others. The presentation of the face, expression, does not disclose an inward world previously closed, adding thus a new region to comprehend or to take over. On the contrary, it calls to me above and beyond the given that speech already puts in common among us. What one gives, what one takes reduces itself to the phenomenon, discovered and open to the grasp, carrying on an existence which is suspended in possession, whereas the presentation of the face puts me into relation with being. The existing of this being, irreducible to phenomenality understood as a reality without reality, is effectuated in the non-postponable urgency with which he requires a response. This response differs from the reaction that the given gives rise to in that it cannot remain between us, as is the case with the steps I take with regard to a thing. Everything that takes place here between us concerns everyone. The face that looks at it places itself in the full light of the public order, even if I draw back from it to seek with the interlocutor the complicity of a private relation and a clandestinity. Language as the presence of the face does not invite complicity with the preferred being, the self-sufficient I thou forgetful of the universe. In its frankness it refuses the clandestinity of love, where it loses its frankness and meaning and turns into laughter or cooing. The third party looks at me in the eyes of the other. Language is justice. It is not that there first would be the face, and then the being it manifests or expresses would concern himself with justice. The epiphany of the face qua face opens humanity. The face in its nakedness as a face presents to me the destitution of the poor one and the stranger, but this poverty and exile which appeal to my powers, address me, do not deliver themselves over to these powers as givens, remain the expression of the face. The poor one, the stranger, presents himself as an equal. His equality within this essential poverty consists in referring to the third party, thus present at the encounter, whom in the midst of his destitution the other already serves. He comes to join me. But he joins me to himself for service, he commands me as a master. This command can concern me only inasmuch as I am master myself. Consequently this command commands me to command. The thou is posited in front of a we. To be we is not to jostle one another or get together around a common task. The presence of the face, the infinity of the other, is a destituteness, a presence of the third party, that is, of the whole of humanity which looks at us, and a command that commands commanding. This is why the relation with the other, discourse, is not only the putting in question of my freedom, the appeal coming from the other to call me to responsibility, is not only the speech by which I divest myself of the possession that encircles me by setting forth an objective and common world, but is also sermon, exhortation, the prophetic word. By essence the prophetic word responds to the epiphany of the face, doubles all discourse not as a discourse about moral themes, but as an irreducible movement of a discourse which by essence is aroused by the epiphany of the face, inasmuch as it attests the presence of the third party, the whole of humanity, in the eyes that look at me. Like a shunt, every social relation leads back to the presentation of the other to the same without the intermediary of any image or sign, solely by the expression of the face. When taken to be like a genus that unites like individuals, the essence of society is lost sight of. There does indeed exist a human race as a biological genus, and the common function men may exercise in the world as a totality permits the applying to them of a common concept. But the human community instituted by language, where the interlocutors remain absolutely separated, does not constitute the unity of genus. It is stated as a kinship of men. That all men are brothers is not explained by their resemblance, nor by a common cause of which they would be the effect, like metals which refer to the same dye that struck them. Paternity is not reducible to a causality in which individuals would mysteriously participate, and which would determine, by no less mysterious an effect, a phenomenon of solidarity. It is my responsibility before a face looking at me as absolutely foreign, and the epiphany of the face coincides with these two moments, that constitutes the original fact of fraternity. Paternity is not a causality, but the establishment of a unicity with which the unicity of the Father does and does not coincide. Point 4. The non-coincidence consists, concretely, in my position as brother. It implies other unicities at my side. Thus my unicity qua I contains both self-sufficiency of being and my partialness, my position before the other as a face. In this welcoming of the face, which is already my responsibility in his regard, and where accordingly he approaches me from a dimension of height and dominates me, equality is founded. Equality is produced where the other commands the same and reveals himself to the same in responsibility, otherwise it is but an abstract idea and a word. It cannot be detached from the welcoming of the face, of which it is a moment. The very status of the human implies fraternity and the idea of the human race. Fraternity is radically opposed to the conception of a humanity united by resemblance, a multiplicity of diverse families arisen from the stones cast behind by Deucalion, and which, across the struggle of egoisms, results in a human city. Human fraternity has then two aspects. It involves individualities whose logical status is not reducible to the status of ultimate differences in a genus, for their singularity consists in each referring to itself. An individual having a common genus with another individual would not be removed enough from it. On the other hand, it involves the commonness of a father, as though the commonness of race would not bring together enough. Society must be a fraternal community to be commensurate with the straightforwardness, the primary proximity, in which the face presents itself to my welcome. Monotheism signifies this human kinship, this idea of a human race that refers back to the approach of the other in the face, in a dimension of height, in responsibility for oneself and for the other. 7. The asymmetry of the interpersonal. The presence of the face coming from beyond the world, but committing me to human fraternity, does not overwhelm me as a numinous essence arousing fear and trembling. To be in relationship while absolving oneself from this relation is to speak. The other does not only appear in his face, as a phenomenon subject to the action and domination of a freedom, infinitely distant from the very relation he enters, he presents himself there from the first as an absolute. The I disengages itself from the relationship, but does so within relationship with a being absolutely separated. The face with which the other turns to me is not reabsorbed in a representation of the face. To hear his destitution which cries out for justice is not to represent an image to oneself, but is to posit oneself as responsible, both as more and as less than the being that presents itself in the face. Less, for the face summons me to my obligations and judges me. The being that presents himself in the face comes from a dimension of height, a dimension of transcendence whereby he can present himself as a stranger without opposing me as obstacle or enemy. More, for my position as I consists in being able to respond to this essential destitution of the other, finding resources for myself. The other who dominates me in his transcendence is thus the stranger, the widow, and the orphan, to whom I am obligated. These differences between the other and me do not depend on different properties that would be inherent in the I, on the one hand, and, on the other hand, in the other, nor on different psychological dispositions which their minds would take on from the encounter. They are due to the I-other conjuncture, to the inevitable orientation of being starting from oneself toward the other. The priority of this orientation over the terms that are placed in it, and which cannot arise without this orientation, summarizes the theses of the present work. Being is not first, to afterwards, by breaking up, give place to a diversity all of whose terms would maintain reciprocal relations among themselves, exhibiting thus the totality from which they proceed, and in which there would on occasion be produced a being existing for itself, an I, facing another I, incidents that could be accounted for by an impersonal discourse exterior to those incidents. Not even the language that narrates it can depart from the orientation of the I to the other. Language does not take place in front of a correlation from which the I would derive its identity and the other his alterity. The separation involved in language does not denote the presence of two beings in an ethereal space where union simply echoes separation. Separation is first the fact of a being that lives somewhere, from something, that is, that enjoys. The identity of the I comes to it from its egoism, whose insular sufficiency is accomplished by enjoyment, and to which the face teaches the infinity from which this insular sufficiency is separated. This egoism is indeed founded on the infinitude of the other, which can be accomplished only by being produced as the idea of infinity in a separated being. The other does indeed invoke this separated being, but this invocation is not reducible to calling for a correlative. It leaves room for a process of being that is deduced from itself, that is, remains separated and capable of shutting itself up against the very appeal that has aroused it, but also capable of welcoming this face of infinity with all the resources of its egoism, economically. Speech is not instituted in a homogeneous or abstract medium, but in a world where it is necessary to aid and to give. It presupposes an I, an existence separated in its enjoyment, which does not welcome empty-handed the face and its voice coming from another shore. Multiplicity in being, which refuses totalization but takes form as fraternity and discourse, is situated in a space essentially asymmetrical. 8. Will and reason. Discourse conditions thought, for the first intelligible is not a concept, but an intelligence whose inviolable exteriority the face states in uttering the "you shall not commit murder." The essence of discourse is ethical. In stating this thesis, idealism is refused. The idealist intelligible constitutes a system of coherent ideal relations whose presentation before the subject is equivalent to the entry of the subject into this order and its absorption into those ideal relations. The subject has no resource in itself that does not dry up under the intelligible sun. Its will is reason and its separation illusory, even though the possibility of illusion attests the existence of an at least subterranean subjective source which the intelligible cannot dry up. Idealism completely carried out reduces all ethics to politics. The other and the I function as elements of an ideal calculus, receive from this calculus their real being, and approach one another under the dominion of ideal necessities which traverse them from all sides. They play the role of moments in a system, and not that of origin. Political society appears as a plurality that expresses the multiplicity of the articulations of a system. In the kingdom of ends, where persons are indeed defined as wills, but where the will is defined as what permits itself to be affected by the universal, where the will wishes to be reason, be it practical reason, multiplicity rests in fact only on the hope of happiness. The so-called animal principle of happiness, ineluctable in the description of the will, even taken as practical reason, maintains pluralism in the society of minds. In this world without multiplicity, language loses all social signification. Interlocutors renounce their unicity not in desiring one another but in desiring the universal. Language would be equivalent to the constitution of rational institutions in which an impersonal reason which is already at work in the persons who speak and already sustains their effective reality would become objective and effective. Each being is posited apart from all the others, but the will of each, or ipseity, from the start consists in willing the universal or the rational, that is, in negating its very particularity. In accomplishing its essence as discourse, in becoming a discourse universally coherent, language would at the same time realize the universal state, in which multiplicity is reabsorbed and discourse comes to an end, for lack of interlocutors. To distinguish formally will and understanding, will and reason, nowise serves to maintain plurality in being or the unicity of the person if one forthwith decides to consider only the will that adheres to clear ideas or decides only through respect for the universal to be a good will. If the will can aspire to reason in one way or another, it is reason, reason seeking or forming itself. Its true essence is revealed in Spinoza or in Hegel. This identification of will and reason, which is the ultimate intention of idealism, is opposed by the entire pathetic experience of humanity, which the Hegelian or Spinozist idealism relegates to the subjective or the imaginary. The interest of this opposition does not lie in the very protestation of the individual who refuses the system and reason, that is, in his arbitrariness, which the coherent discourse could hence not silence by persuasion, but in the affirmation that makes this opposition live. For the opposition does not consist in shutting one's eyes to being and thus striking one's head madly against the wall so as to surmount in oneself the consciousness of one's deficiencies of being, one's destitution, and one's exile, and so as to transform a humiliation into desperate pride. This opposition is inspired by the certainty of the surplus which an existence separated from and thus desiring the full or immutable being or being in act involves by relation to that being, that is, the surplus that is produced by the society of infinity, an incessant surplus that accomplishes the infinitude of infinity. The protestation against the identification of the will with reason does not indulge in arbitrariness, which, by its absurdity and immorality, would immediately justify this identification. It proceeds from the certitude that the ideal of a being accomplished from all eternity, thinking only itself, cannot serve as the ontological touchstone for a life, a becoming, capable of renewal, of desire, of society. Life is not comprehensible simply as a diminution, a fall, or an embryo or virtuality of being. The individual and the personal count and act independently of the universal, which would mold them. Moreover, the existence of the individual on the basis of the universal, or the fall from which it arises, remains unexplained. The individual and the personal are necessary for infinity to be able to be produced as infinite. 5 The impossibility of treating life in function of being is manifested compellingly in Bergson, where duration no longer imitates, in its fallenness, an immobile eternity, or in Heidegger, where possibility no longer is referred to as a delta nu alpha mu iota s. Heidegger dissociates life from the finality of potency tending toward act. That there could be a more than being or an above being is expressed in the idea of creation which, in God, exceeds a being eternally satisfied with itself. But this notion of the being above being does not come from theology. If it has played no role in the Western philosophy issued from Aristotle, the Platonic idea of the good ensures it the dignity of a philosophical thought, and it therefore should not be traced back to any Oriental wisdom. If the subjectivity were but a deficient mode of being, the distinguishing between will and reason would indeed result in conceiving the will as arbitrary, as a pure and simple negation of an embryonic or virtual reason dormant in an I, and consequently as a negation of that I and a violence in regard to oneself. If, on the contrary, the subjectivity is fixed as a separated being in relation with an other absolutely other, the other, if the face brings the first signification, that is, the very upsurge of the rational, then the will is distinguished fundamentally from the intelligible, which it must not comprehend and into which it must not disappear, for the intelligibility of this intelligible resides precisely in ethical behavior, that is, in the responsibility to which it invites the will. The will is free to assume this responsibility in whatever sense it likes, it is not free to refuse this responsibility itself, it is not free to ignore the meaningful world into which the face of the other has introduced it. In the welcoming of the face the will opens to reason. Language is not limited to the maieutic awakening of thoughts common to beings. It does not accelerate the inward maturation of a reason common to all, it teaches and introduces the new into a thought. The introduction of the new into a thought, the idea of infinity, is the very work of reason. The absolutely new is the other. The rational is not opposed to the experienced, absolute experience, the experience of what is in no way a priori, is reason itself. In discovering, as correlative of experience, the other, him who, being in himself essentially, can speak, and nowise sets himself up as an object, the novelty contributed by experience is reconciled with the ancient Socratic exigency of a mind nothing can force, an exigency Leibniz again answers to in refusing the monad's windows. The ethical presence is both other and imposes itself without violence. As the activity of reason commences with speech, the subject does not abdicate his unicity, but confirms his separation. He does not enter into his own discourse to disappear in it, it remains an apology. The passage to the rational is not a disindividuation precisely because it is language, that is, a response to the being who in a face speaks to the subject and tolerates only a personal response, that is, an ethical act. C. The ethical relation and time. E Levinas. 1. Subjectivity and pluralism. Separation, effected in the concrete as habitation and economy, makes possible the relation with the detached, absolute exteriority. This relation, metaphysics, is brought about primordially by the epiphany of the other in the face. Separation opens up between terms that are absolute and yet in relation, that absolve themselves from the relation they maintain, that do not abdicate in it in favor of a totality this relation would sketch out. Thus the metaphysical relation realizes a multiple existing unexistor multiple a pluralism. But this relation would not realize pluralism if the formal structure of relationship exhausted the essence of relationship. We must explicate the power that beings placed in relation have of absolving themselves from the relation. This power entails a different sense of absolution for each of the separated terms. The metaphysician is not absolute in the same sense as the metaphysical. The dimension of height from which the metaphysical comes to the metaphysician indicates a sort of non-homogeneity of space, such that a radical multiplicity, distinct from numerical multiplicity, can here be produced. Numerical multiplicity remains defenseless against totalization. For a multiplicity to be able to be produced in the order of being, disclosure, where being does not only manifest itself, but effectuates itself, or exerts itself, or holds sway, or reigns, is not enough. It is not enough that its production radiate in the cold splendor of truth. In this splendor the diverse is united under the panoramic look it calls for. Contemplation is itself absorbed into this totality, and precisely in this way founds that objective and eternal being or that impassive nature resplendent in its eternal beauty, according to Pushkin's expression, in which common sense recognizes the prototype of being, and which, for the philosopher, confers its prestige on totality. The subjectivity of knowledge cannot break with this totality, which is reflected in the subject or reflects the subject. The objective totality remains exclusionary of every other, despite its being laid bare, that is, despite its apparition to an other. Contemplation is to be defined, perhaps, as a process by which being is revealed without ceasing to be one. The philosophy it commands is a suppression of pluralism. For a multiplicity to be maintained, there must be produced in it the subjectivity that could not seek congruence with the being in which it is produced. Being must hold sway as revealing itself, that is, in its very being flowing toward an I that approaches it, but flowing toward it infinitely without running dry, burning without being consumed. But this approach cannot be conceived as a cognition in which the knowing subject is reflected and absorbed. That would be to forthwith destroy this exteriority of being by a total reflection which cognition aims at. The impossibility of total reflection must not be posited negatively as the finitude of a knowing subject who, being mortal and already engaged in the world, does not reach truth but rather as the surplus of the social relation, where the subjectivity remains in face of. In the straightforwardness of this welcome, and is not measured by truth. The social relation itself is not just another relation, one among so many others that can be produced in being, but is its ultimate event. The very utterance by which I state it and whose claim to truth, postulating a total reflection, refutes the unsurpassable character of the face-to-face relation, nonetheless confirms it by the very fact of stating this truth of telling it to the other. Multiplicity therefore implies an objectivity posited in the impossibility of total reflection, in the impossibility of conjoining the I and the non-I in a whole. This impossibility is not negative, which would be to still posit it by reference to the idea of truth contemplated. It results from the surplus of the epiphany of the other, who dominates me from his height. This foundation of pluralism does not congeal in isolation the terms that constitute the plurality. While maintaining them against the totality that would absorb them, it leaves them in commerce or in war. At no moment are they posited as causes of themselves, which would be to remove from them all receptivity and all activity, shut them up each in its own interiority, and isolate them like the Epicurean gods living in the interstices of being, or like the gods immobilized in the between-time one of art, left for all eternity on the edge of the interval, at the threshold of a future that is never produced, statues looking at one another with empty eyes, idols which, contrary to Gyges, are exposed and do not see. Our analyses of separation have opened another perspective. The primordial form of this multiplicity is not, however, produced as war, nor as commerce. War and commerce presuppose the face and the transcendence of the being appearing in the face. War cannot be derived from the empirical fact of the multiplicity of beings that limit one another, under the pretext that where the presence of the one inevitably limits the other, violence is identical with this limitation. Limitation is not of itself violence. Limitation is conceivable only within a totality where the parts mutually define one another. Definition, far from doing violence to the identity of the terms united into a totality, ensures this identity. The limit separates and unites in a whole. The reality fragmented into concepts that mutually limit one another forms a totality by virtue of that very fragmentation. As a play of antagonistic forces, the world forms a whole, and is deducible or should be deducible, in a completed scientific thought, from one unique formula. What one is tempted to call antagonism of forces or of concepts presupposes a subjective perspective, and a pluralism of wills. The point at which this perspective converges does not form a part of the totality. Violence in nature thus refers to an existence precisely not limited by an other, an existence that maintains itself outside of the totality. But the exclusion of violence by beings susceptible of being integrated into a totality is not equivalent to peace. Totality absorbs the multiplicity of beings, which peace implies. Only beings capable of war can rise to peace. War, like peace, presupposes beings structured otherwise than as parts of a totality. War therefore is to be distinguished from the logical opposition of the one and the other by which both are defined within a totality open to a panoramic view, to which they would owe their very opposition. In war, beings refuse to belong to a totality, refuse community, refuse law. No frontier stops one being by another, nor defines them. They affirm themselves as transcending the totality, each identifying itself not by its place in the whole, but by itself. War presupposes the transcendence of the antagonist. It is waged against man. It is surrounded with honors and pays the last honors. It aims at a presence that comes always from elsewhere, a being that appears in a face. It is neither the hunt nor struggle with an element. The possibility, retained by the adversary, of thwarting the best laid calculations expresses the separation, the breach of totality, across which the adversaries approach one another. The warrior runs a risk, no logistics guarantees victory. The calculations that make possible the determination of the outcome of a play of forces within a totality do not decide war. It lies at the limit of a supreme confidence in oneself and a supreme risk. It is a relation between beings exterior to totality, which hence are not in touch with one another. But would the violence that is impossible among beings ready to constitute a totality that is, to reconstitute it then be possible among separated beings? How could separated beings maintain any relation, even violence? It is that the refusal of totality in war does not refuse relationship, since in war the adversaries seek out one another. Relationship between separated being would indeed be absurd were the terms posited as substances, each causa sui, since, as pure activities, capable of receiving no action, the terms could undergo no violence. But the relation of violence does not remain at the level of the wholly formal conjuncture of relationship. It implies a specific structure of the terms in relation. Violence bears upon only a being both graspable and escaping every hold. Without this living contradiction in the being that undergoes violence, the deployment of violent force would reduce itself to a labor. Thus, for relationship between separated beings to be possible, the multiple terms would have to be partially independent and partially in relation. The notion of finite freedom then imposes itself to reflection. But how is such a notion to be formed? To say that a being is partially free immediately raises the problem of the relation existing in it between the free part, kausasui, and the non-free part. To say that the free part is impeded in the non-free part would bring us back indefinitely to the same difficulty. How can the free part, kausasui, undergo anything whatever from the non-free part? The finitude of freedom must therefore not signify some limit within the substance of the free being, divided into one part endowed with a causality of its own and one part subject to exterior causes. The notion of independence must be grasped elsewhere than in causality. Independence would not be equivalent to the idea of kausasui, which, moreover, is belied by birth, non-chosen and impossible to choose, the great drama of contemporary thought, which situates the will in an anarchic world, that is, a world without origin. Thus freedom, an abstraction that reveals itself to be self-contradictory when one supposes it to have a limitation, cannot describe beings in the relation that does not constitute totality, beings in war. A being independent of and yet at the same time exposed to the other is a temporal being. To the inevitable violence of death it opposes its time, which is postponement itself. It is not finite freedom that makes the notion of time intelligible, it is time that gives a meaning to the notion of finite freedom. Time is precisely the fact that the whole existence of the mortal being exposed to violence is not being for death, but the not yet which is a way of being against death, a retreat before death in the very midst of its inexorable approach. In war death is brought to what is moving back, to what for the moment exists completely. Thus in war the reality of the time that separates a being from its death, the reality of a being taking up a position with regard to death, that is, the reality of a conscious being and its interiority, is recognized. As kausasui or freedom beings would be immortal, and could not, in a kind of dumb and absurd hatred, grapple onto one another. Were beings only given over to violence, only mortal, they would be dead in a world where nothing opposes anything, a world whose time would break up into eternity. The notion of a mortal but temporal being, apprehended in the will, a notion we shall develop, differs fundamentally from every causality leading to the idea of the kausasui. Such a being is exposed, but also opposed to violence. Violence does not befall it as an accident that befalls a sovereign freedom. The hold that violence has over this being, the mortality of this being, is the primordial fact. Freedom itself is but its adjournment by time. What is at issue is not finite freedom in which a singular compound of activity and passivity would be produced, but rather a freedom originally null, offered in death to the other, but in which time arises as a détente. The free will is necessity relaxed and postponed rather than finite freedom. It is détente or distension postponement by virtue of which nothing is definitive yet, nothing consummated, skill which finds for itself a dimension of retreat there where the inexorable is imminent. The contact of the soul with the body it has at its disposal is inverted into the non-contact of a blow struck in the void. The adversary's skill, which cannot be summed up in forces, has to be taken into account, but how take it into account? My skill postpones the inevitable. To hit, the blow must be struck there where the adversary has absented himself. To be parried, I have to pull back from the point at which he touches me. Ruse and ambush, Ulysses' craft, constitute the essence of war. This skill is inscribed in the very existence of the body, it is suppleness, a simultaneity of absence and presence. Corpority is the mode of existence of a being whose presence is postponed at the very moment of his presence. Such a distension in the tension of the instant can only come from an infinite dimension which separates me from the other, both present and still to come, a dimension opened by the face of the other. War can be produced only when a being postponing its death is exposed to violence. It can be produced only where discourse was possible, discourse subtends war itself. Moreover, violence does not aim simply at disposing of the other as one disposes of a thing, but, already at the limit of murder, it proceeds from unlimited negation. It can aim at only a presence itself infinite despite its insertion in the field of my powers. Violence can aim only at a face. It is therefore not freedom that accounts for the transcendence of the other, but the transcendence of the other that accounts for freedom, a transcendence of the other with regard to me which, being infinite, does not have the same signification as my transcendence with regard to him. The risk that war involves measures the distance that separates bodies within their hand-to-hand struggle. The other, in the hands of forces that break him, exposed to powers, remains unforeseeable, that is, transcendent. This transcendence is not to be described negatively, but is manifested positively in the moral resistance of the face to the violence of murder. The force of the other is already and henceforth moral. Freedom, be it that of war, can be manifested only outside totality, but this outside totality opens with the transcendence of the face. To think of freedom as within totality is to reduce freedom to the status of an intermination in being, and forthwith to integrate it into a totality by closing the totality over the holes of intermination and seeking with psychology the laws of a free being. But the relation that subtends war, an asymmetrical relation with the other who, as infinity, opens time, transcends and dominates the subjectivity, the I not being transcendent with regard to the other in the same sense that the other is transcendent with regard to me, can take on the aspect of a symmetrical relation. The face, whose ethical epiphany consists in soliciting a response, which the violence of war and its murderous negation alone can seek to reduce to silence, is not satisfied with a good intention and a benevolence wholly Platonic. The good intention and the benevolence wholly Platonic are only the residue of an attitude assumed where one enjoys things, where one can divest oneself of them and offer them. Henceforth the independence of the I and its position before the absolutely other can figure in a history and a politics. Separation is embedded in an order in which the asymmetry of the interpersonal relation is effaced, where I and the other become interchangeable in commerce, and where the particular man, an individuation of the genus man, appearing in history, is substituted for the I and for the other. Separation is not effaced in this ambiguity. We must now show in what concrete form the freedom of separation is lost, and in what sense it is maintained even in its very loss, and can resurrect. 2. Commerce, the historical relation, and the face. The will at work ensures the separated being's being at home with itself. But in its work, which has a signification but remains mute, the will remains unexpressed. Labor, in which it is exerted, is visibly inserted in the things, but the will forthwith absents itself from them, since works take on the anonymity of merchandise, an anonymity into which, as a wage earner, the worker himself may disappear. The separated being can, to be sure, shut itself up in its interiority. Things cannot counter it absolutely, and Epicurean wisdom lives from this truth. But the will, whereby a being wields itself by somehow holding in its own hands all the strings that operate its being, is by its work exposed to the other. Its exertion is seen as a thing, if only by virtue of the insertion of its body in the world of things. Corpority thus describes the ontological regime of a primary self-alienation, contemporaneous with the very event by which the self ensures, against the unknown factor of the elements, its own independence, that is, its self-possession or its security. The will equivalent to atheism which refuses the other as an influence being exerted on an I or holding it in its invisible meshes, which refuses the other as a God inhabiting the I, the will which tears itself from this possession, from this enthusiasm, as the very power of rupture, delivers itself over to the other in its work, the very work which permits it to ensure its interiority. Interiority thus does not exhaust the existence of the separated being. The idea of fatum accounted for the reversal every heroism in a role suffers. The hero finds himself playing a role in a drama exceeding his heroic intentions, which, by their very opposition to that drama, hasten the accomplishment of designs foreign to them. The absurdity of the fatum foils the sovereign will. In fact, inscription in a foreign will is produced through the mediation of the work, which separates itself from its author, his intentions, and his possession, and which another will lays hold of. The labor which brings being into our possession ipso facto relinquishes it, is in the very sovereignty of its powers unceremoniously delivered over to the other. Every will separates itself from its work. The movement proper to action consists in issuing in the unknown, in not being able to measure all its consequences. The unknown does not result from a factual ignorance, the unknown upon which action issues resists all knowledge, does not stand out in the light, since it represents the meaning the work receives from the other. The other can dispossess me of my work, take it or buy it, and thus direct my very behavior. I am exposed to instigation. The work is destined to this alien Sinjbung from the moment of its origin in me. It is to be emphasized that this destination of the work to a history that I cannot foresee, for I cannot see it, is inscribed in the very essence of my power, and does not result from the contingent presence of other persons alongside of me. Power is not entirely one with its own impetus, does not accompany its work up to the end. A separation opens between the producer and the product. At a given moment the producer no longer follows up, remains behind. His transcendence stops midway. In contrast with the transcendence of expression, in which the being that expresses himself personally attends the work of expression, production attests the author of the work in his absence, as a plastic form. This inexpressive character of the product is reflected positively in its market value, in its suitability for others, in its capability to assume the meaning others will give it, to enter into an entirely different context from that which engendered it. The work does not defend itself against the other's Sinjbung, and exposes the will that produced it to contestation and unrecognition. It lends itself to the designs of a foreign will and allows itself to be appropriated. The willing of the living will postpones this subjection, and accordingly wills against the other and his threat. But this way a will plays in history a role it has not willed marks the limits of interiority. The will finds itself caught up in events that will appear only to the historian. Historical events link up in works. Wills without works will constitute no history. There is no purely interior history. History, in which the interiority of each will manifests itself only in plastic form in the muteness of products, is an economic history. In history the will is congealed into a personage interpreted on the basis of his work, in which the essential of the will productive of things, dependent on things, but struggling against this dependence which delivers it to the other, is obscured. As long as the will, in a being who speaks, takes up again and defends his work against a foreign will, history lacks the distance it lives from. Its reign commences in the world of reality's results, the world of complete works, the heritage of dead wills. The whole being of willing is hence not enacted within oneself. The capacity of the independent I does not contain its own being. Willing escapes willing. The work is always in a certain sense an abortive action. I am not entirely what I want to do. Thus there lies open an unlimited field of investigation for psychoanalysis or sociology, which apprehend the will on the basis of its apparition in the work, in its behavior, or in its products. The order hostile to the will dispossessed of its work, from which the willing is thus turned, depends on foreign wills. The work has a meaning for other wills, it can serve another and eventually turn against its author. The misconstruction acquired by the result of the will that has withdrawn from its work is due to the will that has survived. The absurd has a meaning for someone. Fate does not precede history, it follows it. Fate is the history of the historiographers, accounts of the survivors, who interpret, that is, utilize the works of the dead. The historical distance which makes this historiography, this violence, this subjection possible is proportionate to the time necessary for the will to lose its work completely. Historiography recounts the way the survivors appropriate the works of dead wills to themselves. It rests on the usurpation carried out by the conquerors, that is, by the survivors. It recounts enslavement, forgetting the life that struggles against slavery. The fact that the will escapes itself, that the will does not contain itself, amounts to the possibility the others have of laying hold of the work, alienating, acquiring, buying, stealing it. The will itself thus takes on a meaning for the other, as though it were a thing. In the historical relation one will, to be sure, does not approach another as a thing. This relation does not resemble that which characterizes labor. In commerce and war the relation with the work remains a relation with the worker. But across the gold that buys him or the steel that kills him the other is not approached face to face, even though they traverse the interval of a transcendence. Commerce aims at the anonymous market, war is waged against a mass. Material things, bread and wine, clothing and the home, like the blade of steel, have a hold on the for itself of the will. The part of eternal truth that materialism involves lies in the fact that the human will can be laid hold of in its works. The point of the sword, a physical reality, can exclude a meaningful activity, a subject, a for itself, from the world. This great banality is nonetheless most astonishing. The for itself of the will, unshakable in its happiness, is exposed to violence, spontaneity undergoes, turns into its contrary. The steel touches not an inert being, the gold attracts not a thing but a will which qua for itself, should have been immune from every attack. Violence recognizes, but bends the will. Threat and seduction act by slipping into the interstice that separates the work from the will. Violence is corruption, seduction and threat, where the will is betrayed. This status of the will is the body. The body exceeds the categories of a thing, but does not coincide with the role of lived body corps propre which I dispose of in my voluntary action and by which I can. The ambiguity of corporeal resistance which turns into a means and from means turns into a resistance does not account for its ontological hybris. The body in its very activity, in its for itself, inverts into a thing to be treated as a thing. This is what we express concretely in saying that it abides between health and sickness. Through it one not only fails to recognize, one can mistreat the for itself of the person, one does not only offend him, one coerces him. I am anything you like, says Sganarelle, under the blows. One does not adopt successively and independently the biological point of view on it and the point of view which from the interior maintains it as a lived body. The originality of the body consists of the coinciding of two points of view. This is the paradox and the essence of time itself proceeding unto death, where the will is affected as a thing by the things by the point of steel or by the chemistry of the tissues, due to a murderer or to the impotency of the doctors, but gives itself a reprieve and postpones the contact by the against death of postponement. The will essentially violable harbors treason in its own essence. It is not only offendable in its dignity which would confirm its inviolable character but is susceptible of being coerced and enslaved as a will, becoming a servile soul. Gold and threats force it not only to sell its products but to sell itself. Or again, the human will is not heroic. The corporeity of the will must be understood on the basis of this ambiguity of voluntary power, exposing itself to the others in its centripetal movement of egoism. The body is its ontological regime, and not an object. The body, where expression can dawn forth and where the egoism of the will becomes discourse and primal opposition, at the same time conveys the entry of the I into the calculations of the other. An interaction of wills or a history then becomes possible, an interaction of wills each defined as causa sui, since action upon a pure activity would presuppose a passivity in that activity. The ambiguity of the ontological regime of the body is founded in mortality, which we shall treat of below. But is not total independence of the will realized in courage? Courage, the power to face death, at first sight does seem to carry out the total independence of the will. He who has accepted his death remains exposed to the violence of the assassin, but does he not refuse his consent to a foreign will to the end? Unless the other wills that very death. Then, while refusing consent, the will gives satisfaction to the foreign will in spite of itself, by the result of its behavior, precisely by its work. In the extreme situation of the struggle unto death, the refusal to acquiesce to a foreign will can revert into satisfaction given to this hostile will. The acceptance of death therefore does not enable me to resist with certainty the murderous will of the other. Absolute dissension with a foreign will does not preclude the carrying out of his designs. Refusing to serve another by one's life does not preclude serving him by one's death. The being that wills does not exhaust the destiny of his existence in his will. This destiny does not necessarily imply a tragedy, for resolute opposition to the foreign will is, perhaps, madness, since one can speak to the other and desire him. The other's designs do not present themselves to me as do the laws of things. His schemes show themselves to be inconvertible into data of a problem, which the will might calculate. The will that refuses the foreign will is obliged to recognize this foreign will as absolutely exterior, as untranslatable into thoughts that would be immanent in itself. Whatever be the extension of my thoughts, limited by nothing, the other cannot be contained by me, he is unthinkable, he is infinite and recognized as such. This recognition is not produced again as a thought, but is produced as morality. The total refusal of the other, the will preferring death to servitude, annihilating its own existence in order to cut short every relation with the exterior, cannot prevent this work, which does not express him, from which he absents himself, for it is not a word, from being entered in this alien reckoning, which it defies, but recognizes precisely in its supreme courage. By its work the sovereign and self-enclosed will confirms the foreign will it means to ignore, and finds itself made game of by the other. Thus a plane is manifested in which the will, though it have broken with participation, finds itself inscribed, and in which, in spite of itself, impersonally, even its supreme initiative, the breaking with being, is transcribed. In its effort to escape the other in dying, it recognizes the other. The suicide to which it resolves itself in order to escape servitude is inseparable from the pain of losing, whereas this death should have shown the absurdity of every game. Macbeth wishes for the destruction of the world in his defeat and his death, and wished estate world were now undone, or more profoundly still, he wishes that the nothingness of death be a void as total as that which would have reigned had the world never been created. And yet in its separation from the work and in the possible betrayal that threatens it in the course of its very exercise, the will becomes aware of this betrayal and thereby keeps itself at a distance from it. Thus, faithful to itself, it remains in a certain sense inviolable, escapes its own history, and renews itself. There is no inward history. The inwardness of the will posits itself subject to a jurisdiction which scrutinizes its intentions, before which the meaning of its being coincides totally with its inward will. The volitions of the will do not weigh on it, and from the jurisdiction to which it opens comes pardon, the power to efface, to absolve, to undo history. The will thus moves between its betrayal and its fidelity which, simultaneous, describe the very originality of its power. But the fidelity does not forget the betrayal and the religious will remains a relation with the other. Fidelity is won by repentance and prayer, a privileged word in which the will seeks its fidelity to itself, and the pardon which ensures it this fidelity comes to it from the outside. Hence the rights of the inward will, its certitude of being a misunderstood will, still reveal a relation with exteriority. The will awaits its investiture and pardon. It awaits them from an exterior will, but one from which it would experience no longer shock but judgment, an exteriority withdrawn from the antagonism of wills, withdrawn from history. This possibility of justification and pardon, as religious consciousness in which interiority tends to coincide with being, opens before the other, to whom I can speak. I speak a word that, in the measure that it welcomes the other as other, offers or sacrifices to him a product of labor, and consequently does not play above economy. Thus we see expression, the other extremity of the voluntary power that is separated from its work and betrayed by it, nonetheless referring to the inexpressive work by which the will, free with regard to history, partakes of history. The will, in which the identity of the same holds sway in its fidelity to itself and in its betrayal, does not result from the empirical accident that would have placed a being in the midst of a multiplicity of beings which contest its identity. The will contains this duality of betrayal and fidelity in its mortality, which is produced or holds sway in its corpority. A being in which multiplicity does not designate the simple divisibility of a whole into parts nor the simple unity of number of the gods living each for itself in the interstices between beings requires mortality and corpority. For otherwise either the imperialist will would reconstitute a whole, or, as a physical body, neither mortal nor immortal, it would form a simple block. The postponement of death in a mortal will time is the mode of existence and reality of a separated being that has entered into relation with the other. This space of time has to be taken as the point of departure. In it is enacted a meaningful life which one must not measure against an ideal of eternity, taking its duration and its interests to be absurd or illusory. 3. The will and death. Death is interpreted in the whole philosophical and religious tradition either as a passage to nothingness or as a passage to another existence, continuing in a new setting. It is thought within the alternative of being and nothingness, which is accredited by the death of our relatives, who do indeed cease to exist in the empirical world, which, for this world, means disappearance or departure. More profoundly and as it were a priori we approach death as nothingness in the passion for murder. The spontaneous intentionality of this passion aims at annihilation. Cain, when he slew Abel, should have possessed this knowledge of death. The identifying of death with nothingness befits the death of the other in murder. But at the same time this nothingness presents itself there as a sort of impossibility. For the other cannot present himself as other outside of my conscience, and his face expresses my moral impossibility of annihilating. This interdiction is to be sure not equivalent to pure and simple impossibility, and even presupposes the possibility which precisely it forbids, but in fact the interdiction already dwells in this very possibility rather than presupposing it. It is not added to it after the event, but looks at me from the very depths of the eyes I want to extinguish, looks at me as the eye that in the tomb shall look at Cain. The movement of annihilation in murder is therefore a purely relative annihilation, a passage to the limit of a negation attempted within the world. In fact it leads us toward an order of which we can say nothing, not even being, antithesis of the impossible nothingness. One might wonder that we contest here the truth of the thought that situates death either in nothingness or in being, as though the alternative of being and nothingness were not ultimate. Shall we deny that tertium non datur? And yet my relation with my own death places me before a category that does not enter into either term of this alternative. The sense of my death is contained in the refusal of this ultimate alternative. My death is not deduced from the death of the others by analogy, it is inscribed in the fear I can have for my being. The knowledge of the threatening precedes every experience reasoned in terms of the death of the other. In naturalist language this is termed an instinctive knowledge of death. It is not the knowledge of death that defines menace, it is in the imminence of death, in its irreducible oncoming movement, that menace originally consists, that the knowledge of death is, if one may put it so, uttered and articulated. Fear measures this movement. The imminence of the menace does not come from a precise point of the future. Ultima latet. The unforeseeable character of the ultimate instant is not due to an empirical ignorance, to the limited horizon of our understanding, which a greater understanding would have been able to overcome. The unforeseeable character of death is due to the fact that it does not lie within any horizon. It is not open to grasp. It takes me without leaving me the chance I have in a struggle, for in reciprocal struggle I grasp what takes hold of me. In death I am exposed to absolute violence, to murder in the night. But in fact already in struggle I contend with the invisible. Struggle must not be confounded with the collision of two forces whose issue one cm foresee and calculate. Struggle is already, or again, war, where between the forces that confront one another gapes open the interval of transcendence across which death comes and strikes without being received. The other, inseparable from the very event of transcendence, is situated in the region from which death, possibly murder, comes. The unwanted hour of its coming approaches as the hour of fate fixed by someone. Hostile and malevolent powers, more wily, more clever than I, absolutely other and only thereby hostile, retain its secret. Death, in its absurdity, maintains an interpersonal order, in which it tends to take on a signification as in the primitive mentality where, according to Levi-Bruhl, it is never natural, but requires a magical explanation. The things that bring death to me, being graspable and subject to labor, obstacles rather than menaces, refer to a malevolence, are the residue of a bad will which surprises and stalks. Death threatens me from beyond. This unknown that frightens, the silence of the infinite spaces that terrify, comes from the other, and this alterity, precisely as absolute, strikes me in an evil design or in a judgment of justice. The solitude of death does not make the other vanish, but remains in a consciousness of hostility, and consequently still renders possible an appeal to the other, to his friendship and his medication. The doctor is an a priori principle of human mortality. Death approaches in the fear of someone, and hopes in someone. The eternal brings death and brings life. A social conjuncture is maintained in this menace. It does not sink into the anxiety that would transform it into annihilation of nothingness. In the being for death of fear I am not faced with nothingness, but faced with what is against me, as though murder, rather than being one of the occasions of dying, were inseparable from the essence of death, as though the approach of death remained one of the modalities of the relation with the other. The violence of death threatens as a tyranny, as though proceeding from a foreign will. The order of necessity that is carried out in death is not like an implacable law of determinism governing a totality, but is rather like the alienation of my will by the other. It is, of course, not a question of inserting death into a primitive, or developed, religious system that would explain it, but it is a question of showing, behind the threat it brings against the will, its reference to an interpersonal order whose signification it does not annihilate. One does not know when death will come. What will come? With what does death threaten me? With nothingness or with recommencement? I do not know. In this impossibility of knowing the after my death resides the essence of the last moment. I can absolutely not apprehend the moment of death, it is out of reach, as Montaigne would say. Ultima latet, contrary to all the instants of my life, which are spread out between my birth and my death, and which can be recalled or anticipated. My death comes from an instant upon which I can in no way exercise my power. I do not run up against an obstacle which at least I touch in that collision, which, in surmounting or in enduring it, I integrate into my life, suspending its alterity. Death is a menace that approaches me as a mystery, its secrecy determines it approaches without being able to be assumed, such that the time that separates me from my death dwindles and dwindles without end, involves a sort of last interval which my consciousness cannot traverse, and where a leap will somehow be produced from death to me. The last part of the route will be crossed without me, the time of death flows upstream, the eye in its projection toward the future is overturned by a movement of imminence, pure menace, which comes to me from an absolute alterity. Thus in a tale by Edgar Allan Poe, as the walls that imprison the narrator close in inexorably, he looks upon death with a look which as a look has always an expanse before it, but perceives also the uninterrupted approach of an instant infinitely future for the eye who awaits it ultima latet which, in a counter-current movement, will efface this infinitesimal but untraversable distance. This interference of movements across the distance that separates me from the last moment distinguishes the temporal interval from spatial distance. But imminence is at the same time menace and postponement. It pushes on, and it leaves time. To be temporal is both to be for death and to still have time, to be against death. In the way the menace affects me in imminence resides my being implicated by the menace, and the essence of fear. It is a relation with an instant whose exceptional character is due not to the fact that it is at the threshold of nothingness or of a rebirth, but to the fact that, in life, it is the impossibility of every possibility, the stroke of a total passivity alongside of which the passivity of the sensibility, which moves into activity, is but a distant imitation. Thus the fear for my being which is my relation with death is not the fear of nothingness, but the fear of violence, and thus it extends into fear of the other, of the absolutely unforeseeable. It is in mortality that the interaction of the psychic and the physical appears in its primordial form. The interaction of the physical and the psychic, when approached from the psychic, posited as for itself or as causa sui, and from the physical, posited as unfolding in function of the other, gives rise to a problem due to the abstraction to which the terms in relation are reduced. Mortality is the concrete and primary phenomenon. It forbids the positing of a for itself that would not be already delivered over to the other and consequently be a thing. The for itself, essentially mortal, does not only represent things to itself, but is subject to them. But if the will is mortal and susceptible to violence from a blade of steel, from the chemistry of poison, from hunger and thirst, if it is a body maintaining itself between health and sickness, this is not only because it would be surrounded by nothingness. This nothingness is an interval beyond which lurks a hostile will. I am a passivity threatened not only by nothingness in my being, but by a will in my will. In my action, in the for itself of my will, I am exposed to a foreign will. This is why death cannot drain all meaning from life. I am exposed not merely because of a Pascalian diversion, or a fall into the anonymity of everyday life in the Heideggerian sense of the term. The enemy or the God over whom I can have no power and who does not form a part of my world remains yet in relation with me and permits me to will, but with a will that is not egoist, a will that flows into the essence of desire whose center of gravitation does not coincide with the I of need, the desire that is for the other. Murder, at the origin of death, reveals a cruel world, but one to the scale of human relations. The will, already betrayal and alienation of itself but postponing this betrayal, on the way to death but a death ever future, exposed to death but not immediately, has time to be for the other, and thus to recover meaning despite death. This existence for the other, this desire of the other, this goodness liberated from the egoist gravitation, nonetheless retains a personal character. The being thus defined has its time at its disposal precisely because it postpones violence, that is, because a meaningful order subsists beyond death, and thus all the possibilities of discourse are not reduced to desperate blows of a head struck against the wall. The desire into which the threatened will dissolves no longer defends the powers of a will, but, as the goodness whose meaning death cannot efface, has its center outside of itself. We shall have to show this in the course of bringing to light the other chance that the will seizes upon in the time left it by its being against death, the founding of institutions in which the will ensures a meaningful, but impersonal world beyond death. For time and the will, patience. In affirming that the human will is not heroic, we have not declared for human cowardice, but have indicated the precarity of courage, always on the verge of its own failure by reason of the essential mortality of the will, which in its exercise betrays itself. But in this very failing we have caught sight of the marvel of time as futurition and postponement of this expiration. The will combines a contradiction, an immunity from every exterior attack to the point of positing itself as uncreated and immortal, endowed with a force above every quantifiable force. Nothing less is attested by the self-consciousness in which the inviolable being takes refuge. Not for eternity will I waver, and the permanent fallibility of this inviolable sovereignty, to the point that voluntary being lends itself to techniques of seduction, propaganda, and torture. The will can succumb to tyrannical pressure and corruption, as though only the quantity of energy it puts forth to resist or the quantity of energy exerted upon it distinguished cowardice from courage. When the will triumphs over its passions, it manifests itself not only as the strongest passion, but as above all passion, determining itself by itself, inviolable. But when it has succumbed, it reveals itself to be exposed to influences, to be a force of nature, absolutely tractable, resolving itself purely and simply into its components. In its self-consciousness it is violated. Its freedom of thought is extinguished, the pressure of forces initially adverse ends up appearing as a penchant. In a sort of inversion it loses even the consciousness of the bent of its penchants. The will remains on this moving limit between inviolability and degeneration. This inversion is more radical than sin, for it threatens the will in its very structure as a will, in its dignity as origin and identity. But at the same time this inversion is infinitely less radical, for it only threatens, is indefinitely postponed, is consciousness. Consciousness is resistance to violence, because it leaves the time necessary to forestall it. Human freedom resides in the future, always still minimally future, of its non-freedom, in consciousness the prevision of the violence imminent in the time that still remains. To be conscious is to have time not to overflow the present by anticipating and hastening the future, but to have a distance with regard to the present, to relate oneself to being as to a being to come, to maintain a distance with regard to being even while already coming under its grip. To be free is to have time to forestall one's own abdication under the threat of violence. By virtue of time, the being defined, that is, self-identical, by reason of its place within the whole, the natural being, For birth describes precisely the entry into the whole that pre-exists and outlives, has not yet reached its term, remains at a distance from itself, is still preparatory, in the vestibule of being, still this side of the fatality of the non-chosen birth, not yet accomplished. The being defined by its birth can thus take up a position with regard to its nature, it disposes of a background and, in this sense, is not completely born, remains anterior to its definition or its nature. One instant does not link up with another to form a present. The identity of the present splits up into an inexhaustible multiplicity of possibles that suspend the instant. And this gives meaning to initiative, which nothing definitive paralyses, and to consolation, for how could one soul tear, though it be effaced, be forgotten, how could reparation have the least value, if it did not correct the instant itself, if it did not let it escape in its being, if the pain that glints in the tear did not exist pending, if it did not exist with a still provisional being, if the present were consummated? The privileged situation where the ever-future evil becomes present at the limit of consciousness is reached in the suffering called physical. We find ourselves here backed up to being. We do not only know suffering as a disagreeable sensation, accompanying the fact of being at bay and struck, this fact is suffering itself, the dead end of the contact. The whole acuity of suffering lies in the impossibility of fleeing it, of being protected in oneself from oneself, it lies in being cut off from every living spring. And it is the impossibility of retreat. Here the only future negation of the will in fear, the imminence of what escapes power, is inserted into the present, here the other grasps me, the world affects, touches the will. In suffering reality acts on the in itself of the will, which turns despairingly into total submission to the will of the other. In suffering the will is defeated by sickness. In fear death is yet future, at a distance from us, whereas suffering realizes in the will the extreme proximity of the being menacing the will. But we still witness this turning of the I into a thing, we are at the same time a thing and at a distance from our reification, an abdication minimally distant from abdication. Suffering remains ambiguous, it is already the present of the pain acting on the for itself of the will, but, as consciousness, the pain is always yet to come. In suffering the free being ceases to be free, but, while non-free, is yet free. It remains at a distance from this pain by its very consciousness, and consequently can become a heroic will. This situation where the consciousness deprived of all freedom of movement maintains a minimal distance from the present, this ultimate passivity which nonetheless desperately turns into action and into hope, is patience, the passivity of undergoing, and yet mastery itself. In patience a disengagement within engagement is effected, neither the impassibility of a contemplation hovering over history nor irrevocable engagement in its visible objectivity. The two positions merge. The being that does violence to me and has a hold on me is not yet upon me, it continues to threaten from the future, is not yet upon me, is only conscious. But in this extreme consciousness, where the will reaches mastery in a new sense, where death no longer touches it, extreme passivity becomes extreme mastery. The egoism of the will stands on the verge of an existence that no longer accents itself. The supreme ordeal of freedom is not death, but suffering. This is known very well in hatred, which seeks to grasp the ungraspable, to humiliate, from on high, through the suffering in which the other exists as pure passivity. Hatred wills this passivity in the eminently active being that is to bear witness to it. Hatred does not always desire the death of the other, or at least it desires the death of the other only in inflicting this death as a supreme suffering. The one who hates seeks to be the cause of a suffering to which the despised being must be witness. To inflict suffering is not to reduce the other to the rank of object, but on the contrary is to maintain him superbly in his subjectivity. In suffering the subject must know his reification, but in order to do so he must precisely remain a subject. Hatred wills both things. Whence the insatiable character of hatred, it is satisfied precisely when it is not satisfied, since the other satisfies it only by becoming an object, but can never become object enough, since at the same time as his fall, his lucidity and witness are demanded. In this lies the logical absurdity of hatred. The supreme ordeal of the will is not death, but suffering. In patience, at the limit of its abdication, the will does not sink into absurdity, for over and beyond the nothingness that would reduce the space of time that elapses from birth to death to the purely subjective, the interior, the illusory, the meaningless, the violence the will endures comes from the other as a tyranny. But for this very reason it is produced as an absurdity breaking out on the ground of signification. Violence does not stop discourse, all is not inexorable. Thus alone does violence remain endurable in patience. It is produced only in a world where I can die as a result of someone and for someone. This situates death in a new context and modifies its conception, empties it of the pathos that comes to it from the fact of its being my death. In other words, in patience the will breaks through the crust of its egoism and as it were displaces its center of gravity outside of itself, to will as desire and goodness limited by nothing. The analysis below will bring to light the dimension of fecundity, from which, ultimately, flows the time of patience itself and the dimension of the political, which we now encounter. 5. The truth of the will. The will is subjective, it does not keep hold on all its being, for with death there comes to it an event that escapes its power absolutely. Death marks the subjectivity of the will not as an end, but as supreme violence and alienation. But in patience, where the will is transported to a life against someone and for someone, death no longer touches the will. But is this immunity true or simply subjective? In raising this question we are not implying the existence of a real sphere opposed to the inner life, which would be possibly inconsistent and illusory. We seek to present the inner Ilphi not as an epiphenomenon and an appearance, but as an event of being, as the openness of a dimension indispensable, in the economy of being, for the production of infinity. The power for illusion is not a simple aberration of thought, but a movement in being itself. It has an ontological import. The plane of the inner life is that of apology, it is no wise to be sublated, under pain of reducing anew the inner life to an epiphenomenon. But does not apology of itself, precisely in escaping itself in death, call for a confirmation, in which it escapes death? The apology demands a judgment, not in order to pale under the light that would be projected upon it and flee as an inconsistent shade, but rather in order to obtain justice. Judgment would confirm the event of the apology in its original and fundamental movement, ineluctable in the production of infinity. The will, whose spontaneity and mastery are belied by death, are stifled in a historical context, that is, in the works that remain of them, of itself seeks to place itself under a judgment, and to receive the truth from it upon its own witness. What is this excessence the will enters into, placing itself under a judgment that dominates the apology, but does not reduce it to silence? For does not judgment, the act of situating by reference to infinity, necessarily have its source outside the being judged? Does it not come from the other, from history? But the other above all alienates a will. The verdict of history is pronounced by the survivor who no longer speaks to the being he judges, and to whom the will appears and offers itself as a result and as a work. Thus the will seeks judgment in order to be confirmed against death, whereas judgment taken as the judgment of history kills the will qua will. This dialectical situation of the search for and the denial of justice has a concrete meaning. The freedom that animates the elementary fact of consciousness forthwith manifests its inanity as a paralytic's freedom and as premature. Hegel's great meditation on freedom permits us to understand that the good will by itself is not a true freedom as long as it does not dispose of the means to realize itself. To proclaim the universality of God in consciousness, to think that everything is consummated while the peoples that tear one another to pieces belie this universality in fact, is not only to prepare the irreligion of a Voltaire, but is to shock reason itself. Interiority cannot replace universality. Freedom is not realized outside of social and political institutions, which open to it the access to fresh air necessary for its expansion, its respiration, and even, perhaps, its spontaneous generation. Apolitical freedom is to be explained as an illusion due to the fact that its partisans or its beneficiaries belong to an advanced stage of political evolution. An existence that is free, and not a velleity for freedom, presupposes a certain organization of nature and of society. The sufferings of torture, stronger than death, can extinguish inward freedom. Even he who has accepted death is not free. The insecurity of the morrow, hunger and thirst scoff at freedom. And, to be sure, in the midst of torture, understanding the reasons for the torture re-establishes the famous inward freedom, in spite of the betrayal and degradation portended. But these reasons themselves appear only to the beneficiaries of historical evolution and institutions. In order to oppose inward freedom to the absurd and its violence, it is necessary to have received an education. Hence freedom would cut into the real only by virtue of institutions. Freedom is engraved on the stone of the tables on which laws are inscribed. It exists by virtue of this incrustation of an institutional existence. Freedom depends on a written text, destructible to be sure, but durable, on which freedom is conserved for man outside of man. Human freedom, exposed to violence and to death, does not reach its goal all at once. With a Bergsonian élan, it takes refuge from its own perfidy in institutions. History is not an eschatology. The animal fabricating tools frees itself from its animal condition when its momentum seems interrupted and broken, when instead of going of itself to its goal as an inviolable will, it fabricates tools and fixes the powers of its future action in transmissible and receivable things. Thus a political and technical existence ensures the will its truth, renders it objective, as we say today, without opening upon goodness, without emptying it of its egoist weight. The mortal will can escape violence by driving violence and murder from the world, that is, by profiting from time to delay always further the hours of expiration. Objective judgment is pronounced by the very existence of rational institutions, in which the will is secured against death and against its own perfidy. It consists in the submission of the subjective will to the universal laws which reduce the will to its objective signification. In the respite that the postponement of death, or time, leaves to the will, it relies on institutions. It henceforth exists reflected by the public order, in the equality which the universality of laws ensures it. Henceforth it exists as though it were dead and signified only in its own heritage, as though everything that was existence in the first person in it, subjective existence, were but the after effect of its animality. But the will now knows another tyranny, that of works alienated, already foreign to man, which reawaken the ancient nostalgia for cynicism. There exists a tyranny of the universal and of the impersonal, an order that is inhuman though distinct from the brutish. Against it man affirms himself as an irreducible singularity, exterior to the totality into which he enters, and aspiring to the religious order where the recognition of the individual concerns him in his singularity, an order of joy which is neither cessation nor antithesis of pain, nor flight before it, as the Heideggerian theory of Befindlichkeit would have us think. The judgment of history is always pronounced in absentia. The will's absence from this judgment lies in the fact that it is present there only in the third person. It figures in this discourse as in an indirect discourse where it no longer bears unicity and commencement, where it has already lost its voice. But speech in the first person, direct discourse useless for the objective wisdom of the universal judgment, or simply a datum of its investigation, consists precisely in incessantly supplying a datum to be added to what, being object of universal wisdom, admits of no further adjunction. This word is therefore not of the same sort as the other words of judgment. It presents the will at its trial, it is produced as its defense. The subjectivity's presence at the judgment which ensures it truth is not a purely numerical fact of being there, but is an apology. The subjectivity cannot maintain itself altogether in its apologetic position, and lays itself open to the violence of death. To maintain itself entirely within its relation with itself, it would have to be able, over and beyond apology, to will its judgment. It is not the nothingness of death that has to be surmounted, but the passivity to which the will is exposed inasmuch as it is mortal, incapable of absolute attention or absolute vigilance, and necessarily surprised, exposed to murder. But the possibility of seeing itself from the outside does not harbor truth either, if I pay for it the price of my depersonalization. In this judgment, by which the subjectivity is maintained in being absolutely, the singularity and unicity of the I who thinks must not be engulfed, as a result of having been absorbed into its own thought and entered into its discourse. Judgment must be borne upon a will that could defend itself during the adjudication and through its apology be present at its trial, and does not disappear into the totality of a coherent discourse. The judgment of history is set forth in the visible. Historical events are the visible par excellence, their truth is produced in evidence. The visible forms, or tends to form, a totality. It excludes the apology, which undoes the totality in inserting into it, at each instant, the unsurpassable, unencompassable present of its very subjectivity. The judgment at which the subjectivity is to remain apologetically present has to be made against the evidence of history, and against philosophy, if philosophy coincides with the evidence of history. The invisible must manifest itself if history is to lose its right to the last word, necessarily unjust for the subjectivity, inevitably cruel. But the manifestation of the invisible cannot mean the passage of the invisible to the status of the visible, it does not lead back to evidence. It is produced in the goodness reserved to subjectivity, which thus is subject not simply to the truth of judgment, but to the source of this truth. The truth of the invisible is ontologically produced by the subjectivity which states it. For the invisible is not the provisionally invisible, nor what remains invisible for a superficial and rapid glance, and which a more attentive and scrupulous investigation would render visible, nor what remains unexpressed as hidden movements of the soul, nor what, gratuitously and lazily, is affirmed to be a mystery. The invisible is the offense that inevitably results from the judgment of visible history, even if history unfolds rationally. The virile judgment of history, the virile judgment of pure reason, is cruel. The universal norms of this judgment silence the unicity in which the apology is contained and from which it draws its arguments. Inasmuch as the invisible is ordered into a totality, it offends the subjectivity, since, by essence, the judgment of history consists in translating every apology into visible arguments, and in drying up the inexhaustible source of the singularity from which they proceed and against which no argument can prevail. For there can be no place for singularity in a totality. The idea of a judgment of God represents the limit idea of a judgment that, on the one hand, takes into account the invisible and essential offense to a singularity that results from judgment, even a judgment that is rational and inspired by universal principles, and consequently is visible and evident, and, on the other hand, is fundamentally discrete, and does not silence by its majesty the voice and the revolt of the apology. God sees the invisible and sees without being seen. But how is that situation which we can call judgment of God, and to which the will that wills in truth and not only subjectively submits, concretely brought about? The invisible offense that results from the judgment of history, a judgment on the visible, will attest subjectivity to be prior to judgment or to be a refusal of judgment, if it is only produced as cry and protestation, if it is felt within me. But it is produced as judgment itself when it looks at me and accuses me in the face of the other whose very epiphany is brought about by this offense suffered, by this status of being stranger, widow, and orphan. The will is under the judgment of God when its fear of death is inverted into fear of committing murder. To be judged thus does not consist in hearing a verdict set forth impersonally and implacably out of universal principles. Such a voice would interrupt the direct discourse of the being subject to judgment, would silence the apology, whereas the adjudication in which the defense makes itself heard should confirm in truth the singularity of the will it judges. But not by indulgence, which would indicate a lapse in the judgment. The exaltation of the singularity in judgment is produced precisely in the infinite responsibility of the will to which the judgment gives rise. Judgment is pronounced upon me in the measure that it summons me to respond. Truth takes form in this response to a summons. The summons exalts the singularity precisely because it is addressed to an infinite responsibility. The infinity of responsibility denotes not its actual immensity, but a responsibility increasing in the measure that it is assumed. Duties become greater in the measure that they are accomplished. The better I accomplish my duty, the fewer rights I have, the more I am just, the more guilty I am. The I, which we have seen arise in enjoyment as a separated being having a part, in itself, the center around which its existence gravitates, is confirmed in its singularity by purging itself of this gravitation, purges itself interminably, and is confirmed precisely in this incessant effort to purge itself. This is termed goodness. Perhaps the possibility of a point of the universe where such an overflow of responsibility is produced ultimately defines the I. In the justice that indicts my arbitrary and partial freedom, I therefore am not simply called upon to concur, to consent, and assume to seal my pure and simple entry into the universal order, my abdication and the end of the apology, whose remnants would then be interpreted as a residue or after effect of animality. In reality, justice does not include me in the equilibrium of its universality. Justice summons me to go beyond the straight line of justice, and henceforth nothing can mark the end of this march. Behind the straight line of the law the land of goodness extends infinite and unexplored, necessitating all the resources of a singular presence. I am therefore necessary for justice, as responsible beyond every limit fixed by an objective law. The I is a privilege and an election. The sole possibility in being of going beyond the straight line of the law, that is, of finding a place lying beyond the universal, is to be I. The morality called inward and subjective exercises a function which universal and objective law cannot exercise, but which it calls for. Truth cannot be in tyranny, as it cannot be in the subjective. Truth can be only if a subjectivity is called upon to tell it, in the sense that the psalmist exclaims, "The dust will give thanks to you, will tell your truth." The call to infinite responsibility confirms the subjectivity in its apologetic position. The dimension of its interiority is brought from the level of the subjective to that of being. Judgment no longer alienates the subjectivity, for it does not make it enter into and dissolve in the order of an objective morality, but leaves it a dimension whereby it deepens in itself. To utter I, to affirm the irreducible singularity in which the apology is pursued, means to possess a privileged place with regard to responsibilities for which no one can replace me and from which no one can release me. To be unable to shirk, this is the I. The personal character of apology is maintained in this election by which the I is accomplished qua I. The accomplishing of the I qua I and morality constitute one sole and same process in being. Morality comes to birth not in equality, but in the fact that infinite exigencies, that of serving the poor, the stranger, the widow, and the orphan, converge at one point of the universe. Thus through morality alone are I and the others produced in the universe. The alienable subjectivity of need and will, which claims to be already and henceforth in possession of itself, but which death makes mockery of, is transfigured by the election which invests it, turning it toward the resources of its own interiority. These resources are infinite in the incessant overflowing of duty accomplished, by ever broader responsibilities. The person is thus confirmed in objective judgment and no longer reduced to his place within a totality. But this confirmation does not consist in flattering his subjective tendencies and consoling him for his death, but in existing for the other, that is, in being called in question and in dreading murder more than death, a salto mortale whose perilous space is opened forth and measured already by patience, and this is the meaning of suffering, but which the singular being par excellence and I can alone accomplish. The truth of the will lies in its coming under judgment, but its coming under judgment lies in a new orientation of the inner life, called to infinite responsibilities. Justice would not be possible without the singularity, the unicity of subjectivity. In this justice subjectivity does not figure as a formal reason, but as individuality. Formal reason is incarnate in a being only in the measure that it loses its election and is equivalent to all the others. Formal reason is incarnate only in a being who does not have the strength to suppose that, under the visible that is history, there is the invisible that is judgment. The deepening of the inner life can no longer be guided by the evidences of history. It is given over to risk and to the moral creation of the I to horizons more vast than history, in which history itself is judged. Objective events and the evidence of philosophers can only conceal these horizons. If subjectivity cannot be judged in truth without its apology, if judgment, instead of reducing it to silence, exalts it, then there must be a discord between events and the good, or, more exactly, events must have an invisible meaning which only a subjectivity, a singular being, can determine. To place oneself beyond the judgment of history, under the judgment of truth, is not to suppose behind the apparent history another history called judgment of God, but equally failing to recognize the subjectivity. To place oneself under the judgment of God is to exalt the subjectivity, called to moral overstepping beyond laws, which is henceforth in truth because it surpasses the limits of its being. The judgment of God that judges me at the same time confirms me. But it confirms me precisely in my interiority, whose justice is more severe than the judgment of history. Concretely, to be an I presenting itself at a trial which requires all the resources of subjectivity means for it to be able to see, beyond the universal judgments of history, that offense of the offended which is inevitably produced in the very judgment issued from universal principles. What is above all invisible is the offense universal history inflicts on particulars. To be I and not only an incarnation of a reason is precisely to be capable of seeing the offense of the offended, or the face. The deepening of my responsibility in the judgment that is borne upon me is not of the order of universalization. Beyond the justice of universal laws, the I enters under judgment by the fact of being good. Goodness consists in taking up a position in being such that the other counts more than myself. Goodness thus involves the possibility for the I that is exposed to the alienation of its powers by death to not be for death. The inner life is exalted by the truth of being, by the existence of being in the truth of judgment. It is indispensable for truth, being the dimension in which something can be opposed clandestinely to the visible judgment of history which seduces the philosopher. Yet this inner life cannot forego all visibility. The judgment of consciousness must refer to a reality beyond the sentence pronounced by history, which is also a cessation and an end. Hence truth requires as its ultimate condition an infinite time, the condition for both goodness and the transcendence of the face. The fecundity of subjectivity, by which the I survives itself, is a condition required for the truth of subjectivity, the clandestine dimension of the judgment of God. But for this condition to be realized, it is not enough that an infinite time be given. It is necessary to go back to the primary phenomenon of time in which the phenomenon of the not yet is rooted. It is necessary to go back to paternity, without which time is but the image of eternity. Without it the time necessary for the manifestation of truth behind visible history, but which remains time that is temporalized relative to a present situated in itself and identifiable, would be impossible. Biological fecundity is but one of the forms of paternity. Paternity, as a primordial effectuation of time, can, among men, be borne by the biological life, but be lived beyond that life. Section 4. Beyond the face. A. The ambiguity of love. E Levinas. The metaphysical event of transcendence, the welcome of the other, hospitality, desire and language is not accomplished as love. But the transcendence of discourse is bound to love. We shall show how in love transcendence goes both further and less far than language. Has love no other term than a person? The person here enjoys a privilege. The loving intention goes unto the other, unto the friend, the child, the brother, the beloved, the parents. But a thing, an abstraction, a book can likewise be objects of love. It is that by an essential aspect love, which as transcendence goes unto the other, throws us back this side of immanence itself. It designates a movement by which a being seeks that to which it was bound before even having taken the initiative of the search and despite the exteriority in which it finds it. The supreme adventure is also a predestination, a choice of what had not been chosen. Love as a relation with the other can be reduced to this fundamental immanence, be divested of all transcendence, seek but a connatural being, a sister soul, present itself as incest. The myth Aristophanes tells in Plato's Symposium, in which love reunites the two halves of one soul being, interprets the adventure as a return to self. The enjoyment justifies this interpretation. It brings into relief the ambiguity of an event situated at the limit of immanence and transcendence. This desire a movement ceaselessly cast forth, an interminable movement toward a future never future enough is broken and satisfied as the most egoist and cruelest of needs. It is as though the too great audacity of the loving transcendence were paid for by a throw back the side of need. But this side itself, by the depths of the unavowable to which it leads, by the occult influence it exercises over all the powers of being, bears witness to an exceptional audacity. Love remains a relation with the other that turns into need, and this need still presupposes the total, transcendent exteriority of the other, of the beloved. But love also goes beyond the beloved. This is why through the face filters the obscure light coming from beyond the face, from what is not yet, from a future never future enough, more remote than the possible. An enjoyment of the transcendent almost contradictory in its terms, love is stated with truth neither in erotic talk where it is interpreted as sensation nor in the spiritual language which elevates it to being a desire of the transcendent. The possibility of the other appearing as an object of a need while retaining his ulteriority, or again, the possibility of enjoying the other, of placing oneself at the same time beneath and beyond discourse this position with regard to the interlocutor which at the same time reaches him and goes beyond him, this simultaneity of need and desire, of concupiscence and transcendence, tangency of the avowable and the unavowable, constitutes the originality of the erotic which, in this sense, is the equivocal par excellence. B. Phenomenology of Eros. Emmanuel Levinas. Love aims at the other, it aims at him in his frailty fibles. Frailty does not here figure the inferior degree of any attribute, the relative deficiency of a determination common to me and the other. Prior to the manifestation of attributes, it qualifies ulteriority itself. To love is to fear for another, to come to the assistance of his frailty. In this frailty as in the dawn rises the loved, who is the beloved. An epiphany of the loved, the feminine is not added to an object and a thou antecedently given or encountered in the neuter, the sole gender formal logic knows. The epiphany of the beloved is but one with her regime of tenderness. The way of the tender consists in an extreme fragility, a vulnerability. It manifests itself at the limit of being and non-being, as a soft warmth where being dissipates into radiance, like the pale blush of the nymphs in the afternoon of a fawn, which leaps in the air drowsy with thick slumbers, disindividualizing and relieving itself of its own weight of being, already evanescence and swoon, flight into self in the very midst of its manifestation. And in this flight the other is other, foreign to the world, too coarse and too offensive for him. And yet this extreme fragility lies also at the limit of an existence without ceremonies, without circumlocutions, a non-signifying and raw density, an exorbitant ultramateriality. These superlatives, better than metaphors, denote a sort of paroxysm of materiality. Ultramateriality does not designate a simple absence of the human in the piles of rocks and sands of a lunar landscape, nor the materiality that outdoes itself, gaping under its rent forms, in ruins and wounds. It designates the exhibitionist nudity of an exorbitant presence coming as though from farther than the frankness of the face, already profaning and wholly profaned, as if it had forced the interdiction of a secret. The essentially hidden throws itself toward the light, without becoming signification. Not nothingness but what is not yet. This unreality at the threshold of the real does not offer itself as a possible to be grasped. The clandestinity does not describe a gnosiological accident that occurs to a being. Being not yet is not a this or a that, clandestinity exhausts the essence of this non-essence. In the effrontery of its production this clandestinity avows a nocturnal life not equivalent to a diurnal life simply deprived of light, it is not equivalent to the simple inwardness of a solitary and inward life which would seek expression in order to overcome its repression. It refers to the modesty it has profaned without overcoming. The secret appears without appearing, not because it would appear halfway, or with reservations, or in confusion. The simultaneity of the clandestine and the exposed precisely defines profanation. It appears in equivocation. But it is profanation that permits equivocation essentially erotic and not the reverse. Modesty, insurmountable in love, constitutes its pathos. Immodesty, always dared in the presentation of wanton nudity, is not something added to an antecedent neutral perception, such as that of the doctor who examines the nudity of the patient. The mode in which erotic nudity is produced, is presented and delineates the original phenomena of immodesty and profanation. The moral perspectives they open are situated already in the singular dimension opened by this exorbitant exhibitionism, which is a production of being. Let us in passing note that this depth in the subterranean dimension of the tender prevents it from being identified with the graceful, which it nevertheless resembles. The simultaneity or the equivocation of this fragility and this weight of non-signifyingness, non-significance, heavier than the weight of the formless real, we shall term femininity. The movement of the lover before this frailty of femininity, neither pure compassion nor impassiveness, indulges in compassion, is absorbed in the complacence of the caress. The caress, like contact, is sensibility. But the caress transcends the sensible. It is not that it would feel beyond the felt, further than the senses, that it would seize upon a sublime food while maintaining, within its relation with this ultimate felt, an intention of hunger that goes unto the food promised, and given to, and deepening this hunger, as though the caress would be fed by its own hunger. The caress consists in seizing upon nothing, in soliciting what ceaselessly escapes its form toward a future never future enough, in soliciting what slips away as though it were not yet. It searches, it forages. It is not an intentionality of disclosure but of search, a movement unto the invisible. In a certain sense it expresses love, but suffers from an inability to tell it. It is hungry for this very expression, in an unremitting increase of hunger. It thus goes further than to its term, it aims beyond an existent however future, which, precisely as an existent, knocks already at the gates of being. The desire that animates it is reborn in its satisfaction, fed somehow by what is not yet, bringing us back to the virginity, forever inviolate, of the feminine. It is not that the caress would seek to dominate a hostile freedom, to make of it its object or extort from it a consent. Beyond the consent or the resistance of a freedom the caress seeks what is not yet, a less than nothing, closed and dormant beyond the future, consequently dormant quite otherwise than the possible, which would be open to anticipation. The profanation which insinuates itself in caressing responds adequately to the originality of this dimension of absence, an absence other than the void of an abstract nothingness, an absence referring to being, but referring to it in its own way, as though the absences of the future were not all future on the same level and uniformly. Anticipation grasps possibles, what the caress seeks is not situated in a perspective and in the light of the graspable. The carnal, the tender par excellence correlative of the caress, the beloved, is to be identified neither with the body thing of the physiologist, nor with the lived body corps propre of the icon, nor with the body expression, attendance at its own manifestation, or face. In the caress, a relation yet, in one aspect, sensible, the body already denudes itself of its very form, offering itself as erotic nudity. In the carnal given to tenderness, the body quits the status of an existent. The beloved, at once graspable but intact in her nudity, beyond object and face and thus beyond the existent, abides in virginity. The feminine essentially violable and inviolable, the eternal feminine, is the virgin or an incessant recommencement of virginity, the untouchable in the very contact of voluptuosity, future in the present. Not as a freedom struggling with its conqueror, refusing its reification and its objectification, but a fragility at the limit of non-being wherein is lodged not only what is extinguished and is no longer, but what is not yet. The virgin remains ungraspable, dying without murder, swooning, withdrawing into her future, beyond every possible promise to anticipation. Alongside of the night as anonymous rustling of the there is extends the night of the erotic, behind the night of insomnia the night of the hidden, the clandestine, the mysterious, land of the virgin, simultaneously uncovered by eros and refusing eros, another way of saying, profanation. The caress aims at neither a person nor a thing. It loses itself in a being that dissipates as though into an impersonal dream without will and even without resistance, a passivity, an already animal or infantile anonymity, already entirely at death. The will of the tender is produced in its evanescence as though rooted in an animality ignorant of its death, immersed in the false security of the elemental, in the infantile not knowing what is happening to it. But also vertiginous depth of what is not yet, which is not, but with a non-existence not even having with being the kinship that an idea or a project maintains, with a non-existence that does not claim, in any of these ways, to be an avatar of what is. The caress aims at the tender which has no longer the status of an existent, which having taken leave of numbers and beings is not even a quality of an existent. The tender designates a way, the way of remaining in the no man's land between being and not yet being. A way that does not even signal itself as a signification, that in no way shines forth, that is extinguished and swoons, essential frailty of the beloved produced as vulnerable and as mortal. But precisely in the evanescence and swoon of the tender the subject does not project itself toward the future of the possible. The not yet being is not to be ranked in the same future in which everything I can realize already crowds, scintillating in the light, offering itself to my anticipations and soliciting my powers. The not yet being is precisely not a possible that would only be more remote than other possibles. The caress does not act, does not grasp possibles. The secret it forces does not inform it as an experience, it overwhelms the relation of the I with itself and with the non-I. An amorphous non-I sweeps away the I into an absolute future where it escapes itself and loses its position as a subject. Its intention no longer goes forth unto the light, unto the meaningful. Holy passion, it is compassion for the passivity, the suffering, the evanescence of the tender. It dies with this death and suffers with this suffering. Being moved attendrissement suffering without suffering, it is consoled already, complacent in its suffering. Being moved is a pity that is complacent, a pleasure, a suffering transformed into happiness voluptuosity. And in this sense voluptuosity begins already in erotic desire and remains desire at each instant. Voluptuosity does not come to gratify desire, it is this desire itself. This is why voluptuosity is not only impatient, but is impatience itself, breathes impatience and chokes with impatience, surprised by its end, for it goes without going to an end. Voluptuosity, as profanation, discovers the hidden as hidden. An exceptional relation is thus accomplished in a conjuncture which, for formal logic, would arise from contradiction. The discovered does not lose its mystery in the discovery, the hidden is not disclosed, the night is not dispersed. The profanation discovery abides in modesty, be it under the guise of immodesty, the clandestine uncovered does not acquire the status of the disclosed. To discover here means to violate, rather than to disclose a secret. A violation that does not recover from its own audacity the shame of the profanation lowers the eyes that should have scrutinized the uncovered. The erotic nudity says the inexpressible, but the inexpressible is not separable from this saying in the way a mysterious object foreign to expression is separated from a clear speech that seeks to circumscribe it. The mode of saying or of manifesting itself hides while uncovering, says, and silences the inexpressible, harasses and provokes. The saying, and not only the said, is equivocal. The equivocal does not play between two meanings of speech, but between speech and the renouncement of speech, between the signifyingness significance of language and the non-signifyingness of the lustful which silence yet dissimulates. Voluptuosity profanes, it does not see. An intentionality without vision, discovery does not shed light, what it discovers does not present itself as signification and illuminates no horizon. The feminine presence a face that goes beyond the face. The face of the beloved does not express the secret that Eros profanes, it ceases to express, or, if one prefers, it expresses only this refusal to express, this end of discourse and of decency, this abrupt interruption of the order of presences. In the feminine face the purity of expression is already troubled by the equivocation of the voluptuous. Expression is inverted into indecency, already close onto the equivocal which says less than nothing, already laughter and raillery. In this sense voluptuosity is a pure experience, an experience which does not pass into any concept, which remains blindly experience. Profanation, the revelation of the hidden as hidden, constitutes a model of being irreducible to intentionality, which is objectifying even in praxis, for not taking leave of numbers and beings. Love is not reducible to a knowledge mixed with affective elements which would open to it an unforeseen plane of being. It grasps nothing, issues in no concept, does not issue, has neither the subject-object structure nor the I-thou structure. Eros is not accomplished as a subject that fixes an object, nor as a projection, toward a possible. Its movement consists in going beyond the possible. The non-signifyingness of erotic nudity does not precede the signifyingness of the face as the obscurity of formless matter precedes the artist's forms. It already has forms behind it, it comes from the future, from a future situated beyond the future wherein possibles scintillate, for the chaste nudity of the face does not vanish in the exhibitionism of the erotic. The indiscretion in which it remains mysterious and ineffable precisely is attested by the exorbitant inordinateness of this indiscretion. Only the being that has the frankness of the face can be discovered in the non-signifyingness of the wanton lascive. Let us recall what is involved in signification. The first instance of signification is produced in the face. Not that the face would receive a signification by relation to something. The face signifies by itself, its signification precedes Sinjbung. A meaningful behavior arises already in its light, it spreads the light in which light is seen. One does not have to explain it, for every explanation begins with it. In other words, society with the other, which marks the end of the absurd rumbling of the there is not constituted as the work of an I-giving meaning. It is necessary to already be for the other to exist and not to work only for the phenomenon of meaning, correlative of the intention of a thought, to arise. Being for the other must not suggest any finality and not imply the antecedent positing or valorization of any value. To be for the other is to be good. The concept of the other has, to be sure, no new content with respect to the concept of the I, but being for the other is not a relation between concepts whose comprehension would coincide, or the conception of a concept by an I, but my goodness. The fact that in existing for another I exist otherwise than in existing for me is morality itself. On all sides it envelopes my knowledge of the other, and is not disengaged from the knowledge of the other by a valorization of the other over and above this primary knowledge. Transcendence as such is conscience. Conscience accomplishes metaphysics, if metaphysics consists in transcending. In all that precedes we have sought to expose the epiphany of the face as the origin of exteriority. The primary phenomenon of signification coincides with exteriority, exteriority is signifyingness itself. And only the face in its morality is exterior. In this epiphany the face is not resplendent as a form clothing a content, as an image, but as the nudity of the principle, behind which there is nothing further. The dead face becomes a form, a mortuary mask, it is shown instead of letting see but precisely thus no longer appears as a face. We can say it yet otherwise, exteriority defines the existent as existent, and the signification of the face is due to an essential coinciding of the existent and the signifier. Signification is not added to the existent. To signify is not equivalent to presenting oneself as a sign, but to expressing oneself, that is, presenting oneself in person. The symbolism of the sign already presupposes the signification of expression, the face. In the face the existent par excellence presents itself. And the whole body, a hand or a curve of the shoulder, can express as the face. The primordial signifyingness of the existent, its presentation in person or its expression, its way of incessantly upsurging outside of its plastic image, is produced concretely as a temptation to total negation, and as the infinite resistance to murder, in the other qua other, in the hard resistance of these eyes without protection what is softest and most uncovered. The existent qua existent is produced only in morality. Language, source of all signification, is born in the vertigo of infinity, which takes hold before the straightforwardness of the face, making murder possible and impossible. The principle "you shall not commit murder," the very signifyingness of the face, seems contrary to the mystery which Eros profanes, and which is announced in the femininity of the tender. In the face the other expresses his eminence, the dimension of height and divinity from which he descends. In his gentleness dawns his strength and his right. The frailty of femininity invites pity for what, in a sense, is not yet, disrespect for what exhibits itself in immodesty and is not discovered despite the exhibition, that is profaned. But disrespect presupposes the face. Elements and things remain outside of respect and disrespect. It is necessary that the face have been apperceived for nudity to be able to acquire the non-signifyingness of the lustful. The feminine face joins this clarity and this shadow. The feminine is the face in which trouble surrounds and already invades clarity. The in appearance a social relation of eros will have a reference, be it negative, to the social. In this inversion of the face in femininity, in this disfigurement that refers to the face, non-signifyingness abides in the signifyingness of the face. This presence of non-signifyingness in the signifyingness of the face, or this reference of the non-signifyingness to signifyingness where the chastity and decency of the face abides at the limit of the obscene yet repelled but already close at hand and promising, is the primordial event of feminine beauty, of that eminent sense that beauty assumes in the feminine. The artist will have to convert this beauty into weightless grace by carving in the cold matter of color or stone, where beauty will become calm presence, sovereignty in flight, existence unfounded for without foundations. The beautiful of art inverts the beauty of the feminine face. It substitutes an image for the troubling depth of the future, of the less than nothing, and not the depth of a world, announced and concealed by the feminine beauty. It presents a beautiful form reduced to itself in flight, deprived of its depth. Every work of art is painting and statuary, immobilized in the instant or in its periodic return. Poetry substitutes a rhythm for the feminine life. Beauty becomes a form covering over indifferent matter, and not harboring mystery. Thus erotic nudity is as it were an inverted signification, a signification that signifies falsely, a clarity converted into ardor and night, an expression that ceases to express itself, that expresses its renunciation of expression and speech, that sinks into the equivocation of silence, a word that bespeaks not a meaning but exhibition. Here lies the very lasciviousness of erotic nudity, the laughter that deflagrates in Shakespearean witches' sessions full of innuendos, beyond the decency of words, as the absence of all seriousness, of all possibility for speech, the laughter of ambiguous tales where the mechanism of laughter is not only ascribable to the formal conditions of the comic, such as Bergson, for example, has defined them in his book Laughter. There is in addition a content which brings us to an order where seriousness is totally lacking. The beloved is opposed to me not as a will struggling with my own or subject to my own, but on the contrary as an irresponsible animality which does not speak true words. The beloved, returned to the stage of infancy without responsibility, this coquettish head, this youth, this pure life a bit silly, has quit her status as a person. The face fades, and in its impersonal and inexpressive neutrality is prolonged, in ambiguity, into animality. The relations with the other are enacted in play, one plays with the other as with a young animal. The non-signifyingness of the wanton is therefore not equivalent to the stupid indifference of matter. As the reverse of expression of what has lost expression, it thereby refers to the face. The being that presents itself as identical in its face loses its signification by reference to the secret profaned, and plays in equivocation. Equivocation constitutes the epiphany of the feminine, at the same time interlocutor, collaborator, and master superiorly intelligent, so often dominating men in the masculine civilization it has entered, and woman having to be treated as a woman, in accordance with rules imprescriptible by civil society. The face, all straightforwardness and frankness, in its feminine epiphany dissimulates allusions, innuendos. It laughs under the cloak of its own expression, without leading to any specific meaning, hinting in the empty air, signaling the less than nothing. The violence of this revelation marks precisely the force of this absence, this not yet, this less than nothing, audaciously torn up from its modesty, from its essence of being hidden. A not yet more remote than a future, a temporal not yet, evincing degrees in nothingness. Hence eros is a ravishing beyond every project, beyond every dynamism, radical indiscretion, profanation, and not disclosure of what already exists as radiance and signification. Eros hence goes beyond the face. Not that the face would cover over something more by its decency, like a mask of another face. The immodest apparition of erotic nudity weighs down the face, weighing a monstrous weight in the shadow of nonsense that is projected upon it, not because another face arises behind it, but because the hidden is torn up from its modesty. The hidden, and not a hidden existent or a possibility for an existent, the hidden, what is not yet and what consequently lacks quiddity totally. Love does not simply lead, by a more detoured or more direct way, toward the thou. It is bent in another direction than that wherein one encounters the thou. The hidden never hidden enough is beyond the personal and as its reverse, refractory to the light, a category exterior to the play of being and nothingness, beyond the possible, for absolutely ungraspable. Its way beyond the possible is manifested in the non-sociality of the society of lovers, their refusal to give themselves over in the midst of their abandon, this refusal to surrender themselves that constitutes voluptuosity, fed by its own hungers, approaching, in vertigo, the hidden or the feminine, a non-personal, but into which the personal will not be engulfed. The relationship established between lovers in voluptuosity, fundamentally refractory to universalization, is the very contrary of the social relation. It excludes the third party, it remains intimacy, dual solitude, closed society, the supremely non-public. The feminine is the other refractory to society, member of a dual society, an intimate society, a society without language. Its intimacy is to be described. For the unparalleled relation voluptuosity maintains with the non-signifying constitutes a complex that is not reducible to the repetition of this non, but to positive traits by which the future and what is not yet, and is not simply an existent that remains at the status of the possible, is, so to speak, determined. The impossibility of reducing voluptuosity to the social, the non-signifyingness upon which it opens, and which is manifested in the indecency of the language that would state voluptuosity, isolates the lovers, as though they were alone in the world. This solitude does not only deny, does not only forget the world, the common action of the sentient and the sensed which voluptuosity accomplishes encloses, seals the society of the couple. The non-sociality of voluptuosity is, positively, the community of sentient and sensed, the other is not only a sensed, but in the sensed is affirmed as sentient, as though one same sentiment were substantially common to me and to the other and not in the way two observers have a common landscape or two thinkers a common idea. An identical objective content does not here mediate the community, nor is the community due to the analogy of feeling, it is due to the identity of the feeling. Reference of love given to love received, love of love, voluptuosity is not a sentiment to the second power like a reflection, but direct like a spontaneous consciousness. It is inward and yet intersubjectively structured, not simplifying itself into consciousness that is one. In voluptuosity the other is me and separated from me. The separation of the other in the midst of this community of feeling constitutes the acuity of voluptuosity. The voluptuous in voluptuosity is not the freedom of the other tamed, objectified, reified, but his freedom untamed, which I nowise desire objectified. But it is freedom desired and voluptuous not in the clarity of his face, but in the obscurity and as though in the vice of the clandestine, or in the future that remains clandestine within discovery, and which, precisely for this reason, is unfailingly profanation. Nothing is further from eros than possession. In the possession of the other I possess the other inasmuch as he possesses me, I am both slave and master. Voluptuosity would be extinguished in possession. But on the other hand, the impersonality of voluptuosity prevents us from taking the relation between lovers to be a complementarity. Voluptuosity hence aims not at the other but at his voluptuosity, it is voluptuosity of voluptuosity, love of the other. Love accordingly does not represent a particular case of friendship. Love and friendship are not only felt differently, their correlative differs, friendship goes unto the other, love seeks what does not have the structure of an existent, the infinitely future, what is to be engendered. I love fully only if the other loves me, not because I need the recognition of the other, but because my voluptuosity delights in his voluptuosity, and because in this unparalleled conjuncture of identification, in this transubstantiation, the same and the other are not united but precisely beyond every possible project, beyond every meaningful and intelligent power engender the child. If to love is to love the beloved bears me, to love is also to love oneself in love, and thus to return to oneself. Love does not transcend unequivocably, it is complacent, it is pleasure and dual egoism. But in this complacence it equally moves away from itself, it abides in a vertigo above a depth of alterity that no signification clarifies any longer, a depth exhibited and profaned. Already the relation with the child, the coveting of the child, both other and myself, takes form in voluptuosity, to be accomplished in the child himself, as can be accomplished a desire that is not extinguished in its end nor appeased in its satisfaction. We are here before a new category, before what is behind the gates of being, before the less than nothing that Eros tears from its negativity and profanes. It is a question of a nothingness distinct from the nothingness of anxiety, the nothingness of the future buried in the secrecy of the less than nothing. C. Fecundity. Emmanuel Levinas. The profanation that violates a secret does not discover, beyond the face, another more profound I which this face would express, it discovers the child. By a total transcendence, the transcendence of transubstantiation, the I is, in the child, an other. Paternity remains a self-identification, but also a distinction within identification, a structure unforeseeable in formal logic. Hegel in the writings of his youth was able to say that the child is the parents, and in Weltalter Schelling was able for theological needs to deduce filiality from the identity of being. Possession of the child by the father does not exhaust the meaning of the relationship that is accomplished in paternity, where the father discovers himself not only in the gestures of his son, but in his substance and his unicity. My child is a stranger, Isaiah 49, but a stranger who is not only mine, for he is me. He is me, a stranger to myself. He is not only my work, my creature, even if like Pygmalion I should see my work restored to life. The son coveted in voluptuosity is not given to action, remains unequal to powers. No anticipation represents him nor, as is said today, projects him. The project invented or created, unwanted and new, emanates from a solitary head to illuminate and to comprehend. It dissolves into light and converts exteriority into idea. Whence we can define power as presence in a world that by right resolves itself into my ideas. But the encounter with the other as feminine is required in order that the future of the child come to pass from beyond the possible, beyond projects. This relationship resembles that which was described for the idea of infinity. I cannot account for it by myself, as I do account for the luminous world by myself. This future is neither the Aristotelian germ, less than being, a lesser being, nor the Heideggerian possibility which constitutes being itself, but transforms the relation with the future into a power of the subject. Both my own and non-mine, a possibility of myself but also a possibility of the other, of the beloved. My future does not enter into the logical essence of the possible. The relation with such a future, irreducible to the power over possibles, we shall call fecundity. Fecundity encloses a duality of the identical. It does not denote all that I can grasp my possibilities, it denotes my future, which is not a future of the same, not a new avatar, not a history and events that can occur to a residue of identity, an identity holding on by a thread, an I that would ensure the continuity of the avatars. And yet it is my adventure still, and consequently my future in a very new sense, despite the discontinuity. Voluptuosity does not depersonalize the I ecstatically, it remains ever desire, ever search. It is not extinguished in a term in which it would be absorbed by breaking with its origin in me, even if it does not entirely return to me to my old age and my death. The I as subject and support of powers does not exhaust the concept of the I, does not command all the categories in which subjectivity, origin, and identity are produced. Infinite being, that is, ever recommencing being which could not bypass subjectivity, for it could not recommence without it is produced in the guise of fecundity. The relation with the child, that is, the relation with the other, that is not a power, but fecundity establishes relationship with the absolute future, or infinite time. The other that I will be does not have the intermination of the possible, which does, however, bear the trace of the fixity of the I that grasps that possible. In power the intermination of the possible does not exclude the reiteration of the I, which in venturing toward this indeterminate future falls back on its feet, and, riveted to itself, acknowledges its transcendence to be merely illusory and its freedom to delineate but a fate. The diverse forms Proteus assumes do not liberate him from his identity. In fecundity the tedium of this repetition ceases, the I is other and young, yet the ipseity that ascribed to it its meaning and its orientation in being is not lost in this renouncement of self. Fecundity continues history without producing old age. Infinite time does not bring an eternal life to an aging subject, it is better across the discontinuity of generations, punctuated by the inexhaustible youths of the child. In fecundity the I transcends the world of light not to dissolve into the anonymity of the there is, but in order to go further than the light, to go elsewhere. To stand in the light, to see, to grasp before grasping is not yet to be infinitely, it is to return to oneself older, that is, encumbered with oneself. To be infinitely means to be produced in the mode of an I that is always at the origin, but that meets with no trammels to the renewal of its substance, not even from its very identity. Youth as a philosophical concept is defined thus. The relation with the sun in fecundity does not maintain us in this closed expanse of light and dream, cognitions, and powers. It articulates the time of the absolutely other, an alteration of the very substance of him who can his transubstantiation. That infinite being not be a possibility enclosed within the separated being, but that it be produced as fecundity, involving, therefore, the alterity of the beloved, indicates the vanity of pantheism. That in fecundity the personal I has its place indicates the end of the terrors whereby the transcendence of the sacred, inhuman, anonymous, and neuter, menaces persons with nothingness or with ecstasy. Being is produced as multiple and as split into same and other, this is its ultimate structure. It is society, and hence it is time. We thus leave the philosophy of Parmenidean being. Philosophy itself constitutes a moment of this temporal accomplishment, a discourse always addressed to another. What we are now exposing is addressed to those who shall wish to read it. Transcendence is time and goes unto the other. But the other is not a term, he does not stop the movement of desire. The other that desire desires is again desire, transcendence transcends toward him who transcends. This is the true adventure of paternity, of the transubstantiation which permits going beyond the simple renewal of the possible in the inevitable senescence of the subject. Transcendence, the for the other, the goodness correlative of the face, founds a more profound relation, the goodness of goodness. Fecundity engendering fecundity accomplishes goodness, above and beyond the sacrifice that imposes a gift, the gift of the power of giving, the conception of the child. Here the desire which in the first pages of this work we contrasted with need, the desire that is not a lack, the desire that is the independence of the separated being and its transcendence, is accomplished not in being satisfied and in thus acknowledging that it was a need, but in transcending itself, in engendering desire. D. The subjectivity in eros. E Levinas. Voluptuosity, as the coinciding of the lover and the beloved, is charged by their duality, it is simultaneously fusion and distinction. The maintenance of duality does not mean that in love the egoism of the lover wills to obtain the testimony of a recognition in the love received. To love to be loved is not an intention, is not the thought of a subject thinking his voluptuosity and thus finding himself exterior to the community of the sensed, despite the cerebral extrapolations of voluptuosity possible, despite the desire for reciprocity guiding lovers to voluptuosity. Voluptuosity transfigures the subject himself, who henceforth owes his identity not to his initiative of power, but to the passivity of the love received. He is passion and trouble, constant initiation into a mystery rather than initiative. Eros cannot be interpreted as a superstructure having the individual as basis and subject. The subject in voluptuosity finds himself again as the self, which does not mean the object or the theme, of an other, and not only as the self of himself. The relationship with the carnal and the tender precisely makes the self arise incessantly. The subject's trouble is not assumed by his mastery as a subject, but is his being moved attendrissement, his effemination, which the heroic and virile I will remember as one of those things that stand apart from serious things. There is in the erotic relationship a characteristic reversal of the subjectivity issued from position, a reversion of the virile and heroic I which in positing itself put an end to the anonymity of the there is, and determined a mode of existence that opens forth the light. In it plays the play of the possibilities of the I, and in this play origin is produced in being in the guise of the I. Being is here produced not as the definitiveness of a totality but as an incessant recommencement, and consequently as infinite. But in the subject the production of origin is the production of old age and death, which mock power. The I returns to itself, finds itself again the same despite all its recommencements, falls back on its feet again solitary, delineates but an irreversible fate. Self-possession becomes encumberment with oneself. The subject is imposed upon itself, drags itself along like a possession. The freedom of the subject that posits itself is not like the freedom of a being free as the wind. It implies responsibility which should surprise, nothing being more opposed to freedom than the non-freedom of responsibility. The coinciding of freedom with responsibility constitutes the I, doubled with itself, encumbered with itself. Eros delivers from this encumberment, arrests the return of the I to itself. If the I does not here disappear by uniting with the other, it does not produce a work either, be it a work perfect as that of Pygmalion but dead, leaving the I alone in the old age it finds at the end of its adventure. Eros does not only extend the thoughts of a subject beyond objects and faces, it goes toward a future which is not yet and which I will not merely grasp, but I will be. It no longer has the structure of the subject which from every adventure returns to its island, like Ulysses. The I springs forth without returning, finds itself the self of an other, its pleasure, its pain is pleasure over the pleasure of the other or over his pain though not through sympathy or compassion. Its future does not fall back upon the past it ought to renew, it remains an absolute future by virtue of the subjectivity which consists not in bearing representations or powers but in transcending absolutely in fecundity. The transcendence of fecundity does not have the structure of intentionality, does not reside in the powers of the I, for the alterity of the feminine is associated with it. The erotic subjectivity is constituted in the common act of the sensing and the sensed as the self of an other, and accordingly is constituted within a relation with the other, within a relation with the face. In this community there plays an equivocation, to be sure, the other presents himself as lived by myself, as object of my enjoyment. This is why, as we have already said, erotic love oscillates between being beyond desire and being beneath need, and why its enjoyment takes its place among all the other pleasures and joys of life. But in addition it takes place beyond all pleasure, all power, beyond all war with the freedom of the other, for the amorous subjectivity is transubstantiation itself. This unparalleled relation between two substances, where a beyond substances is exhibited, is resolved in paternity. The beyond substances is not open to a power, such as to confirm the I, but neither is it produced in the being of the impersonal, the neuter, the anonymous infrapersonal or suprapersonal. This future still refers to the personal from which it is nonetheless liberated. It is the child, mine in a certain sense or, more exactly, me, but not myself. It does not fall back upon my past to fuse with it and delineate a fate. In fecundity subjectivity no longer has the same meaning. Like need, Eros is bound up with a subject identical with himself, in the logical sense. But the inevitable reference of the erotic to the future in fecundity reveals a radically different structure. The subject is not only all that he will do, he does not maintain with alterity the relationship of thought, possessing the other as a theme, he does not have the structure of speech that calls upon the other, he will be other than himself while remaining himself, but not across a residue common to the former and the new avatar. This alteration and identification in fecundity beyond the possible and the face constitutes paternity. In paternity, desire maintained as insatiate desire, that is, as goodness, is accomplished. It cannot be accomplished by being satisfied. For desire to be accomplished is equivalent to engendering good being, to being goodness of goodness. The structure of the subjectivity's identity that is produced in eros takes us outside the categories of classical logic. To be sure, the identity par excellence, has often been caught sight of on the margin of identity, and profiling itself behind the thought hearkens to itself. Muse, genius, Socrates' daemon, Faust's Mephistopheles speak in the depths of the and guide it. Or else the freedom of absolute commencement turns out to be obedience to insidious forms of the impersonal and the neuter, Hegel's universal, Durkheim's social, the statistical laws that govern our freedom, Freud's unconscious, the existential that sustains the existential in Heidegger. All these notions represent not an opposition between diverse faculties of the but the presence behind the of a foreign principle which is not necessarily opposed to the but which can assume this enemy demeanor. To these influences stands opposed Test, who wishes to be nothing but myself, at the absolute origin of all these initiatives, without there being any personality or entity behind him prompting his actions. If our exposition must introduce a notion of subject distinct from this absolute I of Test, it does not lead to the affirmation of an I behind the I, unknown to the conscious I, and fettering it anew. It is precisely as itself that the I is, in the relation with the other in femininity, liberated of its identity, that it can be other on the basis of self as origin. In the I, being can be produced as infinitely recommencing, that is, properly speaking, as infinite. The notion of fecundity does not refer to the wholly objective idea of the species to which the I comes as an accident. Or else, if one prefers, the unity of the species is deduced from the desire of the I which does not renounce the event of origin in which its being is affected. Fecundity is part of the very drama of the I. The intersubjective reached across the notion of fecundity opens up a plane where the I is divested of its tragic egoity, which turns back to itself, and yet is not purely and simply dissolved into the collective. Fecundity evinces a unity that is not opposed to multiplicity, but, in the precise sense of the term, engenders it. E. Transcendence and fecundity. E Levinas. As classically conceived, the idea of transcendence is self-contradictory. The subject that transcends is swept away in its transcendence, it does not transcend itself. If, instead of reducing itself to a change of properties, climate, or level, transcendence would commit the very identity of the subject, we would witness the death of its substance. It may, certainly, be asked whether death is not transcendence itself, whether among the elements of this world's simple avatars where change only transforms, that is, safeguards and presupposes a permanent term, death does not represent the exceptional event of a transubstantiation coming to pass, which, without returning to nothingness, ensures its continuity otherwise than by the subsistence of an identical term. But that would be tantamount to defining the problematic concept of transcendence. It would shake the foundations of our logic. For our logic rests on the indissoluble bond between the one and being, a bond that is incumbent on reflection because we always envisage existing in an existent. Being qua being is for us monadic. Pluralism appears in Western philosophy only as a plurality of subjects that exist. Never has it appeared in the existing of those existants. The plural, exterior to the existence of beings, is given as a number, to a subject that counts it is already subordinated to the synthesis of the I think. Unity alone is ontologically privileged. Throughout Western metaphysics quantity is scorned as a superficial category. Whence transcendence itself will never be profound, as a simple relation, it is situated outside of the event of being. Consciousness appears as the very type of existing in which the multiple is and yet, in synthesis, is no more, in which, consequently, transcendence, a simple relation, is less than being. The object is converted into an event of the subject. Light, the element of knowledge, makes all that we encounter be ours. When knowledge takes on an ecstatic signification, when, for Leon Brunswick, the spiritual I posits itself in refusing itself, affirms generously its personality in negating its egoism, it issues in Spinozist unity, relative to which the I is but a thought. And the alleged movement of transcendence is reduced to a return from an imaginary exile. In articulating existing as time rather than congealing it in the permanence of the stable, the philosophy of becoming seeks to disengage itself from the category of the one, which compromises transcendence. The upsurge or the projection of the future transcends not by knowledge only, but by the very existing of being. Existing is freed from the unity of the existent. To substitute becoming for being is above all to envisage being outside of the existent. Interpenetration of instants in duration, openness upon the future, being for death, these are ways of expressing an existing not in conformity with the logic of unity. This separation of being and the one is obtained by the rehabilitation of the possible. No longer backed up behind the unity of the Aristotelian act, possibility harbors the very multiplicity of its dynamism, hitherto indigent alongside of the act accomplished, henceforth richer than it. But the possible is immediately inverted into power and domination. In the new that springs from it, the subject recognizes himself. He finds himself again in it, masters it. His freedom writes his history which is one, his projects delineate a fate of which he is master and slave. And existent remains the principle of the transcendence of power. A man thirsting for power, aspiring to its divinization, and consequently destined to solitude, appears at the term of this transcendence. There is in Heidegger's late philosophy an impossibility for power to maintain itself as monarchy, to ensure its total mastery. The light of comprehension and truth streams into the darkness of incomprehension and non-truth. Power, bound to mystery, avows its impotence. Thereby the unity of the existent seems broken, and fate, as errance, once more mocks the being that incomprehension means to govern it. What is the import of this admission? To say, as M. de Wael-Hens has tried to affirm in the introduction to De l'essence de la vérité, that errance is not known as such, but experienced, is perhaps to play with words. In Heidegger the human being apprehended as power remains, in reality, truth and light. Heidegger hence disposes of no notion to describe the relation with mystery, already implied in the finitude of Dasein. If power is at the same time impotence, it is by reference to power that this impotence is described. We have sought outside of consciousness and power for a notion of being founding transcendence. The acuity of the problem lies in the necessity of maintaining the I in the transcendence with which it hitherto seemed incompatible. Is the subject only a subject of knowings and powers? Does it not present itself as a subject in another sense? The relation sought, which qua subject it supports, and which at the same time satisfies these contradictory exigencies, seemed to us to be inscribed in the erotic relation. One might doubt that there is a new ontological principle here. Does not the social relation resolve itself entirely into relations of consciousness and powers? As a collective representation it would in fact differ from a thought only by its content, and not by its formal structure. Participation presupposes the fundamental relations of the logic of objects, and even in Lévi-Bruhl it is treated as a psychological curiosity. It masks the absolute originality of the erotic relation which is, disdainfully, relegated to the biological. Yet, curiously enough, the philosophy of the biological itself, when it goes beyond mechanism, falls back on finalism and a dialectic of the whole and the part. That the vital impulse propagates itself across the separation of individuals, that its trajectory is discontinuous, that is, that it presupposes the intervals of sexuality and a specific dualism in its articulation, is not seriously taken into consideration. When, with Freud, sexuality is approached on the human plane, it is reduced to the level of the search for pleasure, without the ontological signification of voluptuosity and the irreducible categories it brings into play ever being even suspected. One gives oneself pleasure ready-made, one reasons on the basis of it. What remains unrecognized is that the erotic, analyzed as fecundity, breaks up reality into relations irreducible to the relations of genus and species, part and whole, action and passion, truth and error, that in sexuality the subject enters into relation with what is absolutely other, with an alterity of a type unforeseeable in formal logic, with what remains other in the relation and is never converted into mine, and that nonetheless this relation has nothing ecstatic about it, for the pathos of voluptuosity is made of duality. Neither knowledge nor power. In voluptuosity the other, the feminine, withdraws into its mystery. The relation with it is a relation with its absence, an absence on the plane of knowledge, the unknown, but a presence in voluptuosity. Nor power, there is no initiative at the birth of love, which arises in the passivity of its pangs. Sexuality is in us neither knowledge nor power, but the very plurality of our existing. For it is as characteristics of the very ipseity of the I, the very subjectivity of the subject, that the erotic relation is to be analyzed. Fecundity is to be set up as an ontological category. In a situation such as paternity, the return of the I to the self, which is set forth in the monist concept of the identical subject, is found to be completely modified. The son is not only my work, like a poem or an object, nor is he my property. Neither the categories of power nor those of knowledge describe my relation with the child. The fecundity of the I is neither a cause nor a domination. I do not have my child, I am my child. Paternity is a relation with a stranger who, while being other, and you shall say to yourself, who can have borne me these? I was bereaved and barren, Isaiah 49, is me, a relation of the I with a self which yet is not me. In this I am being is no longer Eleatic unity. In existing itself there is a multiplicity and a transcendence. In this transcendence the I is not swept away, since the son is not me, and yet I am my son. The fecundity of the I is its very transcendence. The biological origin of this concept nowise neutralizes the paradox of its meaning, and delineates a structure that goes beyond the biologically empirical. F. Filiality and fraternity. Emmanuel Levinas. The I breaks free from itself in paternity without thereby ceasing to be an I, for the I is its son. The converse of paternity, filiality, the father-son relationship, designates a relation of rupture and a recourse at the same time. As rupture, repudiation of the father, commencement, filiality at each moment accomplishes and repeats the paradox of a created freedom. But in this apparent contradiction and in the form of the son, being is infinitely and discontinuously, historical without fate. The past is recaptured at each moment from a new point, from a novelty that no continuity, such as that which still weighs on the Bergsonian duration, could compromise. For in continuity, where being bears the whole burden of the past, even if in its projection unto the future it should, in defiance of death, recommence, the past limits the infinitude of being, and this limitation is manifested in its senescence. The recapture of this past can be produced as a recourse. For by existing an existence which still subsists in the father, the I echoes the transcendence of the paternal I who is his child. The son is, without being on his own account, he shifts the charges of his being on the other and thus plays his being. Such a mode of existence is produced as childhood, with its essential reference to the protective existence of the parents. The notion of maternity must be introduced here to account for this recourse. But this recourse to the past, with which the son has nonetheless in his ipseity broken, defines a notion distinct from continuity, a way of resuming the thread of history concrete in a family and in a nation. The originality of this resumption renouement, distinct from continuity, is attested in the revolt or the permanent revolution that constitutes ipseity. But the son's relation with the father across fecundity is not effected only in recourse and the rupture which the I of the son accomplishes as an I already existing. The I owes its unicity as an I to the paternal eros. The father does not simply cause the son. To be one's son means to be I in one's son, to be substantially in him, yet without being maintained there in identity. Our whole analysis of fecundity aimed to establish this dialectical conjuncture, which conserves the two contradictory movements. The Son resumes the unicity of the Father and yet remains exterior to the Father. The Son is a unique Son. Not by number, each Son of the Father is the unique Son, the chosen Son. The love of the Father for the Son accomplishes the sole relation possible with the very unicity of another, and in this sense every love must approach paternal love. But this relation of the Father with the Son is not added to the already constituted I of the Son, as a good fortune. The paternal eros first invests the unicity of the Son. His I qua filial commences not in enjoyment but in election. He is unique for himself because he is unique for his Father. This is precisely why he can, as a child, not exist on his own. And because the Son owes his unicity to the paternal election, he can be brought up, be commanded, and can obey, and the strange conjuncture of the family is possible. Creation contradicts the freedom of the creature only when creation is confused with causality. Whereas creation as a relation of transcendence, of union, and fecundity, conditions the positing of a unique being, and his ipseity qua elected. But the I liberated from its very identity in its fecundity cannot maintain its separation with regard to this future if it is bound to its future in its unique child. The unique child, as elected one, is accordingly at the same time unique and non-unique. Paternity is produced as an innumerable future. The I engendered exists at the same time as unique in the world and as brother among brothers. I am I and chosen one, but where can I be chosen, if not from among other chosen ones, among equals? The I as I hence remains turned ethically to the face of the other. Fraternity is the very relation with the face in which at the same time my election and equality, that is, the mastery exercised over me by the other, are accomplished. The election of the I, its very ipseity, is revealed to be a privilege and a subordination, because it does not place it among the other chosen ones, but rather in face of them, to serve them, and because no one can be substituted for the I to measure the extent of its responsibilities. If biology furnishes us the prototypes of all these relations, this proves, to be sure, that biology does not represent a purely contingent order of being, unrelated to its essential production. But these relations free themselves from their biological limitation. The human I is posited in fraternity. That all men are brothers is not added to man as a moral conquest, but constitutes his ipseity. Because my position as an I is effectuated already in fraternity, the face can present itself to me as a face. The relation with the face in fraternity, where in his turn the other appears in solidarity with all the others, constitutes the social order. The reference of every dialogue to the third party by which the we or the party encompasses the face-to-face opposition, opens the erotic upon a social life, all signifyingness and decency, which encompasses the structure of the family itself. But the erotic and the family which articulates it ensure to this life, in which the I does not disappear but is promised and called to goodness, the infinite time of triumph without which goodness would be subjectivity and folly. G. The infinity of time. E Levinas. To be infinitely infinitian means to exist without limits, and thus in the form of an origin, a commencement, that is, again, as an existent. The absolute intermination of the there is, and existing without existence, is an incessant negation, to an infinite degree, consequently an infinite limitation. Against the anarchy of the there is the existent is produced, a subject of what can happen, an origin and commencement, a power. Unless the origin had its identity of itself, infinition would not be possible. But infinition is produced by the existent that is not trammeled in being, that can, while remaining bound to being, take its distances with regard to being. Infinition is produced by the existent that exists in truth. Distance with regard to being, by which the existent exists in truth, or ad infinitum, is produced as time and as consciousness, or again, as anticipation of the possible. Across this distance of time the definitive is not definitive, being, while being, is not yet, remains in suspense, and can at each instant commence. The structure of consciousness or of temporality of distance and truth results from an elementary gesture of the being that refuses totalization. This refusal is produced as a relation with the non-encompassable, as the welcoming of ALDRID concretely, as presentation of the face. The face arrests totalization. The welcoming of ALDRID hence conditions consciousness and time. Death does not compromise the power by which infinition as a negation of being and as nothingness is produced, it menaces power by suppressing distance. Infinition by way of power is limited in the return of power to the subject from which it emanates, and which it ages by forming the definitive. The time in which being ad infinitum is produced goes beyond the possible. In fecundity, distance with regard to being is not only provided in the real, it consists in a distance with regard to the present itself, which chooses its possibles, but is realized and has aged somewhat, and consequently, congealed into definitive reality, has already sacrificed possibles. Memories, seeking after lost time, procure dreams, but do not restore the lost occasions. Thus true temporality, that in which the definitive is not definitive, presupposes the possibility not of grasping again all that one might have been, but of no longer regretting the lost occasions before the unlimited infinity of the future. It is not a question of complacency in some romanticism of the possibles, but of escaping the crushing responsibility of existence that veers into fate, of resuming the adventure of existence so as to be to the infinite. The I is at the same time this engagement and this disengagement, and in this sense time, drama in several acts. Without multiplicity and discontinuity, without fecundity, the I would remain a subject in which every adventure would revert into the adventure of a fate. A being capable of another fate than its own is a fecund being. In paternity, where the I, across the definitiveness of an inevitable death, prolongs itself in the other, time triumphs over old age and fate by its discontinuity. Paternity, the way of being other while being oneself, has nothing in common with a transformation in time which could not surmount the identity of what traverses it, nor with some metempsychosis in which the I can know only an avatar, and not be another I. This discontinuity must be emphasized. The very permanence of the I in the lightest, the least sedentary, the most graceful being, the being most launched toward the future, produces the irreparable, and consequently limits. The irreparable is not due to the fact that we conserve a memory of each instant. On the contrary, memory is founded on this incorruptibility of the past, on the return of the I to itself. But does not the memory arisen in each new instant already give to the past a new meaning? In this sense, better than clinging to the past, does it not already repair it? For in this return of the new instant to the former instant lies the salutary character of succession. But this return weighs upon the present instant, laden with all the past, even if it is pregnant with the whole future. Its age limits its powers and opens it to the imminence of death. The discontinuous time of fecundity makes possible an absolute youth and recommencement, while leaving the recommencement a relation with the recommenced past in a free return to that past, free with a freedom other than that of memory, and in free interpretation and free choice, in an existence as entirely pardoned. This recommencement of the instant, this triumph of the time of fecundity over the becoming of the mortal and aging being, is a pardon, the very work of time. Pardon in its immediate sense is connected with the moral phenomenon of fault. The paradox of pardon lies in its retroaction. From the point of view of common time, it represents an inversion of the natural order of things, the reversibility of time. It involves several aspects. Pardon refers to the instant elapsed. It permits the subject who had committed himself in a past instant to be as though that instant had not passed on, to be as though he had not committed himself. Active in a stronger sense than forgetting, which does not concern the reality of the event forgotten, pardon acts upon the past, somehow repeats the event, purifying it. But in addition, forgetting nullifies the relations with the past, whereas pardon conserves the past pardoned in the purified present. The pardoned being is not the innocent being. The difference does not justify placing innocence above pardon. It permits the discerning in pardon of a surplus of happiness, the strange happiness of reconciliation, the felix culpa, given in an everyday experience which no longer astonishes us. The paradox of the pardon of fault refers to pardon as constitutive of time itself. The instants do not link up with one another indifferently, but extend from the other unto me. The future does not come to me from a swarming of indistinguishable possibles which would flow toward my present and which I would grasp. It comes to me across an absolute interval whose other shore the other absolutely other though he be my son is alone capable of marking, and of connecting with the past. But then the other is alone capable of retaining from this past the former desire that animated it, which the alterity of each face increases and deepens ever more profoundly. If time does not make moments of mathematical time, indifferent to one another, succeed one another, it does not accomplish Bergson's continuous duration either. The Bergsonian conception of time explains why it is necessary to wait for the sugar to melt. Time no longer expresses the unintelligible dispersion of the unity of being, wholly contained in the first cause, in an apparent and phantasmal series of causes and effects. Time adds something new to being, something absolutely new. But the newness of springtimes that flower in the instant, which, in good logic, is like the prior one, is already heavy with all the springtimes lived through. The profound work of time delivers from this past, in a subject that breaks with his father. Time is the non-definitiveness of the definitive, an ever recommencing alterity of the accomplished the ever of this recommencement. The work of time goes beyond the suspension of the definitive which the continuity of duration makes possible. There must be a rupture of continuity, and continuation across this rupture. The essential in time consists in being a drama, a multiplicity of acts where the following act resolves the prior one. Being is no longer produced at one blow, irremissibly present. Reality is what it is, but will be once again, another time freely resumed and pardoned. Infinite being is produced as times, that is, in several times across the dead time that separates the Father from the Son. It is not the finitude of being that constitutes the essence of time, as Heidegger thinks, but its infinity. The death sentence does not approach as an end of being, but as an unknown, which as such suspends power. The constitution of the interval that liberates being from the limitation of fate calls for death. The nothingness of the interval a dead time is the production of infinity. Resurrection constitutes the principal event of time. There is therefore no continuity in being. Time is discontinuous, one instant does not come out of another without interruption, by an ecstasy. In continuation the instant meets its death, and resuscitates. Death and resurrection constitute time. But such a formal structure presupposes the relation of the I with the other and, at its basis, fecundity across the discontinuous which constitutes time. The psychological fact of the felix culpa the surplus reconciliation provides by reason of the rupture it integrates refers therefore to all the mystery of time. The fact and the justification of time consist in the recommencement it makes possible in the resurrection, across fecundity, of all the compossibles sacrificed in the present. Why is the beyond separated from the below? Why, to go unto the good, are evil, evolution, drama, separation necessary. Recommencement in discontinuous time brings youth, and thus the infinition of time. Time's infinite existing ensures the situation of judgment, condition of truth, behind the failure of the goodness of today. By fecundity I dispose of an infinite time, necessary for truth to be told, necessary for the particularism of the apology to be converted into efficacious goodness, which maintains the I of the apology in its particularity, without history breaking and crushing this allegedly still subjective concordance. But infinite time is also the putting back into question of the truth it promises. The dream of a happy eternity, which subsists in man along with his happiness, is not a simple aberration. Truth requires both an infinite time and a time it will be able to seal, a completed time. The completion of time is not death, but messianic time, where the perpetual is converted into eternal. Messianic triumph is the pure triumph, it is secured against the revenge of evil whose return the infinite time does not prohibit. Is this eternity a new structure of time, or an extreme vigilance of the messianic consciousness? The problem exceeds the bounds of this book. Conclusions. E Levinas. 1 From the like to the same. This work has not sought to describe the psychology of the social relation, beneath which the eternal play of the fundamental categories reflected definitively in formal logic would be maintained. On the contrary, the social relation, the idea of infinity, the presence in a container of a content exceeding its capacity, was described in this book as the logical plot of being. The specification of a concept the moment it issues in its individuation is not produced by adjunction of an ultimate specific difference, not even if it originates in matter. The individualities thus obtained within the ultimate species would be indiscernible. The Hegelian dialectic is all-powerful to reduce this individuality of the tau delta tau to the concept, since the act of pointing to a here and a now implies references to the situation, in which the finger's movement is identified from the outside. The identity of the individual does not consist in being like to itself, and in letting itself be identified from the outside by the finger that points to it. It consists in being the same in being oneself, in identifying oneself from within. There exists a logical passage from the like to the same. Singularity logically arises from the logical sphere exposed to the gaze and organized into a totality by the reversion of the sphere into the interiority of the eye, the reversion, so to speak, of convexity into concavity. And the entire analysis of interiority pursued in this work describes the conditions of this reversion. Relations such as the idea of infinity, which the formal logic of the gaze cannot let show through without absurdity, and which it prompts us to interpret in theological or psychological terms, as a miracle or as an illusion, have a place in the logic of interiority in a sort of micro-logic in which logic is pursued beyond the tau delta tau. Social relations do not simply present us with a superior empirical matter, to be treated in terms of the logic of genus and species. They are the original deployment of the relationship that is no longer open to the gaze that would encompass its terms, but is accomplished from me to the other in the face-to-face. 2. Being is exteriority. Being is exteriority. This formula does not only mean to denounce the illusions of the subjective, and claim that objective forms alone, in opposition to the sands in which arbitrary thought is mired and lost, merit the name of being. Such a conception would in the end destroy exteriority, since subjectivity itself would be absorbed into exteriority, revealing itself to be a moment of a panoramic play. Exteriority would then no longer mean anything, since it would encompass the very interiority that justified this appellation. But exteriority is not yet maintained if we affirm a subject insoluble into objectivity, and to which exteriority would be opposed. This time exteriority would acquire a relative meaning, as the great by relation to the small. But in the absolute the subject and the object would still be parts of the same system, would be enacted and revealed panoramically. Exteriority, or, if one prefers, alterity, would be converted into the same. And over and beyond the relation between the interior and the exterior there would be room for the perception of this relation by a lateral view that would take in and perceive, or penetrate, their play, or would provide an ultimate stage on which this relation would be enacted, on which its being would be effected truly. Being is exteriority, the very exercise of its being consists in exteriority, and no thought could better obey being than by allowing itself to be dominated by this exteriority. Exteriority is true not in a lateral view apperceiving it in its opposition to interiority, it is true in a face-to-face that is no longer entirely vision, but goes further than vision. The face-to-face is established starting with a point separated from exteriority so radically that it maintains itself of itself, is me, every other relation that would not part from this separated and therefore arbitrary point, but whose arbitrariness and separation are produced in a positive mode as me, would miss the necessarily subjective field of truth. The true essence of man is presented in his face, in which he is infinitely other than a violence like unto mine, opposed to mine and hostile, already at grips with mine in a historical world where we participate in the same system. He arrests and paralyzes my violence by his call, which does not do violence, and comes from on high. The truth of being is not the image of being, the idea of its nature, it is the being situated in a subjective field which deforms vision, but precisely thus allows exteriority to state itself, entirely command and authority, entirely superiority. This curvature of the intersubjective space inflects distance into elevation, it does not falsify being, but makes its truth first possible. One cannot allow for this refraction produced by the subjective field, so as to thus correct it. It constitutes the very mode in which the exteriority of being is effectuated in its truth. The impossibility of total reflection is not due to a flaw in subjectivity. The so-called objective nature of the entities that would appear outside of this curvature of space, the phenomenon, would, on the contrary, indicate the loss of metaphysical truth, the superior truth in the literal sense of the term. This curvature of the intersubjective space in which exteriority is effectuated, we do not say in which it appears, as superiority must be distinguished from the arbitrariness of points of view taken upon objects that appear. But the latter, source of errors and opinions, issued from the violence opposed to exteriority, is the price of the former. This curvature of space expresses the relation between human beings. That the other is placed higher than me would be a pure and simple error if the welcome I make him consisted in perceiving a nature. Sociology, psychology, physiology are thus deaf to exteriority. Man as other comes to us from the outside, a separated or holy face. His exteriority, that is, his appeal to me, is his truth. My response is not added as an accident to a nucleus of his objectivity, but first produces his truth, which his point of view upon me cannot nullify. This surplus of truth over being and over its idea, which we suggest by the metaphor of the curvature of intersubjective space, signifies the divine intention of all truth. This curvature of space is, perhaps, the very presence of God. The face-to-face is a final and irreducible relation which no concept could cover without the thinker who thinks that concept finding himself forthwith before a new interlocutor, it makes possible the pluralism of society. 3. The finite and the infinite. Exteriority, taken as the essence of being, signifies the resistance of the social multiplicity to the logic that totalizes the multiple. For this logic, multiplicity is a fall of the one or the infinite, a diminution in being which each of the multiple beings would have to surmount so as to return from the multiple to the one, from the finite to the infinite. Metaphysics, the relation with exteriority, that is, with superiority, indicates, on the contrary, that the relation between the finite and the infinite does not consist in the finite being absorbed in what faces him, but in remaining in his own being, maintaining himself there, acting here below. The austere happiness of goodness would invert its meaning and would be perverted if it confounded us with God. In understanding being as exteriority, in breaking with the panoramic existing of being and the totality in which it is produced, we can understand the meaning of the finite without its limitation, occurring within the infinite, requiring an incomprehensible fall of the infinite, without finitude consisting in a nostalgia for infinity, a longing for return. To posit being as exteriority is to apperceive infinity as the desire for infinity, and thus to understand that the production of infinity calls for separation, the production of the absolute arbitrariness of the I or of the origin. The traits of limitation and finitude, which separation takes on, do not sanction a simple less, intelligible on the basis of the infinitely more and the unfailing plenitude of infinity, they ensure the very overflowing of infinity, or, to speak concretely, the very overflowing of all the surplus over being all the good that is produced in the social relation. The negativeness of the finite is to be understood on the basis of this good. The social relation engenders the surplus of the good over being, multiplicity over the one. It does not consist in reconstituting the wholeness of the perfect being which Aristophanes speaks of in the myth of the symposium, nor in being immersed again in the whole and abdicating into the intemporal, nor in gaining the whole through history. The adventure separation opens is absolutely new with regard to the beatitude of the one and its famous freedom, which consists in negating or in absorbing the other, so as to encounter nothing. The concept of a good beyond being and beyond the beatitude of the one announces a rigorous concept of creation, which would be neither a negation nor a limitation nor an emanation of the one. Exteriority is not a negation, but a marvel. For creation. Theology imprudently treats the idea of the relation between God and the creature in terms of ontology. It presupposes the logical privilege of totality, as a concept adequate to being. Thus it runs up against the difficulty of understanding that an infinite being would border on or tolerate something outside of itself, or that a free being would send its roots into the infinity of a God. But transcendence precisely refuses totality, does not lend itself to a view that would encompass it from the outside. Every comprehension of transcendence leaves the transcendent outside, and is enacted before its face. If the notions of totality and being are notions that cover one another, the notion of the transcendent places us beyond categories of being. We thus encounter, in our own way, the Platonic idea of the good beyond being. The transcendent is what cannot be encompassed. This is an essential precision of the notion of transcendence, utilizing no theological notion. What embarrasses the traditional theology, which treats of creation in terms of ontology, God leaving his eternity, in order to create, is incumbent as a first truth in a philosophy that begins with transcendence. Nothing could better distinguish totality and separation than the difference between eternity and time. But then the other, in his signification prior to my initiative, resembles God. This signification precedes my Sinjbung initiative. For the idea of totality, in which ontological philosophy veritably reunites or comprehends the multiple, must be substituted the idea of a separation resistant to synthesis. To affirm origin from nothing by creation is to contest the prior community of all thing within eternity, from which philosophical thought, guided by ontology, makes things arise as from a common matrix. The absolute gap of separation which transcendence implies could not be better expressed than by the term creation, in which the kinship of beings among themselves is affirmed, but at the same time their radical heterogeneity also, their reciprocal exteriority coming from nothingness. One may speak of creation to characterize entities situated in the transcendence that does not close over into a totality. In the face-to-face the eye has neither the privileged position of the subject nor the position of the thing defined by its place in the system. It is apology, discourse pro domo, but discourse of justification before the other. The other is the prime intelligible, since he is capable of justifying my freedom, rather than awaiting a sinjbung or a meaning from it. In the conjuncture of creation the I is for itself, without being kausasui. The will of the I affirms itself as infinite, that is, free, and as limited, as subordinated. It does not get its limits from the proximity of the other, who, being transcendent, does not define it. The I's form no totality, there exists no privileged plane where these I's could be grasped in their principle. There is an anarchy essential to multiplicity. In the absence of a plane common to the totality, which one persists in seeking, so as to relate the multiplicity to it, one will never know which will, in the free play of the wills, pulls the strings of the game, one will not know who is playing with whom. But a principle breaks through all this trembling and vertigo when the face presents itself, and demands justice. 5. Exteriority and language. We have begun with the resistance of beings to totalization, with an unto-tailed multiplicity they constitute, the impossibility of their conciliation in the same. This impossibility of conciliation among beings, this radical heterogeneity, in fact indicates a mode of being produced and an ontology that is not equivalent to panoramic existence and its disclosure. For common sense but also for philosophy, from Plato to Heidegger, panoramic existence and its disclosure are equivalent to the very production of being, since truth or disclosure is at the same time the work or the essential virtue of being, the sen of the scenes and of every human behavior it would in the last analysis govern. The Heideggerian thesis that every human attitude consists in bringing to light, modern technology itself would be but a mode of extracting things or producing them in the sense of fully bringing to light, rests on this primacy of the panoramic. The breakup of totality, the denunciation of the panoramic structure of being, concerns the very existing of being and not the collocation or configuration of entities refractory to system. Correlatively, the analysis that tends to show intentionality as an aiming at the visible, at the idea, expresses this domination of the panoramic as the ultimate virtue of being, the being of the existent. This trait is maintained in the modern analysis of affectivity, practice, and existence, despite all the suppleness forced upon the notion of contemplation. One of the principal theses of this work is that the noesis noemus structure is not the primordial structure of intentionality, which is not equivalent to interpreting intentionality as a logical relation or as causality. The exteriority of being does not, in fact, mean that multiplicity is without relation. However, the relation that binds this multiplicity does not fill the abyss of separation, it confirms it. In this relation we have recognized language, produced only in the face-to-face, and in language we have recognized teaching. Teaching is a way for truth to be produced such that it is not my work, such that I could not derive it from my own interiority. In affirming such a production of truth we modify the original meaning of truth and the noesis noemus structure, taken as the meaning of intentionality. In effect, the being who speaks to me and to whom I respond or whom I interrogate does not offer himself to me, does not give himself so that I could assume this manifestation, measure it to my own interiority, and receive it as come from myself. Vision operates in this manner, totally impossible in discourse. For vision is essentially an adequation of exteriority with interiority, in it exteriority is reabsorbed in the contemplative soul and, as an adequate idea, revealed to be a priori, the result of a sinjbung. The exteriority of discourse cannot be converted into interiority. The interlocutor can have no place in an inwardness, he is forever outside. The relationship between separated beings does not totalize them, it is an unrelating relation, which no one can encompass or thematize. Or more exactly, he who would think it, who would totalize it, would by this reflection mark a new size Zion in being, since he would still tell this total to someone. The relation between the fragments of separated being is a face-to-face, the irreducible and ultimate relation. An interlocutor arises again behind him whom thought has just apprehended as the certitude of the cogito arises behind every negation of certitude. The description of the face-to-face which we have attempted here is told to the other, to the reader who appears anew behind my discourse and my wisdom. Philosophy is never a wisdom, for the interlocutor whom it has just encompassed has already escaped it. Philosophy, in an essentially liturgical sense, invokes the other to whom the whole is told, the master or student. It is precisely for this that the face-to-face proper to discourse does not connect a subject with an object, and differs from the essentially adequate thematization. For no concept lays hold of exteriority. The object thematized remains in itself, but it belongs to its essence to be known by me, and the surplus of the in itself over my knowledge is progressively absorbed by knowledge. The difference between the knowing that bears on the object and the knowing that bears on the in itself or the solidity of the object dwindles in the course of a development of thought which, according to Hegel, would be history itself. Objectivity is absorbed in absolute knowledge, and the being of the thinker, the humanity of man, is therewith conformed to the perpetuity of the solid in itself, within a totality where the humanity of man and the exteriority of the object are at the same time conserved and absorbed. Would the transcendence of exteriority simply indicate an unfulfilled thought, and would it be overcome in the totality? Would exteriority have to be inverted into interiority? Is it evil? We have broached the exteriority of being not as a form that being would eventually or provisionally take on in dispersion or in its fall, but as its very existing inexhaustible, infinite exteriority. Such an exteriority opens in the other, it recedes from thematization. But it refuses thematization positively because it is produced in a being who expresses himself. In contradistinction to plastic manifestation or disclosure, which manifests something as something, and in which the disclosed renounces its originality, its hitherto unpublished existence, in expression the manifestation and the manifested coincide, the manifested attends its own manifestation and hence remains exterior to every image one would retain of it, presents itself in the sense that we say of someone that he presents himself by stating his name, which permits evoking him, even though he remains always the source of his own presence. A presentation which consists in saying it's me and nothing else, to which one might be tempted to assimilate me. This presentation of the exterior being nowise referred to in our world is what we have called the face. And we have described the relation with the face that presents itself in speech as desire, goodness and justice. Speech refuses vision, because the speaker does not deliver images of himself only, but is personally present in his speech, absolutely exterior to every image he would leave. In language, exteriority is exercised, deployed, brought about. Whoever speaks attends his manifestation, is non-adequate to the meaning that the hearer would like to retain of it as a result acquired outside of the very relationship of discourse, as though this presence in speech were reducible to the sinjbung of him who listens. Language is the incessant surpassing of the sinjbung by the signification. This presence whose format exceeds the measure of the eye is not reabsorbed into my vision. The overflowing of exteriority, non-adequate to the vision which still measures it, precisely constitutes the dimension of height or the divinity of exteriority. Divinity keeps its distances. Discourse is discourse with God and not with equals, according to the distinction established by Plato in the Phaedrus. Metaphysics is the essence of this language with God, it leads above being. 6. Expression and image. The presence of the other, or expression, source of all signification, is not contemplated as an intelligible essence, but is heard as language, and thereby is effectuated exteriorly. Expression, or the face, overflows images, which are always immanent to my thought, as though they came from me. This overflowing, irreducible to an image of overflowing, is produced commensurate with or in the inordinateness of desire and goodness, as the moral dissymmetry of the eye and the other. The distance of this exteriority immediately extends to height. The eye can conceive it only by virtue of position which, as an above-below disposition, constitutes the elementary fact of morality. Because it is the presence of exteriority, the face never becomes an image or an intuition. Every intuition depends on a signification irreducible to intuition, it comes from further than intuition, and it alone comes from afar. Signification, irreducible to intuitions, is measured by desire, morality, and goodness, the infinite exigency with regard to oneself, or desire of the other, or relation with infinity. The presence of the face, or expression, is not to be ranked among other meaningful manifestations. The works of man all have meaning, but the human being absents himself from them immediately, and is divined across them, he too is given in the articulation of the cause. There is an abyss between labor, which results in works having a meaning for other men, and which others can acquire already, merchandise reflected in money and language, in which I attend my manifestation, irreplaceable and vigilant. But this abyss gapes open because of the energy of the vigilant presence which does not quit the expression. It is not to expression what the will is to its work, the will withdraws from its work, delivering it over to its fate, and is found to have willed a lot of things it had not willed. For the absurdity of these works is not due to a defect of the thought that formed them, it is due to the anonymity into which this thought immediately falls, to the unrecognition of the worker that results from this essential anonymity. Jankelevich is right to say that labor is not an expression. 1 In acquiring the work, I desacralize the neighbor who produced it. Man is really a part, non-encompassable, only in expression, where he can bring aid to his own manifestation. In political life, taken unrebuked, humanity is understood from its works a humanity of interchangeable men, of reciprocal relations. The substitution of men for one another, the primal disrespect, makes possible exploitation itself. In history, the history of states, the human being appears as the sum of his works, even while he lives he is his own heritage. Justice consists in again making possible expression, in which in non-reciprocity the person presents himself as unique. Justice is a right to speak. It is perhaps here that the perspective of a religion opens. It diverges from political life, to which philosophy does not lead necessarily. 7. Against the philosophy of the neuter. We have thus the conviction of having broken with the philosophy of the neuter, with the Heideggerian being of the existent, whose impersonal neutrality the critical work of Blanquet has so much contributed to bring out, with Hegel's impersonal reason, which shows to the personal consciousness only its ruses. The movements of ideas of the philosophy of the neuter, so different in their origins and their influences, agree in announcing the end of philosophy. For they exalt the obedience that no face commands. Desire in the spell of the neuter, said to have been revealed to the pre-Socratics, or desire interpreted as need, and thus bound to the essential violence of action, dismisses philosophy and is gratified only in art or in politics. The exaltation of the neuter may present itself as the anteriority of the we with respect to the I, of the situation with respect to the beings in situation. This book's insistence on the separation of enjoyment was guided by the necessity of liberating the I from the situation into which little by little philosophers have dissolved it as totally as reason swallows up the subject in Hegelian idealism. Materialism does not lie in the discovery of the primordial function of the sensibility, but in the primacy of the neuter. To place the neuter dimension of being above the existent which unbeknown to it this being would determine in some way, to make the essential events unbeknown to the existence, is to profess materialism. Heidegger's late philosophy becomes this faint materialism. It posits the revelation of being in human inhabitation between heavens and earth, in the expectation of the gods and in the company of men, and sets up the landscape or the still life as an origin of the human. The being of the existent is a logos that is the word of no one. To begin with the face as a source from which all meaning appears, the face in its absolute nudity, in its destitution as a head that does not find a place to lay itself, is to affirm that being is enacted in the relation between men, that desire rather than need commands acts. Desire, an aspiration that does not proceed from a lack metaphysics, is the desire of a person. 8. Subjectivity. Being is exteriority, and exteriority is produced in its truth in a subjective field, for the separated being. Separation is accomplished positively as the interiority of a being referring to itself and maintaining itself of itself all the way to atheism. This self-reference is concretely constituted or accomplished as enjoyment or happiness. It is an essential sufficiency, which in its expansion in knowledge, whose ultimate essence critique, the recapturing of its own condition, develops is even in possession of its own origin. To metaphysical thought, where a finite has the idea of infinity, where radical separation and relationship with the other are produced simultaneously, we have reserved the term intentionality, consciousness of. It is attention to speech or welcome of the face, hospitality, and not thematization. Self-consciousness is not a dialectical rejoinder of the metaphysical consciousness that I have of the other. Nor is its relation with itself a representation of itself. Prior to every vision of self it is accomplished by holding oneself up as a tenant, it is implanted in itself as a body, and it keeps itself as escient in its interiority, in its home. It thus accomplishes separation positively, without being reducible to a negation of the being from which it separates. But thus precisely it can welcome that being. The subject is a host. Subjective existence derives its features from separation. Individuation and inner identification of a being whose essence is exhausted in identity, an identification of the same does not come to strike the terms of some relation called separation. Separation is the very act of individuation, the possibility in general for an entity which is posited in being to be posited not by being defined by its references to a whole, by its place within a system, but starting from itself. The fact of starting from oneself is equivalent to separation. But the act of starting from oneself and separation itself can be produced in being only by opening the dimension of interiority. 9. The maintenance of subjectivity, the reality of the inner life and the reality of the state, the meaning of subjectivity. Metaphysics, or the relation with the other, is accomplished as service and as hospitality. In the measure that the face of the other relates us with the third party, the metaphysical relation of the I with the other moves into the form of the we, aspires to a state, institutions, laws, which are the source of universality. But politics left to itself bears a tyranny within itself, it deforms the I and the other who have given rise to it, for it judges them according to universal rules, and thus as in absentia. In welcoming the other I welcome the on high to which my freedom is subordinated. But this subordination is not an absence, it is brought about in all the personal work of my moral initiative, without which the truth of judgment cannot be produced, in the attention to the other as unicity and face, which the visibleness of the political leaves invisible, which can be produced only in the unicity of an I. Subjectivity is thus rehabilitated in the work of truth, and not as an egoism refusing the system which offends it. Against this egoist protestation of the subjectivity, against this protestation in the first person, the universalism of Hegelian reality will perhaps prevail. But how could universal, that is, visible principles be opposed with this same pride to the face of the other, without recoiling before the cruelty of this impersonal justice? And then how could the subjectivity of the I not be introduced as the sole possible source of goodness? Metaphysics therefore leads us to the accomplishment of the I as unicity by relation to which the work of the state must be situated, and which it must take as a model. The irreplaceable unicity of the I which is maintained against the state is accomplished by fecundity. It is not to purely subjective events, losing themselves in the sands of interiority which the rational reality mocks, that we appeal to in insisting on the irreducibility of the personal to the universality of the state. We appeal to a dimension and a perspective of transcendence as real as the dimension and perspective of the political and more true than it, because in it the apology of the ipseity does not disappear. The interiority opened up by separation is not the ineffable of the clandestine or the subterranean but the infinite time of fecundity. Fecundity permits the assuming of the actual as the vestibule of a future. It opens the subterranean, where a life called inward or merely subjective seemed to take refuge, upon being. The subjectivity present to the judgment of truth is therefore not reducible simply to an impotent, clandestine, unforeseeable, and from the outside invisible protestation against totality and objective totalization. And yet its entry into being is not wrought as an integration into a totality the separation had broken up. Fecundity and the perspectives it opens evince the ontological character of separation. But fecundity does not join together the fragments of a broken totality into a subjective history. Fecundity opens up an infinite and discontinuous time. It liberates the subject from his facticity by placing him beyond the possible which presupposes and does not surpass facticity. It lifts from the subject the last trace of fatality, by enabling him to be an other. In Eros the fundamental exigencies of the subjectivity are maintained, but in this alterity the ipseity is graceful, lightened of egoist unwieldiness. 10. Beyond being. Thematization does not exhaust the meaning of the relationship with exteriority. Thematization or objectification is not to be described only as an impassive contemplation, but is to be described as a relation with the solid, with the thing, since Aristotle the term of the analogy of being. The solid is not reducible to the structures imposed by the impassibility of the look that contemplates it, it is to be understood in terms of the structures imposed by its relation with time which it traverses. The being of the object is perduration, a filling of the time which is empty and inconsolable against death as an end. If exteriority consists not in being presented as a theme but in being open to desire, the existence of the separated being which desires exteriority no longer consists in caring for being. To exist has a meaning in another dimension than that of the perduration of the totality, it can go beyond being. Contrary to the Spinozist tradition, this going beyond death is produced not in the universality of thought but in the pluralist relation, in the goodness of being for the other, in justice. The surpassing of being starting from being the relation with exteriority is not measured by duration. Duration itself becomes visible in the relation with the other, where being is surpassed. 11. Freedom invested. The presence of exteriority in language, which commences with the presence of the face, is not produced as an affirmation whose formal meaning would remain without development. The relation with the face is produced as goodness. The exteriority of being is morality itself. Freedom, the event of separation in arbitrariness which constitutes the I, at the same time maintains the relation with the exteriority that morally resists every appropriation and every totalization in being. If freedom were posited outside of this relation, every relation within multiplicity would enact but the grasp of one being by another or their common participation in reason, where no being looks at the face of the other, but all beings negate one another. Knowledge or violence would appear in the midst of the multiplicity as events that realize being. The common knowledge proceeds toward unity, either toward the apparition in the midst of a multiplicity of beings of a rational system in which these beings would be but objects, and in which they would find their being, or toward the brutal conquest of beings outside of every system by violence. Whether in scientific thought or in the object of science, or in history understood as a manifestation of reason, where violence reveals itself to be reason, philosophy presents itself as a realization of being, that is, as its liberation by the suppression of multiplicity. Knowledge would be the suppression of the other by the grasp, by the hold, or by the vision that grasps before the grasp. In this work metaphysics has an entirely different meaning. If its movement leads to the transcendent as such, transcendence means not appropriation of what is, but its respect. Truth as a respect for being is the meaning of metaphysical truth. If, in contradistinction to the tradition of the primacy of freedom, taken as the measure of being, we contest vision its primacy in being, and contest the pretension of human emprise to gain access to the rank of logos, we take leave neither of rationalism, nor of the ideal of freedom. One is not an irrationalist nor a mystic nor a pragmatist for questioning the identification of power and logos. One is not against freedom if one seeks for it a justification. Reason and freedom seem to us to be founded on prior structures of being whose first articulations are delineated by the metaphysical movement, or respect, or justice identical to truth. The terms of the conception making truth rest on freedom must be inverted. What justification there is in truth does not rest on freedom posited as independence in regard to all exteriority. It would be so, to be sure, if justified freedom would simply express the necessities rational order imposes on the subject. But true exteriority is metaphysical, it does not weigh on the separated being and commands him as free. The present work has sought to describe metaphysical exteriority. One of the consequences that follows from its very notion is that freedom is posited as requiring justification. The founding of truth on freedom would imply a freedom justified by itself. There would have been for freedom no greater scandal than to discover itself to be finite. To not have chosen one's freedom would be the supreme absurdity and the supreme tragic of existence. This would be the irrational. The Heideggerian Dwarfenheit marks a finite freedom and thus the irrational. The encounter with the other in Sartre threatens my freedom, and is equivalent to the fall of my freedom under the gaze of another freedom. Here perhaps is manifested most forcefully being's incompatibility with what remains veritably exterior. But to us here there rather appears the problem of the justification of freedom. Does not the presence of the other put in question the naive legitimacy of freedom? Does not freedom appear to itself as a shame for itself? And, reduced to itself, as a usurpation? The irrational in freedom is not due to its limits, but to the infinity of its arbitrariness. Freedom must justify itself. Reduced to itself it is accomplished not in sovereignty but in arbitrariness. Precisely through freedom and not because of its limitation the being freedom is to express in its plenitude appears as not having its reason in itself. Freedom is not justified by freedom. To account for being or to be in truth is not to comprehend nor to take hold of, but rather to encounter the other without allergy, that is, injustice. To approach the other is to put into question my freedom, my spontaneity as a living being, my emprise over the things, this freedom of a moving force, this impetuosity of the current to which everything is permitted, even murder. The "you shall not commit murder" which delineates the face in which the other is produced submits my freedom to judgment. Then the free adherence to truth, an activity of knowledge, the free will which, according to Descartes, in certitude adheres to a clear idea, seeks a reason which does not coincide with the radiance of this clear and distinct idea itself. A clear idea which imposes itself by its clarity calls for a strictly personal work of a freedom, a solitary freedom that does not put itself in question, but can at most suffer a failure. In morality alone it is put in question. Morality thus presides over the work of truth. It will be said that the radical questioning of certitude reduces itself to the search for another certitude, the justification of freedom would refer to freedom. Indeed that is so, in the measure that justification cannot result in non-certitude. But in fact, the moral justification of freedom is neither certitude nor incertitude. It does not have the status of a result, but is accomplished as movement and life. It consists in addressing an infinite exigency to one's freedom, in having a radical non-indulgence for one's freedom. Freedom is not justified in the consciousness of certitude, but in an infinite exigency with regard to oneself, in the overcoming of all good conscience. But this infinite exigency with regard to oneself, precisely because it puts freedom in question, places me and maintains me in a situation in which I am not alone, in which I am judged. This is the primary sociality. The personal relation is in the rigor of justice which judges me and not in love that excuses me. For this judgment does not come to me from a neuter, before the neuter I am spontaneously free. In the infinite exigency with regard to oneself is produced the duality of the face-to-face. One does not prove God thus, since this is a situation that precedes proof, and is metaphysics itself. The ethical, beyond vision and certitude, delineates the structure of exteriority as such. Morality is not a branch of philosophy, but first philosophy. 12 Being as goodness, the I pluralism piece. We have posited metaphysics as desire. We have described desire as the measure of the infinite which no term, no satisfaction arrests, desire opposed to need. The discontinuity of generations, that is, death and fecundity, releases desire from the prison of its own subjectivity and puts an end to the monotony of its identity. To posit metaphysics as desire is to interpret the production of being desire engendering desire as goodness and as beyond happiness. It is to interpret the production of being as being for the other. But being for the other is not the negation of the I, engulfed in the universal. The universal law itself refers to a face-to-face position which refuses every exterior viewing. To say that universality refers to the face-to-face position is, against a whole tradition of philosophy, to deny that being is produced as a panorama, a coexistence, of which the face-to-face would be a modality. This whole work opposes this conception. The face-to-face is not a modality of coexistence nor even of the knowledge, itself panoramic, one term can have of another, but is the primordial production of being on which all the possible collocations of the terms are founded. The revelation of the third party, ineluctable in the face, is produced only through the face. Goodness does not radiate over the anonymity of a collectivity presenting itself panoramically, to be absorbed into it. It concerns a being which is revealed in a face, but thus it does not have eternity without commencement. It has a principle, an origin, issues from an I, is subjective. It is not regulated by the principles inscribed in the nature of a particular being that manifests it, for thus it would still proceed from universality and would not respond to the face, nor in the codes of the state. It consists in going where no clarifying, that is, panoramic thought precedes, in going without knowing where. An absolute adventure, in a primal imprudence, goodness is transcendence itself. Transcendence is the transcendence of an I. Only an I can respond to the injunction of a face. The I is conserved then in goodness, without its resistance to system manifesting itself as the egoist cry of the subjectivity, still concerned for happiness or salvation, as in Kierkegaard. To posit being as desire is to decline at the same time the ontology of isolated subjectivity and the ontology of impersonal reason realizing itself in history. To posit being as desire and as goodness is not to first isolate an I which would then tend toward a beyond. It is to affirm that to apprehend oneself from within to produce oneself as I is to apprehend oneself with the same gesture that already turns toward the exterior to extrovert and to manifest to respond for what it apprehends to express. It is to affirm that the becoming conscious is already language, that the essence of language is goodness, or again, that the essence of language is friendship and hospitality. The other is not the negation of the same, as Hegel would like to say. The fundamental fact of the ontological size Zion into same and other is a non-allergic relation of the same with the other. Transcendence or goodness is produced as pluralism. The pluralism of being is not produced as a multiplicity of a constellation spread out before a possible gaze, for thus it would be already totalized, joined into an entity. Pluralism is accomplished in goodness proceeding from me to the other, in which first the other, as absolutely other, can be produced, without an alleged lateral view upon this movement having any right to grasp of it a truth superior to that which is produced in goodness itself. One does not enter into this pluralist society without always remaining outside by speech, in which goodness is produced, but one does not leave it in order to simply see oneself inside. The unity of plurality is peace, and not the coherence of the elements that constitute plurality. Peace therefore cannot be identified with the end of combats that cease for want of combatants, by the defeat of some and the victory of the others, that is, with cemeteries or future universal empires. Peace must be my peace, in a relation that starts from an I and goes to the other, in desire and goodness, where the I both maintains itself and exists without egoism. It is conceived starting from an I assured of the convergence of morality and reality, that is, of an infinite time which through fecundity is its time. It will remain a personal I before the judgment in which truth is stated, and this judgment will come from outside of it without coming from an impersonal reason, which uses ruse with persons and is pronounced in their absence. The situation in which the I thus posits itself before truth in placing its subjective morality in the infinite time of its fecundity, a situation in which the instant of eroticism and the infinity of paternity are conjoined, is concretized in the marvel of the family. The family does not only result from a rational arrangement of animality, it does not simply mark a step toward the anonymous universality of the state. It identifies itself outside of the state, even if the state reserves a framework for it. As source of human time, it permits the subjectivity to place itself under a judgment while retaining speech. This is a metaphysically ineluctable structure which the state would not dismiss, as in Plato, nor make exist in view of its own disappearance, as Hegel would have it. The biological structure of fecundity is not limited to the biological fact. In the biological fact of fecundity are outlined the lineaments of fecundity in general as a relation between man and between the I and itself, not resembling the structures constitutive of the state, lineaments of a reality that is not subordinated to the state as a means and does not represent a reduced model of the state. Situated at the antipodes of the subject living in the infinite time of fecundity is the isolated and heroic being that the state produces by its virile virtues. Such a being confronts death out of pure courage, and whatever be the cause for which he dies. He assumes finite time, the death end or the death transition, which do not arrest the continuation of a being without discontinuity. The heroic existence, the isolated soul, can gain its salvation in seeking an eternal life for itself, as though its subjectivity, returning to itself in a continuous time, could not be turned against it, as though in this continuous time identity itself would not be affirmed obsessively, as though in the identity that remains in the midst of the most extravagant avatars tedium, fruit of the mournful incuriosity that takes on the proportions of immortality, did not triumph.